The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Bombardier and Pocket Gunner. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Bombardier and Pocket Gunner. Author: Ralph Willett Adye. Release date: March 29, 2024. Ebook number 73283. Language: English. Original publication: Charlestown, William Greenough, 1804. Credits: Brian Coe and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Bombardier and Pocket Gunner. The Bombardier and Pocket Gunner. By Ralph Willett Adye, Captain, Royal Regiment of Artillery. First American, from the 2nd London edition. Printed for E. Larkin, number 47, Cornhill, Boston, by William Greenough, Charlestown. 1804. To the junior officers of the Royal Regiment of Artillery, with the hope of also meeting the approbation of the senior officers of that corps. RWADYE. Index. Page. Preface: I. Ammunition for small arms. How carried. 7 for artillery. See artillery. Ammunition. Its length, weight, and c. 8 aprons of lead. Weight and dimensions of 8 arms, small. Their weight and dimensions, balls for their proof, service, and c. artillery. 1 st. For the field. Divided into battalion guns, park and horse artillery, 10 ammunition and stores for 1 field piece of each nature, 11 manner of carrying the ammunition and stores, 15 load for a common artillery ammunition wagon, 16 load for a horse artillery ammunition wagon, 17 proportion of artillery, ammunition, and carriages for 4 French armies, 18 proportion of ammunition carried with French artillery, and with that of other powers, 20 movements and positions of battalion guns, 21 movements and positions of artillery of the park, 24 line of march for 3 brigades of field artillery, 28 2d. Artillery and ammunition for a siege. Considerations in estimating them: 29 proportion demanded for the siege of Lille, 31 arrangement and position at a siege, 33 3d. Artillery and ammunition for the defense of a fortified place. Manner of estimating them: 37 arrangement of the artillery, 39 expenditure of ammunition, 42 axletrees. Dimensions of, in wood or iron, 44 balls of lead. Manner of packing them, 45 manner of finding their diameters and weights. Barrels for gunpowder, their dimensions and content. Budge 46 baskets, ballast. Dimensions of 46 batteries. Dimensions of, 4 guns, mortars, and howitzers. 46 for ricochet firing, 48 for the defense of a coast, 49 manner of estimating the quantity of materials for, 50 tools required for the construction of 52 estimate of the quantity of earth which may be removed in a given time, 53 beds. Dimensions and weight of, 4 mortars and guns, 54 boxes, 4 ammunition. Dimensions and weight of, when filled and empty, and the number of rounds contained by 55. Bomb catch instruction for the management of a, in action, 56 proportion of stores for, 58 breach. Manner of forming one, and time required to make it practicable, 60 bridge. Manner of laying one, of pontoons, weight it will bear, and precautions required in passing over it, 62 camps. Manner of laying out the front of, for infantry and cavalry, 65 distribution of the depth of, 66 in a confined situation, 69 carcasses composition 4, 70 Valenciennes composition, for making shells. Answer the purpose of dimensions and weight of, 71 manner of preventing their being destroyed by the explosion. Carronades dimensions and weight of, 72 ranges with shot and shells from carriages. Weight of, 4 field service, 73 dimensions of axle trees 4, 75 diameters of wheels 4, 76 dimensions and weight of standing 77 cartridges. Weight and dimensions of, 4 guns, mortars, and howitzers 78 for small arms 79 for muskets by different nations 79 chambers experiments upon the best form of, 4 mortars 80 charges for different natures of guns and carronades 81 lessened when cylinder powder is used 81 of French guns 82 chevaux de frise dimensions and weight of 82 compositions for kit, fire, smoke and light balls, suffocating pots, fire hoops, arrows, and lances, cases for burning fascine batteries 84 general precautions in mixing 84 convoys length of line of march of 84 rate of traveling with, and manner of escorting 85 dispart of guns 86 distances practical methods of measuring. Without mathematical instruments 87 cavallos micrometer for measuring 92 table of angles subtended by 1 foot at different 95 drag ropes weight and dimensions of 95 embarkation of ordnance and stores 96 of troops 99 exercise of artillery duties of the men attached to field guns or howitzers, with the full complement, and with reduced numbers 100 methods of advancing and retiring field artillery without drag ropes 104 duties of the men in advancing and retiring field artillery with drag ropes 109 of heavy ordnance on a battery with different complements of men 112 of the triangle gin 115 of the sling cart 117 fascines dimensions and uses of the different natures of, with the necessary attentions in making them 119 fire ship proportion of combustible stores for 120 method of fitting out 122 new method of fitting out, to produce more external fire 124 flints number of, packed in a half barrel, with the weight of, and C 126 fortification practical maxims in building field works with their dimensions permanent, observations upon the different parts of, with their principal dimensions 131 observations upon the means of adding to the defense of places by outworks, and C and on defilating a place from heights 133 principal dimensions of, according to Vauban 140 dimensions of walls from 10 to 50 feet high 142 fuses composition for dimensions of 143 manner of finding the length of, for any range 144 gabions dimensions of, and attentions in making them 145 gin. Triangle dimensions and weight of 146 gravity table of specific gravities 146 rules, to find the magnitude of any body from its weight, and the contrary 147 grape shot C shot. Grenades distance to which they may be thrown 147 gunnery in a non-resisting medium how far it may be applied to practice with the help of good tables of experiments 147 upon a horizontal plane 148 upon inclined planes 149 table of amplitudes 151 table of natural sines, tangents, and secants 152 guns calibers of English and foreign 153 length and weight of English brass 154 ditto French brass 155 ditto English and French iron 155 ranges with one shot from brass 156 ditto 2 shot 157. Ditto small charges from 157 effects of case shot from battalion 158 ranges from iron 159 ditto of 5 1/2 inch shells from 24 prints 160 ditto 4 2/5 inch ditto 12 prints 161 ranges from French 162 gunpowder proportion of ingredients for, by different powers in Europe 162 manner of proving it at Pers lead 163 marks on the barrels, by which the different qualities are distinguished. 164 French proof of 165 haircloth dimensions and weight of 166 hand barrow ditto 166 hand spikes ditto 166 harness ditto. For horses and men 166 horses military gait, and other particulars respecting them 166 manner of regulating the weight they ought to draw 166 number of, allowed to artillery carriages 167 howitzers dimensions and weight of English and French 168 natures of and by different powers 169 ranges from 170 leveling table shewing the difference between the true and apparent level 172 manner of applying this table to finding heights and distances 172 load how regulated for artillery carriages 174. Magazines for powder dimensions of temporary ones for batteries 175 permanent, for fortified places 175 match, slow composition 4, and manner of making time it will burn 177 quick of cotton or worst 178 marching rate of, for cavalry and infantry 178 rates paid for pressed carriages on a march 179 rates paid to publicans for troops on a march 179 measures tables of English weights and 180 Old French, do. 181 new system of, by the French, with their proportion to the Old, and to the English 182 rules for converting French weights and measures into English 184 German, and weights 184 proportion between the English foot, and pound avoir, and those of the principal places in Europe 185 for powder, their dimensions 185 mechanics the different powers of, and the advantage gained by each 186-mile comparison between the miles of different countries 189 mine rules for finding the proper charge to produce any required excavation or effect 190 remarks upon the dimensions and construction of mines, and their galleries 193 usual system of countermines, when prepared beforehand 197 temporary mines 198 mortars dimensions and weight of English brass and iron mortars, with their extreme ranges 200 ranges from 10-inch sea service, at 21 degrees 201 ditto 13 and 10-inch sea service, at 45 degrees 201 ditto French, at 45 degrees 202 ditto English land service, at 45 degrees 203 ditto of iron 203 ditto English land service, at 45 degrees of brass 205 ditto land service, 5 1/2 inch brass, at 15 degrees 205 ditto land service, 10 and 8 inch, at 10 degrees 206 ditto land service, 10 and 8 inch, at 15 degrees 206 Navy number and nature of ordnance for each ship in His Majesty's 207 principal dimensions of ships of war, complements of men, and draught of water 208 ordnance value of brass and iron 209 pace the length of the common and geometrical 210 parallel sea trenches, and sap pay table of, for the officers, non-commissioned officers, and privates of the Army 211 parquets situation and distribution 213 pendulums how made for artillery purposes 215 proper length of, 4 seconds, 1/2 seconds, and quarters 215 rules for finding the proper length to make any number of vibrations in a minute, and the contrary 215 petards dimensions of, and stores for 216 platforms dimensions of, and materials for gun and mortar 216 point blank what 217 pontoons dimensions and weight of, and equipage for 217 port fires composition for time they will burn manner of making them at Gibraltar 218 provisions regulations respecting rations of, for sea and land service 219 proof of iron guns, with the limits of their reception 219 of brass do. 220 howitzers, mortars, and carronades 221 by water 222 by assaying the metal 223 marks of condemned ordnance 224 rations of provisions for land and sea service 225 regulations respecting their issue 226 deductions to be made from the pay of soldiers for 227 rank between sea and land officers 228 recoil of brass guns on field carriages, of iron guns on standing carriages, and mortars on their beds 229 reconnoitering preparations for 230 objects to be attended to in reconnoitering 1 roads. 2 fords 3 inundations 4 springs and wells 5 lakes and marshes 6 woods and forests 7 heaths 8 canals 9 rivers 10 passes 11 ravines 12 cultivated lands 13 orchards 14 bridges 15 mountains and hills 16 coasts 17 redoubts 18 castles and citadels 19 villages 20 cities not fortified 21 fortified towns 22 positions ricochet rules for firing 243 rockets composition for sky rockets 245 table of general dimensions of, with their sticks 245 height to which they will ascend 246 rope how distinguished. Rule for finding the weight of 247 sandbags dimensions of number required 248 sap manner of carrying it on 248 sequence table of natural sequence 248 shells dimensions and weight of 4 mortars and howitzers 249 4 guns and carronades 250 manner of throwing shells from guns though they do not fit the bore 251 French and German 251 rules to find the weight of, and the quantity of powder they will contain 252 shot rules to find the number in any pile of 252 rules for finding the weight and dimensions of iron and lead shot 253 table of diameters of English and French iron round shot 255 table of English case shot for different services 256 tables of grape shot for sea and land service 257 manner of quilting small shells in grape 257 precautions in firing hot shot 258 signs table of natural signs 259 sound velocity of rules for computing distances by 259 stoppages from the pay of an artillery soldier, weekly 260 tangents table of natural tangents 261 manner of making a tangent scale to any piece of ordnance 262 table of tangents to 1 degree for English field artillery 262 ditto French 262 tents weight and dimensions of tents of different descriptions 262 tonnage manner of finding the tonnage of any ship 263 table of tonnage of ordnance stores 264 tonnage allowed for officers baggage on board transports 266 transports regulations on board of 266 trenches dimensions of trenches of approach at a siege 266 manner of opening, and conducting the trenches and parallels 267 true to lieu dimensions of 269 tubes dimensions of, and composition for tin tubes 269 uniforms principal colors of the military uniforms of different powers in Europe 271 velocity principal points ascertained respecting the initial velocities of shot from guns of different lengths, and with different charges, by the experiments at Woolwich 272 initial velocities of English and French artillery 273 vents diameter of 275 weights table of English and French 276 windage of English and French artillery 276 wood employed in making artillery carriages 277. Preface. A man must appear somewhat vain, who declares that he has been obliged to reject much useful information, for fear of increasing too much the size of his work, and yet manages to find room for a few pages of his own, by way of preface, but lest the objects which the compiler of this little work has had in view should be mistaken, he finds it absolutely necessary to say a few words in explanation of them. This small collection of military memorandums was originally intended only for the compiler's own pocket, to assist him in the execution of his duty, but it occurred to him, that many of his military friends stood in equal need of such an aid, and would willingly give a few shillings for what they would not be at the trouble of collecting. The compiler has seen young men, on their first entry into the regiment of artillery, give a guinea for manuscripts, which contained a very small part of the information offered in this little book. From a persuasion that a very principal part of its merit is derived from its portability, every endeavor has been used to press much into a little compass, and it is hoped, that this power has not been so far exerted, as to make the whole unintelligible, but, it must be understood, that the compiler does not propose to convey instruction to the untaught, but only to make a few memorandums of reference to facts, which those already versed in the military profession are supposed to have the knowledge to apply. The totally ignorant of these matters, he has, therefore, nothing to say to, they must consult more voluminous works. An alphabetical arrangement is merely adopted as the best calculated for this purpose, and as nothing like a military dictionary is intended, all terms are omitted, not within the compiler's plan. All reference to plates has, likewise been avoided, as they not only very much increase the cost, but the bulk of a book. The principal difficulty which the compiler has had in making this little collection, has been to confine it within the limits of his original plan. The quantity of useful information which has pressed for admittance, has been with reluctance rejected. Such authors only have been quoted, as are generally esteemed the best, and every advantage has been taken of such information, as the compiler has been able to collect from experienced friends, but he has ventured to offer nothing whatever of his own. The French military authors have been principally consulted, on all subjects not immediately confined to our own system, and such notes as are given respecting their ordnance, may be of use in drawing a comparison with our own, and may serve as references to those in the habit of reading their military works. The compiler has not, in any instance, attempted to offer changes which he may have been led to imagine improvements, or to point out what he thinks deserve the title of defects in our own system, but he has given every information according to the present practice in our service. He cannot, however, help expressing a hope, that he will one day see his little book laid by as totally obsolete, and a better built upon a system less complicated, and more applicable to that particular nature of service which this country has in every war the greatest reason to expect. Our armies will never, it is to be hoped, find a field of battle but on the other side of the water, they must therefore always be subject to the inconveniencies attendant upon the embarkation, and the confusion, too often the companion of a disembarkation of a quantity of ordnance and other military stores upon an enemy's coast. How peculiarly necessary is it, therefore, that our military system should be the simplest and the best arranged. The French system of artillery was established as far back as the year 1765, and has been rigidly adhered to, through a convulsion in the country, which has overturned everything else like order, and which even the government itself has not been able to withstand. We should therefore conclude that it has merit, and, though in an enemy, ought to avail ourselves of its advantages. At the formation of their system, they saw the necessity of the most exact correspondence in the most minute particulars, and so rigidly have they adhered to this principle, that though they have several arsenals, where carriages and other military machines are constructed, the different parts of a carriage may be collected from these several arsenals in the opposite extremities of the country, and will as well unite and form a carriage, as if they were all made and fitted in the same workshop. As long as every man who fancies that he has made an improvement is permitted to introduce it into our service, this cannot be the case with us. Gunpowder has been so much improved of late years, under the direction of Colonel Congreve, that the experiments made with the old powder are now of little service, only such tables of ranges with different natures of ordnance have therefore been inserted, as have been ascertained since the improved powder has been in use. As experiments are daily making at Woolwich and elsewhere, a blank leaf may be bound up after each nature of ordnance, in order to insert an abstract of them. The compiler thinks it necessary to address himself to two classes of persons in particular, perhaps they may comprise the whole of his readers. First, those who think his little book might have been made much more complete. Second, those who think it improper that any information upon such matters should be offered to the public. To the first, he acknowledges the justice of the remark, but has to remind them of the very great difficulties which they may themselves have experienced, in collecting information at Woolwich. To the second, he has but to remark, that he is well aware of the objections urged against publications which may give information as well to our enemies as our friends, but he does not imagine his little book to contain matter of sufficient consequence to do such mischief, and he is supported in an opinion by the most powerful and best organized military nations in Europe, that such secrecy is the surest mark of ignorance. The first edition being out of print, the compiler has endeavored to improve this, by every correction, and by some of the additions which his friends have been kind enough to suggest to him as necessary, but if he has neglected much of the valuable information offered him, it has not been from an insensibility of its merit, but from its entering more into the detail of matters than his little book would afford room to profit by, for it still professes not to instruct, but only to remind. The compiler has added to this edition a short alphabetical index to the contents. This may appear to some superfluous, considering the alphabetical arrangement of the subjects, but it has been impossible to avoid a great deal of reference from one part of the work to another. Beside, the compiler has observed in several of the copies in the possession of his friends, notes in manuscript, entered on sheets bound up for the purpose, which are also to be found in the body of the work. This the compiler attributes to a cause which the index may probably remedy, by enabling the reader to know, at one view, the whole contents. Ammunition for small arms, in the British service, is generally packed in half barrels, each containing 1,000 musket, or 1,500 carbine cartridges. An ammunition wagon will carry 20 of these barrels, and an ammunition cart 12 of them, their weight nearly 1 cwt each. The cartouch boxes of the infantry are made of so many different shapes and sizes, that it is impossible to say exactly what ammunition they will contain, but most of them can carry 60 rounds. See the word cartridges, and for artillery ammunition, see the word artillery, for the field, for the siege, and the defense of a fortified place. The French pack all their ammunition in wagons without either boxes or barrels, by means of partitions of wood. Their 12 Prince and 8 Prince wagons will contain each 14,000 musket cartridges, but their 4 Prince wagons will contain only 12,000 each. Amusette, see the word guns. Aprons of lead for guns, pounds large 1 foot long 10 inches wide 8 for weight. Small 6 inches for 1/2 1/12 arms small nature. Length of barrel. Diam of bore. Balls weight for proof. Service. FTIN inches. Ounce DRGR wall pieces for 6.98288257 musket 3 6.7616 11 1/2 1 112 carbine 3 0.610 14 13 012 11 pistol, common 1 2.5808 15 074 1/2 carbine 1 0.660 14 13 012 11 artillery. The proportion of artillery and ammunition necessary to accompany an army in the field, to lay siege to a fortified place, or to defend one, must depend upon so many circumstances, that it is almost impossible, in a small work of this kind, to lay down any satisfactory rules as guides on the subject. The following principles are, however, Drawn from the best authorities, 1st Artillery for the field. Field artillery is divided into battalion guns, artillery of the park, and horse artillery. The battalion guns include all the light pieces attached to regiments of the line, which they accompany in all maneuvers, to cover and support them. The following natures of field ordnance are attached to battalions of infantry, by different powers in Europe: French 2-4 PRS per battalion, English 2-6, Danes 2-3, Austrians 3-6, Prussians 2-6 PRS to a battalion in the first line, 2-3 PRS to a battalion in the second line, Hanoverians 2-3 PRS per battalion. The artillery of the park is composed of all natures of field ordnance. It is destined to form batteries of position, that is to say, to occupy advantageous situations, from which the greatest effect may be produced, in supporting the general movements of an army, without following it, like the battalion guns, through all the detail of its maneuvers. The park of artillery attached to an army in the field generally consists of twice as many pieces of different natures, varied according to the country in which it is to act, as there are battalions in the army. Gribovalli proposes the following proportion between the different natures of artillery for the park or reserve, viz. 2/5 of 12 PRS, 2/5 of 8 PRS and 3/5 of 4 PRS or reserve for battalion guns. In a difficult country, he says, it may be 1/4 of 12 PRS, 1/2 of 8 PRS and 1/4 of 4 PRS, and for every 100 pieces of cannon he allots 4 howitzers, but this proportion of howitzers is much smaller than what is generally given. Horse artillery. The French horse artillery consists of 8 PRS and 6-inch howitzers. The English of light 12 PRS, light 6 PRS and light 5 1/2-inch howitzers. The Austrian and Prussian horse artillery have 6 PRS and 5 1/2-inch howitzers. Ammunition for field artillery. A proportion of ammunition and stores for each nature of field ordnance, viz. 1 med 12 Prince 1 heavy 6 Prince 2 light 6 PRS, as they are always attached to battalions of infantry, and 1 5 1/2-inch howitzer, according to the British service. A equals 12 pounders, medium. B equals 6 pounders, heavy. C equals 2 light 6 pounders, D equals 5 1/2-inch howitzers. Proportion of ammunition and stores. ABCD shot fixed to wood bottoms, case 24 30 68 24 round 120 120 188 shells fixed 24 empty 120 carcasses fixed 4 cartridges of flannel filled with powder. 4 pounds 123 1/2 24 2 1/4 122 31 1/2 188 1 1/4 68 10 ounces 125 1 pound 144 12 ounces 28 cartridges, flannel, empty 12 12 112 do. Of paper for burst G 10 ounces 120 tubes of tin NP 172 178 560 190 port fires long small 18 62 18 fuses drove 132 powder, mealed pounds 1/2 traveling carriages and limbers 1121 aprons of lead 1121 sponges with staves and heads 2242 wide hooks, with staves 112 hand spikes traversing 2242 tampions, with collars 1121 trucks Hanoverian 121 straps for lashing side arms 38 tarpaulins gun 1121 limber 121 linstocks, with cocks 1121 drag ropes, with pins PRS 2242 padlocks, with keys 2354 match slow pounds 28 28 56 28 spikes spring 1121 common 2242 punches for vents 2242 barrels budge 1111 couples for chain traces 612 6 spare head sponge 1121 rammer 1121 hammers, Claw 1121 priming irons sets 1121 draft chains pairs 2132 powder horns NP1 water buckets French 1121 entrench G tools axes, felling 1121 pick 1121 handbills 1121 spades 2242 marlin, tarred skeins 111. 1 twine, do. 1 hambro line do. 1111 pack thread pounds 1 grease firkins 1111 boxes 3233 tallow pounds 1121 lanterns, dark 1111 jacks, lifting 1111 hand screw 1 wagons with hoops and painted covers, Flanders pattern 2112 wad miltilts 2112 tanned hides 2112 men's harness 12 to a set sets 1 horse harness new pattern rope, 6 do, sets 1 chain, 6 do, sets 1 trace, 4 do, sets 2111 common pattern thill 2 trace 4 bid halters 6 wanties 2132 hemp. Halters 14 10 10 12 whips, long 2, short 7 5 2 6 nose bags 14 10 10 12 corn sacks 3 2 3 3 forage cords, sets 3 2 3 3 rope, tarred 2 inch, fathoms 10 4 wagons lynch pins 2112 clouts body 4224 lynch 4224 clout nails, 6d. 64 32 32 64 spare ladle staves 1111 horses, 4 guns 6664, 4 wagons 8448 drivers, 4 guns 3322, 4 wagons 42142 boxes, with straps 2242 port fire sticks 2242 cutting knives 1121 drawing do. 1 size SARS, pairs 1121 worst, ounces 1/2 1 and 1/2 needles, large 2242 cartouches of leather 2242 copper measures for powder. 4 ounces 1122 11112 4 pounds to 1/4 ounces sets 1 thumb stalls 2242 perpendicular 1 quadrant of brass 1 diagonal scale 1 copper salting box 1 pincers for draw G fuses, pairs 1 sheepskins 2 funnels of copper 1 compasses of steel, pairs 1 saw, tenant 1 files, square 3 rasps, half round 2 flax, ounce 8 toe, ounce 4 saw set 1 mallets of wood 1 setters do. To this proportion of ammunition and stores is carried in the following manner: 12 Prince medium, has no limber boxes 2 but has 2 wagons attached to it, and the ammunition and stores divided between them. 6 Prince heavy, carries 36 round, and 14 case shot in limber boxes, with a proportion of the small stores, and the remainder is carried in 1 wagon. 6 Prince light, carries 34 round, and 16 case shot on the limber, with a proportion of the small stores for immediate service, and, if acting separately, of the small stores for immediate service, and, if acting separately, must have a wagon attached to it, to carry the remainder. But 2 6-pounders, attached to a battalion, have only 1 wagon between them. 5 1/2 Howar light, has 22 shells, 4 case shot, and 2 carcasses in the limber boxes, with such of the small stores as are required for immediate service, and has 2 wagons attached to carry the rest. 1 common pattern ammunition wagon carries the following numbers of rounds of ammunition of each nature. No of rounds 12 PRS medium, 72 6 PRS heavy, 126 PRS light, 156 3 PRS 288 5 1/2 Howar, 72 8 Howar, 24 musket. 20,003 The wagons, however, attached to the different parks of artillery in England, which have not been altered from the old establishment, are loaded with only the following number, and drawn by 3 horses, nature. No of rounds 12 PRS medium, 66 6 PRS heavy, 126 PRS light, 138 5 1/2 Howar. 60 The horse artillery having wagons of a particular description, carry their ammunition as follows: shot, shells, Carcasses. Total no with each piece. Round. Case. 12 PRS light, on the limber 124492 do. In one wagon 521010 6 PRS light, on the limber 328150 do. In one wagon 9713 5 1/2 in. How are on the limber 51373 do. In one wagon 104143 PRS heavy, Chemical 66136 do. Ammunition cart 124. The following proportion of artillery, ammunition, and carriages, necessary for 4 French armies of different degrees of strength, and acting in very different countries, is attributed to Gribovaly, and is extracted from Duertuby, on artillery. Armies. Flanders, Moselle, Rhine, Italy. Number of battalions 80 28 32 48 battalion guns 160 56 64 94 Park or Reserve 12 PRS 32 12 12 16 8 PRS 72 24 32 48 4 PRS 40 16 16 24 6-inch howitzers 8448 Total pieces of ordnance 312 112 128 192 Carriage for the ordnance including spare ones 12 PRS 36 14 14 18 8 PRS 81 27 36 54 4 PRS 215 78 90 129 6-inch howitzers 9559 Total ordnance carriages 341 124 145 210 Ammunition wagons 12 PRS 96 36 36 48 8 PRS 144 48 64 96 4 PRS 272 80 126-inch howitzers 24 12 8 24 wagons for musk. Cartridges 120 42 48 72 Large wagons for the Park 10 6 5 8 Total ammunition wagons 594 216 241 368 Smith's forges large 14 338 Small 334 Total forges 14 6 6 12 wagons for entrenching tools for artillery 27 10 12 16 The Army 20 10 12 16 Carriages for new iron 6 3 36 Wood for spring carriage ES 9337 Anchors, and C4 pontoons 4224 Total store carriages 66 28 32 49 Pontoons upon their carriages 36 18 18 36 Spare pontoon carriages 4224 Total pontoon carriages 40 20 20 40 Recapitulation. Ordnance pieces 312 112 128 192 Carriages ammunition 594 216 241 368 Ordnance carriages 141 124 145 210 Store 66 28 32 49 Pontoon 40 20 20 40 Forges 14 6 6 12 General total of carriages 1055 394 144 679 This table contains, beside the proportion of ordnance with each army, also the quantity of ammunition with each piece of ordnance, and the number of rounds of musket ammunition carried for the infantry, for each wagon in the French service, having its particular allotment of ammunition and stores. It needs but to know the number of wagons of each description, to ascertain the quantity of ammunition and stores with an army. The following is the number of wagons usually attached to each piece of field ordnance in the French service, and the quantity of ammunition carried with each. Nature of ordnance and number of wagons attached to each shot. Total with each piece. Round. Case. 12 prints on the carriage 9 213 3 wagons each containing 48 28 prints on the carriage 9 193 2 wagons each containing 62 34 prints on the carriage 18 168 1 wagon containing 156-inch howitzer on the carriage 4 163 wagons each containing shell 349 The French horse artillery wagon, called the worst, carries 57 rounds for 8-pounders, or 30 for 6-inch howitzers. The following is a proportion of ammunition for one piece of field artillery of each nature, by different powers in Europe. Nature: Austrians, Prussians, Danes. Hanoverians. Case: round. Case: round. Case: round. Case: round. 3 prints 40 184 20 90 58 177 50 156 36 176 30 150 53 166 48 144 12 44 94 20 130 44 128 50 150 howitzer 16 90 20 60 25 76 30 120 of the movements and positions of field artillery. Battalion guns. The following are the usual positions taken by battalion guns, in the most essential maneuvers of the battalion to which they are attached, but the established regulations for the movements of the infantry in the British service take so little notice of the relative situations for the artillery attached to it, that there is no authority for a guide on the subject. In review, both guns are to be placed, when, in line, on the right of the regiment, unlimbered and prepared for action. The guns 10 yards apart, and the left gun 10 yards from the right of the grenadiers. NOS 7 and 8 dress in line with the front rank of the regiment. The officer, at open order, will be in front of the interval between his guns, and in line with the officers of the regiment. When the regiment breaks into column, the guns will be limbered up and will by pairs to the left, the men form the line of march, and the officer marches round in front of the guns. In the review of a single battalion, it is usual after marching round the second time, for one of the guns to go to the rear, and fall in at the rear of the column. Upon the regiment wheeling on the left into line, the guns, if separated, will be unlimbered to the right, but if they are both upon the right, they must be wheeled to the right, and then unlimbered, and afterwards run up by hand, as thereby they do not interfere with the just formation of the line, by obstructing the view of the pivots. The usual method by which the guns take part in the firings while in line, is by 2 discharges from each piece, previous to the firing of the regiment, but this is usually regulated by the commanding officer, before the review. Though the guns when in line with the regiment in review, always remain in the intervals, in other situations of more consequence, every favorable spot which presents itself, from which the enemy can be more effectually annoyed, should be taken advantage of. In column, if advancing, the guns must be in front, if retreating, in the rear of the column. If in open column of more than one battalion, the guns in the center must be between the divisions, and when the column is closed, these guns must move to the outward flank of that division of the column, which leads the regiment to which they are attached. In changing front, or in forming the line from column, should the guns be on that flank of the battalion on which the new line is to be formed, they will commence firing to cover the formation. In retiring by alternate wings or divisions, the guns must be always with that body nearest the enemy. That is, they will not retire with the first half, but will remain in their position till the second half retires, and will then only retire to the flanks of the first half, and when it retires again, the guns will retire likewise, but only as far as the second half, and so on. When in hollow square, the guns will be placed at the weakest angles, and the limbers in the center of the square. In passing a bridge or defile in front, the guns will be the first to pass, unless from any particular position they can more effectually enfilade the defile, and thereby better open the passage for the infantry. But in retiring through a defile, the guns will remain to the last, to cover the retreat. General rule with very few variations: the guns should attend in all the movements of the battalion, that division of it, to which they are particularly attached, and every attention should be paid in thus adapting the movements of the guns to those of the regiment, that they be not entangled with the divisions of the line, and never so placed as to obstruct the view of the pivots, and thereby the just formation of the line, but should always seek those positions, from which the enemy can be most annoyed, and the troops to which they are attached, protected. If at any time the battalion guns of several regiments should be united and formed into brigades, their movements will then be the same as those for the artillery of the park. Artillery of the park. The artillery of the park is generally divided into brigades of 4 or 6 pieces, and a reserve, according to the force and extent of the front of an army. The reserve must be composed of about 1/6 of the park, and must be placed behind the first line. If the front of the army be extensive, the reserve must be divided. The following are the principal rules for the movements and positions of the brigades of artillery. They are mostly translated from the Aide Memoire, a new military work. In a defensive position, the guns of the largest caliber must be posted in those points, from whence the enemy can be discovered at the greatest distance, and from which may be seen the whole extent of his front. In an offensive position, the weakest points of the line must be strengthened by the largest calibers, and the most distant from the enemy, those heights on which the army in advancing may rest its flanks, must be secured by them, and from which the enemy may be fired upon obliquely. The guns should be placed as much as possible under cover. This is easily done upon heights, by keeping them so far back that the muzzles are only to be seen over them. By proper attention many situations may be found of which advantage may be taken for this purpose, such as banks, ditches, and sea everywhere to be met with. A battery in the field should never be discovered by the enemy till the very moment it is to open. The guns may be masked by being a little retired, or by being covered by troops, particularly cavalry. To enable the commanding officer of artillery to choose the proper positions for his field batteries, he should of course be made acquainted with the effect intended to be produced, with the troops that are to be supported, and with the points that are to be attacked, that he may place his artillery so as to support, but not incommode the infantry, nor take up such situations with his guns, as would be more advantageously occupied by the line. That he may not place his batteries too soon, nor too much exposed, that he may cover his front and his flanks, by taking advantage of the ground, and that he may not venture too far out of the protection of the troops, unless some very decided effect is to be obtained thereby. The guns must be so placed as to produce a cross-fire upon the position of the enemy, and upon all the ground which he must pass over in an attack. They must be separated into many small batteries, to divide the fire of the enemy, while the fire from all these batteries may at any time be united to produce a decided effect against any particular points. These points are the debouches of the enemy, the heads of their columns, and the weakest points in the front. In an attack of the enemy's position, the cross-fire of the guns must become direct, before it can impede the advance of the troops, and must annoy the enemy's positions nearest to the point attacked, when it is no longer safe to continue the fire upon that point itself. The shot from artillery should always take an enemy in the direction of its greatest dimension. It should therefore take a line obliquely or in flank, but a column in front. The artillery should never be placed in such a situation, that it can be taken by an enemy's battery obliquely, or in flank, or in the rear, unless a position under these circumstances offers every prospect of producing a most decided effect, before the guns can be destroyed or placed hors de combat. The most elevated positions are not the best for artillery. The greatest effects may be produced from a height of 30 or 40 yards at the distance of about 600 and about 16 yards of height to 200 of distance. Positions in the rear of the line are bad for artillery, because they alarm the troops, and offer a double object to the fire of the enemy. Positions which are not likely to be shifted, but from whence an effect may be produced during the whole of an action, are to be preferred, and in such positions a low breastwork of 2 or 3 feet high may be thrown up, to cover the carriages. Artillery should never fire against artillery, unless the enemy's troops are covered, and his artillery exposed, or unless your troops suffer more from the fire of his guns, than his troops do from yours. Never abandon your guns till the last extremity. The last discharges are the most destructive. They may perhaps be your salvation, and crown you with glory. The parks of artillery in Great Britain are composed of the following ordnance: 4 medium 12-pounders, 4 desaguliers 6-pounders, and 4 light 5 1/2-inch howitzers. The following is the proposed line of march for the 3 brigades when acting with different columns of troops, as settled, in 1798. 12-pounders. 6-pounders. Howitzers. 4 guns. 4 guns. 4 howitzers. 8 ammunition wagons. 4 ammunition wagons. 8 ammunition wagons. 1 forge cart. 1 forge cart. 1 forge cart. 1 store wagon, 1 store wagon. 1 store wagon. With a small proportion of stores and spare articles. 1 spare wagon. 1 spare wagon. 1 spare wagon. 1 wagon to carry bread, 1 wagon for bread, 1 wagon with bread and oats. And oats. And oats. 2 wagons with musket, 2 wagons with musket, 2 wagons with musket ball cartridges. Ball cartridges. Ball cartridges. 18 total, 14 total, 18 total 2D. Artillery and ammunition for a siege. Necessary considerations in forming an estimate for this service. The force, situation, and condition of the place to be besieged, whether it be susceptible of more than one attack, whether lines of circumvallation or countervallation will be necessary, whether it be situated upon a height, upon a rocky soil, upon good ground, or in a marsh, whether divided by a river, or in the neighborhood of one, whether the river will admit of forming inundations, its size and depth, whether the place be near a wood, and whether that wood can supply stuff for fascines, gabions, and c. whether it be situated near any other place where a depot can be formed to supply stores for the siege. Each of these circumstances will make a very considerable difference in proportioning the stores, and c. for a siege. More artillery will be required for a place susceptible of 2 attacks, than for the place which only admits of 1. For this last there must be fewer pieces of ordnance, but more ammunition for each piece. In case of lines being necessary, a great quantity of entrenching tools will be required, and a numerous field train of artillery. In case of being master of any garrison in the neighborhood of the besieged town, from whence supplies can readily be drawn, this must be regarded as a second park, and too great a quantity of stores need not be brought at once before the besieged place. The number of batteries to be opened before the place must determine the number of pieces of ordnance, and on the quantity of ordnance must depend the proportion of every species of stores for the service of the artillery. There must be a battery to enfilade every face of the work to be besieged, that can in any way annoy the besiegers in their approaches. These batteries, at least that part of them to be allotted for guns, need not be much longer than the breadth of the rampart to be enfiladed, and will not therefore hold more than 5 or 6 heavy guns, which, with 2 more to enfilade the opposite branch of the covered way, will give the number of guns for each ricochet battery. as the breaching batteries, from their situation, effectually mask the fire of the first or ricochet batteries, the same artillery generally serves for both. Having thus ascertained the number of heavy guns, the rest of the ordnance will bear the following proportion to them: mortars from 8-inch to 13-inch, about 1/3. Small mortars about 1/4. Heavy howitzers about 1/8. The fewer natures of ordnance which compose the demand the better, as a great deal of the confusion may be prevented, which arises from various natures of ammunition and stores being brought together. The carriages for the ordnance are generally as follows: for 24 PRS 5/6 the number of guns. For mortars, /9 the number of mortars. For howitzers, 3/4 the number of howitzers. For stone mortars, /7 the number of mortars. Ammunition for the ordnance: 24 PRS at 1,000 rounds per gun. Mortars, howitzers, and stone mortars, at 800 rounds per piece of ordnance. Duer to buy. The following proportion of artillery and ammunition was demanded by a very able officer, for the intended siege of Lille, in 1794, which place was thought susceptible of 2 attacks. 64 24 PRS with carriages complete, at 50 round shot per gun, per day, for the whole siege, half of them en ricochet, with 2 pounds of powder, the other half with the full charge of 8 pounds case and grape shot, at 1 round per gun, per day, of each, 6 pounds per charge. Shells for guns, 2 rounds due. Flannel cartridges, for the case, grape, and shells. Tin tubes for the case and grape. Quill tubes for the round shot. Spare. 28 10-inch mortars, on iron beds, at 50 shells each per day, for the whole siege. 3 pounds of powder charge 2 lbs 10 ounces for bursting. Pound shot 100 to a charge, 50 rounds per mortar each day for 10 mortars 7 days, 2 pounds of powder each. Hand grenades 25 to a charge, the same as the pound shot. Carcasses, round 1 per mortar, per day. 8 8-inch howitzers, on traveling carriages 30 shells for each per day, during the siege. Case shot 5 rounds per day each. Carcasses 1 per day each. Powder 1 pound per charge, 1 pound 14 ounces for bursting. 25 1/2-inch mortars, on wooden beds. 50 shells for each, per day, for the whole siege, charge 8 ounce 12 ounce for bursting. Flannel cartridges, for 1/3 the number of rounds. Tin tubes in the same proportion. Port fires, 1/2 the number of rounds with tubes. Fuses, to spare. Match, 50 cwt spare carriages for 24 PRS 7. 2 devil carriages. 6 sling carts. 6 block carriages. 3 forge carts. 3 store wagons, with iron and coals. 3 triangle gins, complete. 6 laboratory tents. 2 small petards. 4 grates for heating shot. Of the arrangement of artillery at a siege. The first arrangement of the artillery at a siege is to the different batteries raised near the first parallel, to enfilade the faces of the work on the front attacked, which fire on the approaches. If these first batteries be favorably situated, the artillery may be continued in them nearly the whole of the siege, and will save the erection of any other gun batteries, till the besiegers arrive on the crest of the glacis. It however frequently happens, from local circumstances, that the besiegers cannot avail themselves of the most advantageous situations for the first batteries. There are 4 situations from which the defenses of any face may be destroyed, but not from all with equal facility. The best position for the first batteries, is perpendicular to the prolongation of the face of the work to be enfiladed. If this position cannot be attained, the next that presents itself is, on that side of the prolongation which takes the face in reverse, and under as small an angle as possible. From both these positions the guns must fire and ricochet. But if the ground, or other circumstance, will not admit of either of these being occupied by ricochet batteries, the battery to destroy the fire of a face must be without the prolongation, so as to fire obliquely upon the outside of the face. The last position, in point of advantage, is directly parallel to the face. From these two last positions the guns must fire with the full charges. The second, or breaching batteries at a siege, are generally placed on the crest of the glacis, within 15 or 18 feet of the covered way, which space serves as the epaulement, but if the foot of the revetment cannot be seen from this situation, they must be placed in the covered way, within 15 feet of the counterscarp of the ditch. These batteries must be sunk as low as the solace of the embrasures, and are in fact but an enlargement of the sap, run for the lodgment on the glacis or in the covered way. In constructing a battery on the crest of the glacis, attention must be paid that none of the embrasures open upon the traverses of the covered way. These batteries should consist of at least 4 guns, and if the breadth between the traverses will not admit of this number, at the usual distances, the guns must be close to 15 or 12 feet from each other. The mortars are generally at first arranged in battery, adjoining the first gun batteries, or upon the prolongation of the capitals of the works, in which place they are certainly least exposed. Upon the establishment of the half parallels, batteries of howitzers may be formed in their extremities, to enfilade the branches of the covered way, and upon the formation of the third parallel, batteries of howitzers and stone mortars may be formed to enfilade the flanks of the bastions, and annoy the besieged in the covered way. In the lodgment on the glacis, stone and other mortars may also be placed, to drive the besieged from their defences. A great object in the establishment of all these batteries, is to make such an arrangement of them, that they mask the fire of each other as little as possible, and particularly of the first, or ricochet batteries. This may very well be prevented till the establishment on the crest of the glacis, when it becomes in some degree unavoidable. However, even the operations on the glacis may be so arranged, that the ricochet batteries be not masked till the breaching batteries be in a great state of forwardness, a very secure method, and which prevents the soldiers in trenches being alarmed by the shot passing over their heads, is to raise a parados, or parapet, in the rear of the trenches, at such parts where the fire from the besiegers' batteries crosses them. For further details on this subject, and for the manner of constructing batteries, see the word battery, also the words ricochet, breach, magazine, platform, and C3D. Artillery and ammunition for the defense of fortified place. It is usual in an estimate of artillery and ammunition for the defense of fortified places, to divide them into 8 classes, as follows: classes 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 garrisons 12,000 10,000 8,000 5,000 3,500 2,500 1,600 400 cannon 190 80 70 60 50 40 30 triangle gins 4322211 sling carts 4322211 jacks of sizes 4322211 truck carriages 6644222 ammunition carts, and C12 12 12 66622 tools for pioneers 9,000 6,000 5,000 4,000 3,500 3,000 1,000 1,000 miners 300 200 100 100 100 155 tools for 1/3 axes 1,200 900 600 500 450 300 150 150 cutting 2/3 billhooks forges, complete 6422211. The guns will be of the following calibers: 1/3 of 18 PRS, 1/3 of 12 PRS, and 1/3 of 24, 9, and 4 pounders in equal proportions. If the place does not possess any very extraordinary means of defense, it will be very respectably supplied with 800 rounds of ammunition per gun for the two larger calibers, and 900 for each of the others. Gun carriages 1/3 more than the number of guns. Mortars about 1/4 the number of guns in the three first classes, and 1/5 or 1/6 in the other classes. Of these 2/5 will be 13 or 10-inch mortars, and the rest of a smaller nature. Howitzers 1/4 the number of mortars. Stone mortars the number of guns. Shells 400 for each of the 10 and 13-inch mortars, and 600 for each of the smaller ones. Beds for mortars 1/3 to spare. Carriages for howitzers 1/3 to spare. Hand grenades 4 or 5,000 for the two first classes, 2,000 in the three following classes, and from 1,500 to 600 in the three last classes. Rampart grenades 2,000 for the first class, 1,000 for the four following classes, and 500 for the sixth class, none for the two last. Fuses 1/4 more than the number of shells. Bottoms of wood for stone mortars 400 per mortar. Sandbags 500 for every piece of ordnance in the large places, and 1/4 less in the small ones. Handspikes 10 per piece. Tackle falls for gins 1 for every 10 pieces to spare. Muskets 1 per soldier, and the same number to spare. Pistols, pairs 1/2 the number of muskets. Flints 50 per musket, and 10 per pistol. Lead or balls for small arms 30 pounds per musket. Powder for small arms 5 pounds for every musket in the garrison, including the spare ones. The above proportions are taken from Duertubis Manuel de l'Artilleur. The following method of regulating the management of the artillery, and estimating the probable expenditure of ammunition in the defense of a fortified place, is extracted from a valuable work on fortification lately published at Berlin. It is particularly applied to a regular hexagon. The siege is divided into 3 periods, viz. First, from the first investiture to the first opening of the trenches, about 5 days. 2d from the opening of the trenches to the effecting a lodgment on the glacis, about 18 days. 3d from this time to the capitulation, about 5 days. First period. 3 guns on the barbette of each bastion and on the barbettes of the ravelins in front of the gateways, half 24 PRS and half 18 PRS 439 PRS on the barbette of each of the other ravelins. 12 PRS and 12 4 PRS in reserve. 1 13-inch mortar in each bastion. 6 of 8-inch in the salient angles of the covered way. Do. In reserve. 10 stone mortars. The 12 PRS in reserve are to be ranged behind the curtain, on whichever side they may be required, and the 4 PRS in the outworks, all to fire and ricochet over the parapet. By this arrangement, the whole of the barbette guns are ready to act in any direction, till the side of attack is determined on, and with the addition of the reserve, 49 pieces may be opened upon the enemy the very first night they begin to work upon the trenches. The day succeeding the night on which the trenches are opened, and the side to be attacked determined, a new arrangement of the artillery must take place. All the 24 and 18 PRS must be removed to the front attacked, and the other bastions, if required, supplied with 12 PRS. The barbettes of the bastions on this front may have each 5 guns, and the 12 18 PRS may be ranged behind the curtain. The 6 mortars in reserve must be placed, 2 in each of the salient angles of the covered way of this front, and with those already there, mounted as howitzers 5 to fire down the prolongations of the capitals. 3 4-pounders in each of the salient places of arms of the ravelins on the attacked fronts, to fire over the palisading, and 5 9 PRS in the ravelin of this front. This arrangement will bring 47 guns, and 18 mortars to fire on the approaches after the first night, and with a few variations will be the disposition of the artillery for the second period of the siege. As soon as the enemy's batteries are fairly established, it will be no longer safe to continue the guns en barbette, but embrasures 6 must be opened for them, which embrasures must be occasionally masked, and the guns assume new directions, as the enemy's fire grows destructive, but may again be taken advantage of, as circumstances offer. As the enemy gets near the third parallel, the artillery must be withdrawn from the covered way to the ravelins, or to the ditch, if dry, or other favorable situations, and, by degrees, as the enemy advances, to the body of the place. During this period of the siege, the embrasures must be prepared in the flanks, in the curtain which joins them, and in the faces of the bastions which flank the ditch of the front ravelins. These embrasures must be all ready to open, and the heavy artillery mounted in them, the moment the enemy attempts a lodgment on the glacis. Every effort should be made to take advantage of this favorable moment, when the enemy, by their own works, must mask their former batteries, and before they are able to open their new ones. The expenditure of ammunition will be nearly as follows: first period of the siege 5 rounds per gun, per day, with only half the full charge, or 1/6 the weight of the shot, and for only such guns as can act. Second period 20 rounds per gun, per day, with 1/6 the weight of the shot. Third period 60 rounds per gun, per day, with the full charge, or 1/3 the weight of the shot. Mortars at 20 shells per day, from the first opening of the trenches to the capitulation. Stone mortars 80 rounds per mortar, for every 24 hours, from the establishment of the demi-parallels to the capitulation, about 13 days. Light, and fire balls 5 every night, for each mortar, from the opening of the trenches to the 8th day, and 3 from that time to the end. These amount to about 700 for guns, 400 for mortars, 1000 for stone dew. This proportion and arrangement is however made upon a supposition, that the place has no countermines to retard the progress of the besiegers, to a period beyond what is above mentioned, but the same author estimates, that a similar place, with the covered way properly countermined beforehand, and those countermines properly disputed, may retard a siege at least 2 months, and that if the other works be likewise effectually countermined and defended, the siege may be still prolonged another month. The above proportion is therefore to be further regulated, as the strength of the place is increased by these or any other means. These considerations should likewise be attended to, in the formation of an estimate of ammunition and stores for the siege of a fortified place. See carriage, platform, park, and the different natures of artillery, as gun, mortar, howitzer, and c. The small arms ammunition is estimated by this author as follows: 1/4 of a pound of gunpowder, or 10 rounds per day, per man, for all the ordinary guards. 1/4 pounds or 50 rounds per man, per 12 hours, for all extraordinary guards. 5/8 of a pound, or 25 rounds for every man on picket, during the period of his duty. Axletrees. See the word carriages. Balls of lead, of different natures. Nature. Number to 1 pound. Diameter in inches. Number made from 1 ton of lead. Wall pieces 6 3/4.89 14,760 muskets 14 1/2.68 32,480 carbine 20.60 44,800 pistol 34.51 78,048 7-barrel guns 46 1/2.46 104,160 lead balls are packed in boxes containing each 1 cwt. About 4 pounds of lead in the CWT are generally lost in casting. C. Shot. Barrels for powder. Their dimensions. Whole barrels. Half barrels. Quarter barrels. FTIN depth 19.6115.1312.25 diameter at top 13.6110.379.35 at bulge 15.3612. 10.71 at bottom 13.5110.319.41. The whole barrels are made to contain 100 pounds, and the half barrels 50 pounds of powder, but of late only 90 pounds have been put into the barrels, and 45 into the half barrels, which, by leaving the powder room to be shifted, preserves it the better. Budge barrels contain 38 pounds weight of barrel copper hoop, 10 pounds hazel hoop, 6 length of barrel 10 1/2 inches. Diameter 1 foot 1 inch. Baskets ballast, 1/2 bushel weight, 5 pounds diameter, 1 foot 6 inches length, 1 foot. Battery dimensions of batteries. 1 gun batteries. Gun batteries are usually 18 feet per gun. Their principal dimensions are as follow: ditch breadth 12 feet. Depth 8 note. These dimensions give for a battery of 2 guns 3,456 cubic feet of earth, and must be varied according to the quantity required for the epaulement. Epaulement breadth at bottom 23 feet. At top 18, height within 7 without 6 feet 4 inches. Slope, interior superscript 2/7 of height. Exterior 1/2 of height. Note: the above breadths at top and bottom are for the worst soil. Good earth will not require a base of more than 20 feet wide, which will reduce the breadth at top to 15 feet. An epaulement of these dimensions for 2 guns will require about 4,200 cubic feet of earth, and deducting 300 cubic feet for each embrasure, leaves 3,600 required for the epaulement. In confined situations, the breadth of the epaulement may be only 12 feet. Embrasures distance between their centers 18 feet. Openings, interior 20 inches. Exterior 9 feet. Height of the sole above the platform 32 inches. Note: where the epaulement is made of a reduced breadth, the openings of the embrasures are made with the usual breadth within, but the exterior openings proportionally less. The embrasures are sometimes only 12 feet asunder, or even less when the ground is very confined. The superior slope of the epaulement need be very little, where it is not to be defended by small arms. The slope of the sole of the embrasures must depend upon the height of the object to be fired at. The berm is usually made 3 feet wide, and where the soil is loose, this breadth is increased to 4 feet. 2 howitzer batteries. The dimensions of howitzer batteries are the same as those for guns, except that the interior openings of the embrasures are 2 feet 6 inches, and the solace of the embrasures have a slope inwards of about 10 degrees. 3 mortar batteries are also made of the same dimensions as gun batteries, but an exact adherence to those dimensions is not so necessary. They have no embrasures. The mortars are commonly placed 15 feet from each other, and about 12 feet from the epaulement. Note: though it has been generally customary to fix mortars at 45 degrees, and to place them at the distance of 12 feet from the epaulement, yet many advantages would often arise from firing them at lower angles, and which may be done by removing them to a greater distance from the epaulement, but where they would be in equal security. If the mortars were placed at the undermentioned distances from the epaulement, they might be fired at the angles corresponding, at 13 feet distance for firing at 30 degrees. 21 20 30 15 40 10 over an epaulement of 8 feet high. A French author asserts that all ricochet batteries, whether for howitzers or guns, might be made after this principle, without the inconvenience of embrasures, and the superior slope of the epaulement being inwards instead of outwards, would greatly facilitate this mode of firing. If the situation will admit of the battery being sunk, even as low as the solace of the embrasures, a great deal of labor may be saved. In batteries without embrasures, this method may almost always be adopted, and it becomes in some situations absolutely necessary in order to obtain earth for the epaulement, for when a battery is to be formed on the crest of the glacis, or on the edge of the counterscarp of the ditch, there can be no excavation but in the rear of the battery. For batteries on a coast generally consist of only an epaulement, without much attention being paid to the ditch. They are, however, sometimes made with embrasures, like a common gun battery, but the guns are more generally mounted on traversing platforms, and fire over the epaulement. When this is the case, the guns can seldom be placed nearer than 3½ fathoms from each other. The generality of military writers prefer low situations for coast batteries, but M. Gribovaly lays down some rules for the heights of coast batteries, which place them in such security, as to enable them to produce their greatest effect. He says the height of a battery of this kind, above the level of the sea, must depend upon the distance of the principal objects it has to protect or annoy. The shot from a battery to ricochet with effect, should strike the water at an angle of about 4 or 5 degrees at the distance of 200 yards. Therefore the distance of the object must be the radius, and the height of the battery the tangent to this angle of 4 or 5 degrees, which will be, at the above distance of 200 yards, about 14 yards. At this height, he says, a battery may ricochet vessels in perfect security, for their ricochet being only from a height of 4 or 5 yards, can have no effect against the battery. The ground in front of a battery should be cut in steps, the more effectually to destroy the ricochet of the enemy. In case a ship can approach the battery so as to fire musketry from her tops, a few light pieces placed higher up on the bank, will soon dislodge the men from that position, by a few discharges of case shot. It is also easy to keep vessels at a distance by carcasses, or other fire balls, which they are always in dread of. Duerteby estimates, that a battery of 4 or 5 guns, well posted, will be a match for a first-rate man of war. To estimate the materials for a battery. Fascines of 9 feet long are the most convenient for forming a battery, because they are easily carried, and they answer to most parts of the battery without cutting. The embrasures are however better lined with fascines of 18 feet. The following will be nearly the number required for a fascine battery of 2 guns or howitzers: 90 fascines of 9 feet long. 20 fascines of 18 feet for the embrasures. This number will face the outside as well as the inside of the epaulement, which if the earth be stiff, will not always be necessary, at least not higher than the solace of the embrasures on the outside. This will require 5 of 9 feet for each merlin less than the above. A mortar battery will not require any long fascines for the lining of the embrasures. The simplest method of ascertaining the number of fascines for a mortar battery, or for any other plain breastwork, is to divide the length of work to be fascined in feet, by the length of each fascine in feet, for the number required for one layer, which being multiplied by the number of layers required, will of course give the number of fascines for facing the whole surface. If a battery be so exposed as to require a shoulder to cover it in flank, about 50 fascines of 9 feet each will be required for each shoulder. Each fascine of 18 feet will require 7 pickets. 9 feet for 12 workmen of the line, and 8 of the artillery, are generally allotted to each gun. If to the above proportion of materials, and C for a battery of 2 guns, there be added for each additional gun, 30 fascines of 9 feet, and 10 of 18 feet, with 12 workmen, the quantity may easily be found for a battery of any number of pieces. The workmen are generally thus disposed: 1/2 the men of the line in the ditch at 3 feet asunder, who throw the earth upon the berm, 1/4 upon the berm at 6 feet asunder, to throw the earth upon the epaulement, and the other quarter on the epaulement, to level the earth, and beat it down. The artillery men carry on the fascine work, and level the interior for the platforms. This number of workmen may complete a battery in 36 hours, allowing 216 cubic feet TNB dug and thrown up, by each man in the ditch in 24 hours. Tools for the construction of a battery. In trenching 1/2 times the number of workmen required, half to be pickaxes, and half shovels or spades, according to the soil. Mallets 3 per gun. Earth rammers 3 per gun. Crosscut saws 1 to every 2 guns. Handbills or hatchets 2 per gun. This estimate of tools and workmen does not include what may be required for making up the fascines, or preparing the other materials, but supposes them ready prepared. For these articles, see the words fascine, gabion, platform, and for the construction of field magazines for batteries, see the word magazine. Note: the following estimate of the quantity of earth which may be removed by a certain number of workmen in a given time, may serve to give some idea of the time required to raise any kind of works. 500 common wheelbarrows will contain 2 cubic toises of earth, and may be wheeled by one man, in summer, to the distance of 20 yards up a ramp, and 30 on a horizontal plane, in one day. In doing which he will pass over, going and returning, about 4 leagues in the first case, and 6 in the last. Most men, however, will not wheel more than 1/3 toise per day. 4 men will remove the same quantity to 4 times the distance. In a soil easy to be dug, one man can fill the 500 barrows in a day, but if the ground be hard, the number of fillers must be augmented, so as to keep pace with the wheelbarrow man. Beds for mortars. Nature. Weight. Tonnage. Len. Brie. HTC. Q. Pound T. C. Q foot in. Foot in. Foot in. C38 313 332 13 Landwood 21 27160702623 Iron 50 002 10 06 33116 C32 214 222 10 Landwood 10 020 0426 18110 Iron 23 0013 0482 4111 half 5 1 half Wood 1022 0202 10 4 2/5 Wood 0311 01224 1 half 1209 Stool beds for guns. Inch. IN 42 pounders 0120 0102 10 11 to 8 3 4 3 3 4 32 01 14 0102 10 10 5 1 half 3 1 4 24 01 14 0102 9 10 1 4 6 1 half 4 18 01 12 0102 8 9 1 half 6 1 half 3 3 4 12 01 10 002 2 thirds 2 8 10 6 1 half 4 9 01 40 02279 1 half 5 1 half 3 1 half 6 0 1 0 0 0 1 3 4 2 6 9 4 3 4 3 1 half 4 0 1 0 0 0 1 2 6 8 1 4 5 1 4 3 Boxes for ammunition. The dimensions of the common ammunition boxes vary according to the ammunition they are made to contain, in order that it may pack tight. This variation, however, is confined to a few inches, and does not exceed the following numbers. Table of general dimensions of ammunition boxes. Exterior. Weight when empty. Length. Breadth. Depth. Feet inch. Feet inch. Feet inch. LBS. From 2201008 1 half 20 to 29161630 weight when filled, and number contained in each. Nature of ammunition. Weight of boxes when filled with ammunition. No of rounds contained in each box. C. Q. Pound no. Shot fixed with powder 12 PRS round 1 110 8 case. 03 15 66 PRS round 127 12 case. 10 15 12 3 PRS round 02 25 16 case. 02 23 14 B shot fixed to wood bottoms without powder. 24 PRS round 11 26 60 case. 2006X12 PRS round 12 2012 E case. 1222 8S6 PRS round 12 2024 case. 1112 18 F3 PRS round 11030 O case. 11030 R how R case. 811235 half 1212 10 4 2 fifths 12 22 20 shells. How are shells. 8F 12 26 35 half I 12 12 10 4 2 fifths X 12 22 20 ED. The common ammunition wagon will hold from 9 to 13 of these boxes in one tier. The tonnage of ammunition in boxes is equal to its weight, about 12 boxes make 1 ton. Bomb catch. The bomb catches upon the old establishment carry one 13-inch and one 10-inch mortar, with 8 6-pounders, besides swivels, for their own immediate defense. The modern bomb vessels carry 2 10-inch mortars, 4 68-pounders, and 6 18-pounders carronades, and the mortars may be fired at as low an angle as 20 degrees, though these mortars are not intended to be used at sea, but on very particular occasions, their principal intention, at these low angles, being to cover the landing of troops, and protect our coast and harbors. A bomb catch is generally from 60 to 70 feet long from stem to stern, and draws 8 or 9 feet water. The tender is generally a brig, on board of which the party of artillery remain, till their services are required on board the bomb vessel. Instructions for their management and security in action. 1. A Dutch pump, filled with water, must be placed in each round top, one upon the forecastle, one on the main deck, and one on the quarter deck, and furnished with leather buckets, for a fresh supply of water. 2. The booms must be wetted by the pumps before the tarpaulins and mortar hatches are taken off, and a wooden screen, 5 feet square is to be hung under the booms, over each mortar, to receive the fire from the vents. 3. The embrasures being fixed and properly secured, the port must be let down low enough to be covered by the sole of the embrasure. Previous to its being let down, a spar must be lashed across it, to which the tackles for raising it again must be fixed. This spar serves to project the tackles clear of the explosion. 4. The mortars must not be fired through the embrasures at a lower angle than 20 degrees, nor with a greater charge than 5 pounds of powder. 5. Previous to firing, the doors of the bulkhead, under the quarter deck, must be shut, to prevent the cabin being injured by the explosion. 6. The bed must be wedged in the circular curb, as soon as the mortar is pointed, to prevent reaction, the first wedge being driven tight before the rear ones are fixed, in order to give the full bearing on the table, as well as the rear of the bed. The holes for dog bolts must be corked up, to prevent the sparks falling into them. 7. When any shells are to be used on board the bomb, they must be fixed on board the tender, and brought from thence, in boxes in her long boat, and kept alongside the bomb ship till wanted, carefully covered up. 8. In the old constructed bomb vessels it is necessary to hoist out the booms, and raft them alongside previous to firing, but in these new ones, with embrasures, only the boats need be hoisted out, after which the mortars may be prepared for action in 10 minutes. Proportion of ordnance and ammunition for a bomb ship, carrying 2 10-inch mortars, to fire at low angles, and at 45 degrees, 468 PRS and 68 PRS carronades. Nature. In the bomb ship. Tender. Total. Mortars, C service with beds, and C 10-inch 2 coins for due 2 for 45 degree 2 for 20 degrees elevation, for 4 capscaries, with keys, and C spare 2 hand spikes, large for 4 sponges, with rammer heads 4 hand screws, small 2 hand crow levers 6 feet 4 hand spikes, common 6 linstocks, with cocks 4 powder horns, new pattern 4 match CWTS. 1 Marlin skeins 12 budge barrels, copper hooped 1 lanterns, Muscovy 224 dark 224 carronades, 68 PRS 18 PRS 66 having sliding carriages, elevating screws, sponges, rammers and C complete. Gun tackles, complete for 4 traversing mortars, 12 PRS wads, 68 PRS 270 270 540, 18 PRS 480 180 660 muskets bright 32 black 8 pistols, pairs 15 swords 40 pole axes 6 pikes 40 musketuns 2 flints, musket 900 pistol 150 ball cartridges, musket 2000 pistol 2000 shot, musket, CWTS. QRS pounds 1.0.0 1.0.0 pistol, 0.1.1 0.1.1 round carcasses, fixed, 10-inch 48 152 200 empty shells, 10-inch 48 352 400 iron shot, 1 pound 1000 4000 5000 fixed shells, 10-inch 48 case shot, 68 PRS carronades 20 40 empty shells, 8 inches. 4 carronades 52 100 152 shot, round, 68 PRS 50 100 carcasses, do. 68 PRS 96 104 200 shot, round, 18 PRS 300 case shot, 18 PRS 30 60 carcasses, do. Fixed, 18 PRS 150 300 hand shells, fixed, C service 150 fuses for do. Spare 15 paper covers for cart guess, 10 inches. 106 609 715, 68 prints 293 301 594, 18 PR 258 198 726 flannel cartridges, empty to hold 5 pounds 106 for 10 inches. Mortars do. 10 pounds 609 flannel cartridges, empty to hold 5 pounds 293 151 594 for 68 PRS carronades do. 4 pounds 150 flannel cartridges, empty 528 148 726 for 18 PRS to hold 1/2 pounds paper cartridges, for bursting, 352 10 inches, empty paper cartridges, for bursting, 8 inches, empty 100 do. Filled with 2 pounds 10 ounces for 10 inches. 48 do. Filled with 114 for 8 inches. 52 fuses, drove, 10-inch 57 388 445 857 110 167 Valencians composition 200 for 10 inches. Shells, at 14 ounces each, pounds 175 768 for 10 inches. Shells, at 9 ounces each, pounds 42 tube boxes, tin 12 fuse composition, 4 priming carcasses, pounds 10 powder bags 6 port fires 200 quick match, cotton. Pounds 20 spirits of wine, gals. 4 kid pounds 80 bottoms of wood, 10 inch. 10 40 50 signal rockets, 1 pound dozen 22 blue lights 3 gunpowder for the mortars and 72 150 222 carronades, half barrels powder for priming, do. 1 powder for bursting, do. 28 with all the small articles which usually attend mortars on every service, and the articles necessary for the service of carronades at sea. Laboratory chests, 4 feet 2 3 feet 2 hand pumps for wetting the rigging, and C66 leather buckets 24 breach the batteries. To make a breach, should commence by marking out as near as possible, the extent of the breach intended to be made, first, by a horizontal line within a fathom of the bottom of the revetment in a dry ditch, and close to the water's edge in a wet one, and then by lines perpendicular to this line, at short distances from each other, as high as the cordon. Then, by continuing to deepen all these cuts, the wall will give way in a body. The guns to produce the greatest effect should be fired as near as possible in salvos or volleys. The breach should be 1/3 the length of the face, from the center towards the flanked angle. When the wall has given way, the firing must be continued to make the slope of the breach practicable. 4 24-pounders from the lodgment in the covered way will effect a breach in 4 or 5 days, which may be made practicable in 3 days more. Another way of making a breach is by piercing the wall sufficiently to admit 2 or 3 miners, who cross the ditch, and make their entry during the night into the wall, where they establish 2 or 3 small mines, sufficient to make a breach. See artillery at a siege, see also battery. Bridges. Manner of laying a pontoon bridge across a river. The bank on each side, where the ends of the bridge are to be, must be made solid and firm, by means of fascines, or otherwise. One end of the cable must be carried across the river, and being fixed to a picket, or anything firm, must be drawn tight by means of a capstan, across where the heads of the boats are to be ranged. The boats are then launched, having on board each 2 men, and the necessary ropes and are floated down the stream, under the cable, to which they are lashed endwise, by the rings and small ropes, at equal distances, and about their own breadth asunder, more or less, according to the strength required. If the river be very rapid, a second cable must be stretched across it, parallel to the first, and at the distance of the length of the boats, and to which the other ends of the boats must be lashed. The spring lines are then lashed diagonally from one boat to the other, to brace them tight, and the anchors, if necessary, carried out, up the stream, and fixed to the cable or sheer line across the river. One of the chesses is then laid on the edge of the bank, at each end of the bridge, bottom up. These serve to lay the ends of the box upon, and as a direction for placing them at the proper distances, to fit the chesses that cover the bridge. The box should then be laid across the boats, and keyed together, their numbers proportioned to the strength required in the bridge. If the gangboards are laid across the heads and sterns of the boats from one side of the river to the other, they will give the men a footing for doing the rest of the work. Across the box are laid the chesses, one after another, the edges to meet, and the box running between the cross pieces on the underside of the chesses. The gangboards are then laid across the ends of the chesses on each edge of the bridge. Precautions for passing a bridge of boats. Whatever size the bridge may be, infantry should never be allowed to pass at the same time with carriages or cavalry. The carriages should always move at a certain distance behind each other, that the bridge may not be shook, by being overloaded. The horses should not be allowed to trot over the bridge, and the cavalry should dismount and lead their horses over. Large flocks of cattle must not be allowed to cross at once. For the dimensions, weight, and equipage of a pontoon, see the word pontoon. When bridges are made to facilitate the communication between different parts of the approaches at a siege, they should, if possible, be placed above the town, or the besieged will take advantage of the current to float down large trees, or other bodies, in order to destroy the bridge. 2 of such bridges should always be placed close to each other, in order to prevent the confusion of crossing and recrossing on the same bridge, the one being intended to pass over one way, and the other to return. Pontoon bridges will generally not support a greater weight than 4 or 5,000 pounds. Pontoons, when united as a bridge, will no doubt bear more in proportion, than when acted upon separately, but the weight which a pontoon will bear may be easily ascertained, by loading it with water till it sinks to any required depth, and then by calculating the number of cubic feet of water it contains, ascertain the number of pounds required to sink it to that particular depth. See amp. With some trifling variations, camps are formed after the same manner in all countries. This principle seems general, that there should not be more ground occupied by the camp of a body of men, in front, than the extent of their line when drawn out in order of battle. Intervals are however generally left between battalions of infantry of about 1/8 their front, and between squadrons of cavalry of 30 or 40 paces. An army is sometimes encamped in 2 lines, and sometimes in 3, the distance between the lines varies according to the face of the country, from 200 to 600 yards, or more. In the distribution of the front of a camp, 2 feet are generally allowed for every file of infantry, and 3 feet for each file of cavalry. When the ground will admit of it, the infantry are usually arranged in rows perpendicular to the front, each row containing the tents of one company, and the cavalry in the same position, each perpendicular row containing the horses of a troop. The grenadiers and light infantry are usually placed in single rows on the flanks, and the battalion companies in double rows. A single row, or one company, occupies in front 9 feet, and a double row, or 2 companies, 21 feet, if formed of the old pattern rectangular tents, which hold only 5 men each. But if the new bell tents are used, 15 feet must be allowed for a single row, and 30 feet for a double row in front. In the cavalry, a row or troop occupies in front as follow: old tents, new tents. Tent 3 yards. 5 yards, from the front pole of the 3-3 tent to picket rope for the horse. 6-6 for the dung. 2-2 14 yards. 16 yards. The breadth of a row in front, whether of infantry or cavalry, being multiplied by the number of rows, and the product subtracted from the whole extent of front for a battalion of infantry, or a squadron of cavalry, will leave the space for the streets, which are generally divided as follows: for the infantry, 59 1/2 feet each. For the cavalry, 30 feet each between the tents. 46 feet horses. The following is the distribution of the depth of a camp of infantry or cavalry, when the ground permits. Distribution of the depth of a camp. Infantry. Cavalry. Yards from the quarter guard parade to the line of parade of battalion. Line of parade of battalion. 62 from this first line of parade to the front of the sergeant's tent. 16 quartermasters. 24 NB. These tents open to the front. To the first picket of horses 5 infantry, for every tent in depth. Old pattern, 9 feet. New pattern, 15 feet. Cavalry, for every horse, 3 feet. The soldiers' tents for the infantry open to the streets. The cavalry tents front to the horses' heads. Suppose infantry 12 tents deep. Opad 36 60 cavalry, 60 horses from the last tent of infantry, or the last horse of the cavalry, to the front of the subalterns' tents. 15 12 These tents open to the rear. To the front of the line of captains. 15 15 These open to the front. The captains, and subalterns in the rear of their troops or companies. To the front of the field officers. 10 15 Open to the front, opposite the outside street of the battalion. To the colonels. 10 10 Opens to the front, opposite the main street of the battalion. To the staff officers 14, open up the streets next the main street 10, to the first row of batmen's tents 10, the batmen's tents front their horses. To the first row of pickets for bat horses 215, to the second row of ditto 10, to the second row of batmen 2, to the front of the Grand Sutler's tent 10, the Grand Sutler is in the rear of the colonel. To the center of the kitchens 1520, the kitchens are 16 feet in diameter. To the front of the petty sutlers 1515, directly in the rear of the kitchens, there are allowed 6 yards in front by 8 deep. To the rear guard 1515 opens to the rear. Total depth required yards 253, 220 if the ground on which the camp is to be formed will not, from a swamp in the rear, or any other circumstance, admit of each troop or company being formed in one row perpendicular to the front, the distribution of the front of a battalion or squadron must be more contracted than the above, and laid out as follows. Find how many perpendicular rows will be required, by dividing the number of men in the battalion or squadron by the number the ground will admit of. In one row, then the number of rows being multiplied by the breadth of one in front, will give that part of the front to be occupied by the rows, and the difference between it and the whole front allowed for the battalion or squadron, will be left for the streets, which, if the streets are to be equal, must be divided by their number, to find the breadth of each, or is otherwise easily divided into streets of unequal breadths. When 2 guns are attached to a battalion, they are posted on the right in the following order: from the right of battalion to the center of the first gun, 4 yards from this to the second gun, 6 yards the muzzles of the guns in a line with the sergeant's tents. The subaltern of artillery, if any, in a line with the subalterns of infantry, the rear of the gunner's tents in a line with the rear of the battalion tents. For the proper positions for camps, see the word reconnoitering, and for the encampment of a park of artillery, see the word park. Carcasses composition. Saltpetre 50 parts. Sulfur 25, antimony 5, rosin 8, pitch 5. Valenciennes composition, so called, from its having been used by the Austrians at the siege of that place, has the effect of making shells answer the purpose of carcasses after they burst. Saltpetre 50 parts. Sulfur 28, antimony 18, rosin, or Swedish pitch 6. This composition is cast in copper cylindric molds of 6 inches long, and of different diameters according to the shell in which it is to be used. It must be put in along with the bursting powder in pieces as large as the shell will admit, without preventing the fuse being driven down. Carcasses, their dimensions and weight, 1796. Nature. Weight. Time each will burn. Empty. Of composition. Complete. Round, 4 pounds ounce dr pounds ounce dr pounds ounce dr. Min mortars and hours. 13 194 10 11 18 14 213 8 16 11 10 89 13 11 7 8 11 97 6 11 8 1 half 8 44 9 5 4 4 11 48 14 5 1 half for guns 42 27 3 2 7 11 29 10 11 5 32 20 13 5 1 14 5 22 11 11 4 1 half 24 14 12 1 9 11 16 5 11 4 18 11 13 11 1 1 5 12 15 4 for carronades 68 42 26 2 7 28 7 4 1 half 32 21 10 1 13 23 7 4 24 14 5 2 5 16 10 3 1 half 18 10 4 1 2 11 6 3 oblong, 4 mortars and hours. 10 36 7 5 35 10 72 1 5 12 8 16 5 5 18 2 34 7 5 10 5 1 half 1 12 2 6 15 8 11 3 6 4 2 fifths 1 0 6 3 11 7 4 11 13 4. Note: it being found at the siege of Quebec, that the quantity of powder requisite for throwing the carcasses into the town, always destroyed them, the method of filling the interval between the powder and carcass with turf was adopted, and found to preserve the carcass, and to produce every desired effect. Carronades, their weight and dimensions. Nature. Diameter of bores. Length in weight. Proportion between the shot and carronade. FTIN calib. CWTQR pound 68 PRS 8.05527.7023659 to 1405.9622942 6.8443 half 7.51822 158 to 132 6.3540 half 7.679 1714 to 124 5.6837 half 7.656 1356 to 1306.336 11 225 18 5.16337.587 56 to 1245.4478 125 12 4.522 5.7785 310 to 1 NB carronades have not so much windage as guns. See windage. Ranges with carronades, 1798. The charge is superscript 1/2 the weight of the shot and with 1 shot and 1 wad. The line of fire from 6 to 9 feet above the level of the water. Nature. 68 42 32 24 18 12 charge. 5 pounds 8 ounces 3 pounds 8 ounces 2 pounds 10 ounces 2 pounds 1 pound 8 ounces 1 pound 10 ounces yards P blank 450 400 330 300 270 231 degrees 650 600 560 500 470 402 890 860 830 780 730 693 1980 900 870 800 744 1100 1020 970 920 870 810 5 1180 1170 1087 1050 1870. Note the highest charge for carronades is 1/8 the weight of the shot, the lowest superscript 1/6. Ranges with 8-inch shells, from 68 Prince carronades. Shells weight charge. Flight. Elevation. First graze. Extreme range. Pounds ounce 4311 3 pounds 1 1/2 PB 302 136535 degrees 1144 1 1/2 1358 184355 1137 1250 11 1/2 1767 carriage weight of field carriages at present in use. Horse artillery carriages. CWTS. QRS pounds CWTS. QRS pounds 12 PRS gun and carriage complete for 45014 service, with 2 men, and their appointments on the limber, and 16 rounds of ammunition. Ammunition wagon for due. Complete, 3330 with 2 men on the limber and 1 spare wheel, 2 spare shafts, 78 rounds of ammunition 6 PRS equipped as above, with 42 rounds 34 121 ammunition wagon as above, 108 rounds 39 021 5 1/2 inch howitzer, equipped as above, 3530 with 20 rounds ammunition wagon for due. As above, 3920 with 52 rounds forge wagon, complete for traveling 19-14 large tilted baggage wagon, empty 1830 equipage to be carried 1200 12 PRS med gun, carriage, without boxes 16 120 142 7 limber to do. 7-14 gun 1812 Prince light gun 1236 221 carriage complete 1237 limber, with empty boxes 12-3-14 6 PRS Desaguliers 12-34 113 carriage complete 11-14 limber, to do. Empty boxes 11-27 6 PRS Light Battalion gun 6-24 121 carriage without boxes, Iron axle trees 9-2 limber, with empty boxes 8-3 21 5 1/2 inch howitzer, light 4-3 7 24 14 carriage, without boxes 10-7 limber, with empty boxes 9-1 24 PRS platform traveling carriage 22-3 84 216 standing carriage for do. Iron trucks, and tackles of the carriage 13-3 16 iron gun 48 ball cartridge wagon, Duke of Richmond's pattern, with spare pole and swingle trees 16-1 17 36 1 17 charge of musket ammunition 20 common pattern ammunition wagon, altered 16-2 36 2 charge of ammunition 20 new infantry ammunition cart 9-1 14 21 1 14 charge of ammunition 12 common sling cart, complete 17-1 14 common truck carriage 12-2 21 common handcart 4-1 forge wagon, complete 13-2 14 dimensions of certain parts of carriages, the knowledge of which may prevent many mistakes in arranging the different pieces for disembarkation, or in other similar situations. Axle trees. Most of the field carriages are now made with iron axle trees, the dimensions of which are as follows: iron axle trees. Diameter of the arm. Length of arm. At the shoulder. At the point. Box, or nave part. Washer part. Total length to linchpin. Inch. 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 6 prints light 3 prints heavy 5 1/2 inch howitzer ammunition. Wagon ball cartridge do. 2 3/4 1 3/4 13 and 5/8 13 5/8 whether horse artillery or the park, whether limber or carriage light 12 pounder 3 1/4 2 1/4 16 and 3/4 16 3/4 and limber medium 12 prints 3 1/2 2 1/2 16 and 3/4 16 3/4 limber to do. 2 3/4 2 13 and 5/8 13 5/8 wood axle trees. Carriage. Limber. D of arm. Length of nave. D of arm. Length of nave. At shoulder. At point. At shoulder. At point. Inch. 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 24 PRS heavy 7 4.9 18 6 3.3 16 12 PRS med 6 4 16 6 4 12 6 PRS DARS 5 1/2 3 1/2 13 1/2 5 1/2 3 1/2 13 1/2 6 PRS light 5 3 13 5 3 13 3 PRS DARS 2 1/2 1 1/4 2 1/2 1 1/4 3 PRS light howitzer 8 inches 6 1/2 17 5 1/2 15, 5 1/2 I and 5 1/2 13 4 1/4 11 1/2, 4 2/5 I and 4 1/2 12 4 10 4 hind ammunition 5 2.9 14 5 2.9 13 wagon, with folding sides close bodied 5 3.3 14 5 2.9 14 ammunition wagon. Diameter of the wheels of the field carriages at present in use, diameter. All the horse artillery carriages, limbers, 5 feet. And wagons, the heavy 6 PRS and long 3 PRS and their limbers, the carriage of a 6 Prince battalion gun, and a light 5 1/2 inch howitzer, the hind wheels of a common ammunition wagon limber to light 6 Prince and 5 1/2 howitzer, 4 feet 8 inches. Med 12 Prince limber, 4 feet 6 in carriage, 4 feet 8 inches. Sling cart 5 feet 8 inches. 4 wheels of an ammunition wagon, 4 feet. Pontoon carriage for 3 feet. Hind 5 feet 6 inches. 8-inch howitzer limber 4 feet. Carriage 5 feet. Ball ammunition cart 5 feet. 24 PRS platform carriage for 4 feet. Hind 4 feet 2 inches. Dimensions and weight of standing gun carriages. Nature. 32 24 18 12 9 6 feet in. FT in. FT in. FT in. FT in. FT in. Axle trees, length 4947433936 1/2 side pieces, length 646059565350 hole height to trunnion beds 292726232120 weight of carriage, CTQR bed and coins 908070603323 carriages on a march. See marching. For wood of which carriages are made, see the word wood. Cartridges for guns. Of paper. Weight of 1 dozen. Length. Tonnage. N. Packed in 3/4 ton vat pounders. Pounds ounce DRFTIN number. 42300241 32300241 300241 24024 24024 24024 2004 117 2203 117 2200 of flannel. 42 and 32 22023 the tonnage 24 heavy 112 110 of flannel medium 16015 cartridges is light 11810 and 1/5 more than 18 16023 that of paper. 12 heavy 13016 medium 011012 light 080010 9010 0146 heavy 014011 medium light 050091 1/2 306008 13-inch mortar 12816 10 010 811 1/2 807 0105 1/2 040009 4/2 03007 8 inches howitzer 010 811 1/2 5 1/2 04809 1/2 4 2/5 04009 1/2 cartridges for small arms. A equals powder contained in each cartridge. B equals N of each tied in one bundle. Nature. A, B, N. Contained in one barrel. Weight of one barrel filled one sheet of paper makes whole. Half. Whole. Half. DRMSN. N. N. CTQR pound N. Wall pieces 10 6 1400 500 22 19 3 24 6 Musquet 6 10 2100 1001 3 10 3 24 12 Carbine 4 10 2853 1500 1 3 7 3 26 16 Do. Pistol 310 4400 1500 1317 321 24 Commander Pistol 310 2003 11 24 7 Bar. Guns 1/2 14 1000 in kegs Musquet cartridges, by different powers in Europe. Weight of powder cartridges, complete ounce DRGR English. 0601911 Hessian. 0710172 Austrian. 0613164 Dutch. 01010 1/2 112 4 French. 074 1/2 160 Case shot. C shot. Chambers in 1787 and 1789 experiments were made at Woolwich with an 8-inch mortar, with 4 shifting chambers, to ascertain which form gives the longest range. The chambers were all of the same capacity, viz. 63.7 cubic inches, and contained 2 pounds of powder. Their forms were, first common conical chamber with the circular bottom. 2D the same reversed. 3D the cylindric chamber with circular bottom. 4th. The spheric chamber. The ranges were the medium of 6 rounds. From them it appears, that when the spheric chamber is filled with powder, it has the advantage in point of range, but when smaller charges are used, its ranges are found to be shorter than those of other forms. The conical, No. 1, chamber of the present establishment gives the longest range under other circumstances. Charges. Charges for field guns. Pounds 12 PRS medium and heavy for round shot 4 case 3 1/2 12 PRS light round 3 case 3 6 PRS Desaguliers round 2 1/4 case 2 6 PRS medium round 2 case 6 PRS light round 1 1/2 case 1 1/4 3 PRS heavy round 1 case 3 PRS light round 12 ounces. The charge for battering guns is 1/3 the weight of the round shot, for round shot, and 1/4 of it for case shot. The charge for carronades is usually superscript 1/2 the weight of the shot. The highest is 1/8, and the lowest superscript 1/6. By the experiments made at Woolwich in March 1801, it is recommended, that when cylinder powder is used on service, the charges of field ordnance with round shot, shall be reduced to the usual quantities for case shot. The same experiments recommend, that the thickness or length of the wood bottom be varied, in order to change the position of the shot, and thereby save the bore, and that the paper cap which is usually thrown away on service, shall be put over the shot before it is introduced into the piece. For charges for small arms see the word cartridges. Charges of French guns in French weights. Pounds 24 PRS 8 siege 16 PRS 5 1/2 12 PRS 4 field 1/4 less for case shot. 8 PRS 2 1/2 4 PRS 1 1/2 chevaux de frise. The body or beam of a chevaux de frise is generally made 9 feet long, and 6 inches square and weighs 41 pounds. The spears are 33 in number, weighing 2 pounds each, are 5 feet long, and 1 1/4 inches square. They are placed 9 1/2 inches asunder. Composition. For the composition of fuses, port fires, tubes, carcasses, see those words. Composition for kit. For fireballs, 1794 pounds. Ounce rosin 9 rosin 5 8 pitch 6 sulfur 30 beeswax 6 alum powder 1 8 tallow 1 starch 0.8 saltpetre 4 6 mealed powder 80 linseed oil 1/4 pint. Oil of spike 1 pint. Bengal lights. First composition. Pounds. Ounce saltpetre 70 sulfur 112 red orpiment 0.8 Second composition. Pounds. Ounce saltpetre 24 sulfur 0.8 antimony 0.4 orpiment 0.1 1/2 light balls. Niter 40 parts sulfur 15 antimony 3 pitch 3. This composition to be carefully fused, and cast into the shape of balls, which when cold will be sufficiently hard to be fired from a small mortar. Composition for suffocating pots. Sulfur 6 parts niter 5. This composition when intimately mixed, to be rammed into wooden boxes, and primed in the usual way. This composition will answer for fumigation. Chinese or white light. Niter from 50 to 60 parts sulfur 16 to 20 antimony 5 orpiment 8 to 10 for smoke balls. Pounds corned powder 10 saltpetre 2 pitch 4 seco al 3 tallow 1 for fire hoops, fire arrows, and fire lances. Pounds. Ounce mealed powder 10 saltpetre 30 flour of sulfur 0.8 linseed oil 1/2 pint. Composition to fill cases for setting fire to fascine batteries. Pounds. Ounce mealed powder 1/4 saltpetre 60 sulfur 1/8. All dry compositions must be well mixed, first by the hands, and then passed several times through fine hair sieves, that the ingredients may be thoroughly incorporated. In mixing compositions which require fire, the greatest precautions are necessary, particularly in those where gunpowder enters. The dry parts of the composition may in general be mixed together first, and put by degrees into the cauldron, while the other ingredients are fluid, being well stirred all the time of putting in. When the dry ingredients are inflammable, the cauldron must not only be taken off the fire, but the bottom must be dipped in water, to prevent the possibility of accidents while mixing them. Our lab convoys a wagon with 4 horses occupies about 16 paces, a mile will therefore hold about 117 wagons, but allowing a short distance between each wagon in traveling, a mile may be said to contain 100 wagons. Wagons in convoy may travel from 1 to 2 miles per hour, according to the roads and other circumstances. A great object in convoys is to preserve the horses as much as possible from fatigue. For this purpose, if the convoy amounts to many hundred wagons, they must be divided into divisions of not more than 500 each. Should it consist of thousands, it will be advisable to divide them into grand divisions, and then again into subdivisions of 500 each, by this means, and the time of departure being calculated by the following rules, each division may remain at rest, till just before its time of movement, and which will prevent the necessity of the latter part of a large convoy being harassed for a considerable time before its turn to move. Rule 1. To find the time in which any number of wagons may be driven off, divide the number of wagons by 100, and multiply by the time of traveling 1 mile. Rule 2. To find the time in which any number of wagons will drive over any number of miles, to the time they take in driving off, add the time any one of the wagons takes to travel the distance. The different divisions of the convoy should be numbered, and obliged each day to change the order of their marching. Whenever the progress of a train of wagons is arrested by the breaking down of any one of them, or other delay, all the wagons in the rear of the stoppage, should immediately drive up into the first open space, to as great a number as the open space will hold. This keeps the convoy together and better under the care of the escort. The escort for a convoy should be divided into front, center, and rear guards, beside the divisions for the flanks, which should never be beyond musket shot, or at most 400 yards from each other. The whole escort should never be so separated that they could not be collected in an hour. Under proper precautions against an enemy, a convoy of any size cannot travel more than 5 or 7 miles per day. Tempelhoft. D. Dispart. The dispart of a gun is the half difference between the diameter of the gun at the base ring, and at the swell of the muzzle. The general dispart of all guns is about the superscript 1/5/6 part of their length. See the disparts of French and English guns under the word tangent scale. Fig. 1. Distances. Inaccessible distances may be found several ways, the most correct of which of course is by means of proper mathematical instruments, which, however, are not always to be had in the field. The following different methods are laid down by several authors, where instruments cannot be had. I, wishing to know the distance of the object A from B, figure 1, place a picket at B and another at C, at a few fathoms distance, making ABC a right angle, and divide BC into 4, 5, or any number of equal parts, make another similar angle at C, in a direction from the object, and walk along the line CD till you bring yourself in a line with the object A, and any of the divisions, say O, of the line BC. Then, as Co, CD, Bo, BA. Vauban. Fig. 2. 2. To gain the distance between two objects C and D, figure 2, from any point A, taken in the line CD, erect the perpendicular AE, on which set off from A to E, 1 or 200 feet, more or less, according to the distance between the points C and D, set off from E to G in the prolongation AE, 1/8, or of AE, at G raise the perpendicular GF, and produce it towards I, plant pickets at E and G, then move with another picket on GF till it becomes in a line with E and D, and on the prolongation of the perpendicular FG place another picket at I in the line with E and C, measure FI, and it will be as GE, AE, Phi, CD. Fig. 3. Landman's practical geometry on the ground. 3. To gain the inaccessible length AB, Figure 3, of the front of a fortification, plant a picket at C, from whence both points may be seen. Find the length CA and CB by the method just given. N1, make CE 1/4, or any part of CB, and make CD bear the same proportion to CA, measure DE, then it will be as CD, D, CA, AB. Note: nearly after the same manner may be ascertained the distance from B to A when the point B is accessible, for having measured the line CB, and made the angle CED equal to CBA, it will be, as CE, D, CB, BA. For the distance of a battery, or other object, may be ascertained by the tangent scale on the breech of a gun. It is however necessary in this case to know the height of the object, the distance of which is required. Lay the gun by the upper line of metal for the top of the object, then raise the tangent scale till the top of the scale and the notch at the muzzle are in a line with the bottom of the object, and note what length of tangent scale is required, then say, as the length of the scale above the base ring of the gun is to the length from the base ring to the swell of the muzzle, so is the height of the object to its distance from the muzzle of the gun. Lombard's tables. V. The breadth of a river, or other short distance, may be taken thus: take two pickets of different lengths, drive the shortest into the ground close to the edge of the bank, measure some paces back from it, and drive in the other till you find, by looking over the tops of both, that your side cuts the opposite side. Then pull up the first picket, measure the same distance from the second, in any direction the most horizontal, and drive it as deep in the ground as before. Consequently, if you look over them again, and observe where the line of sight falls, you will have the distance required. Teak. 6. The following simple method of ascertaining the breadth of a river may be sufficiently correct for some cases. Place yourself at the edge of one bank, and lower one corner of your hat till you find the edge of it cuts the other bank, then steady your head, by placing your hand under your chin, and turn gently round to some level spot of ground, and observe where your eyes and the edge of the hat again meet the ground. Your distance from that point will be nearly the breadth of the river. Teak. 7. Distances ascertained by the difference between the true and apparent level. Sea leveling. 8. Distances measured by sound. See sound. 9. The following simple micrometer may be so usefully applied to military purposes, that I shall extract it verbatim from the Philosophical Transactions for 1791, where it is described by Cavallo. This micrometer consists of a thin and narrow slip of mother of pearl, finely divided, and placed in the focus of the eyeglass of a telescope. Just where the image is formed it is immaterial whether the telescope be a reflector, or a refractor, provided the eyeglass be a convex lens and not a concave one. As in the Galilean construction, the simplest way to fix it, is to stick it on the diaphragm, which generally stands within the tube, and in the focus of the eyeglass. When thus fixed, if you look through the eyeglass, the divisions on the scale will appear very distinct, unless the diaphragm is not exactly in the focus, in which case the scale must be placed exactly in the focus, by pushing the diaphragm, backwards or forwards, when this is practicable, or else the scale may be easily removed from one surface of the diaphragm to the other, by the interposition of a circular bit of paper or card, or a piece of sealing wax. This construction is fully sufficient when the telescope is always to be used by the same person, but when different persons are to use it, then the diaphragm, which supports the micrometer, must be so constructed as to be easily moved backwards or forwards, though that motion need not be greater than about the 1/10 or 1/8 of an inch. This is necessary, because the distance of the focus of the same lens appears different to the eyes of different persons, and therefore whoever is going to use the telescope for the mensuration of an angle, must first unscrew the tube which contains the eyeglass and micrometer, from the rest of the telescope, and, looking through the eyeglass, Place the micrometer where the divisions of it may appear most distinct to his eye. The mother of pearl scale may be about the 24th part of an inch broad, its length is determined by the aperture of the diaphragm, its thickness that of writing paper. The divisions on it may be the 200th of an inch, which may reach from one edge of the scale to about the middle, and every 5th and 10th division may be a little longer, the 10ths going quite across. When the telescope does not magnify above 30 times, the divisions need not be so minute. For the sake of those not conversant in trigonometry, the following is an easy method of determining the value of the divisions on the scale. Mark upon a wall or other place, the length of 6 inches, then place the telescope before it so that the 6 inches be at right angles to it, and exactly 57 feet 3½ inches distant from the object glass of the telescope. This done, look through the telescope, and observe how many divisions of the micrometer are equal to it, and that same number of divisions will be equal to half a degree, or 30, and this is all that need be done to ascertain the value of the scale. The reason on which it is founded is, that an extension of 6 inches at the distance of 57 feet, 3½ inches, subtends an angle of 30, as is easily calculated by trigonometry. To save the trouble of calculation, a scale may be made requiring only inspection. Thus, draw a line equal to the diameter of the field of the telescope, and divide its underside into the same number of parts as are on your micrometric scale, and, by the above operation on the wall, having determined the value of 30, which we will suppose to correspond with 16 divisions on the scale, mark 30 on the opposite side of the line, opposite 16 on the lower, 15 opposite 8, and so on. By the following table the results may be ascertained by inspection only. Thus, suppose an extension of 1 foot is found by the table to subtend an angle of 22, the distance will be 156.2, and suppose at the distance of 171.8 an object subtends an angle of 20, its height will be found to be 1 foot, or, suppose an object of 6 feet high to subtend an angle of 20, the distance is 1030.8, by multiplying 171.8 by 6. Table of angles subtended by 1 foot, at different distances. Minutes. Distances in feet. Minutes. Distances in feet. 3437.731 110.92 1718.932 107.43 1145.933 104.24 859.434 101.15 687.535 98.26 572.9 36 95.57 491.137 92.98 429.7 38 90.49 382.0 39 88.110 343.7 40 85.9 11 312.5 41 83.8 12 286.5 42 81.8 13 264.4 43 79.9 14 245.5 44 78.1 15 229.2 45 76.4 16 214.8 46 74.7 17 202.2 47 73.1 18 191.0 48 71.6 19 180.9 49 70.1 20 171.8 50 68.7 21 162.7 51 67.4 22 156.2 52 66.1 23 149.4 53 64.8 24 143.2 54 63.6 25 136 57.5 55 62.5 26 132.2 56 61.4 27 127.3 57 60.3 28 122.7 58 59.2 29 118.5 59 58.2 30 114.6 60 57.3 drag ropes weight length with 5 pins 6 pounds 8 ounces 21 feet 4 5 6 13 3 5 0 12 Embarkation 1 of ordnance and stores. The first thing necessary is to prepare a list of all the articles to be embarked, with the weight of each. This list must have a large column for remarks. The tonnage required for bulky articles will be generally 1/3 more than their actual weight, but the tonnage of ordnance, shells, shot, and sea will be equal to their weight. If vessels be paid according to the tonnage they carry, the masters will of course stow away as much as the ships will hold, but if, by the voyage, they will be averse to loading their ships too much, a naval officer should therefore always attend to see that the ships are properly stowed. Ordnance and stores may be embarked either for the purpose of merely transporting them to another situation, or for a military expedition. In the first case, each ship must be stowed with as much as it will carry, and every article that relates to one particular species of service or ordnance, must be put on board the same ship, that in case one ship be lost, the others may remain in themselves complete. This principle must of course be likewise attended to in an embarkation for an expedition, but a more particular distribution must take place of the stores when on board. With each piece of ordnance must be placed everything necessary for its service, its side arms, carriage, limber, ammunition, and sea, so as to be readily come at, when required to be disembarked. If it be an embarkation of ordnance, and sea for a siege, not only everything necessary for the service of the pieces of ordnance should be arranged with them, but also everything necessary for the construction of the battery on which they are mounted. It will be advisable in this case, to put different natures of ordnance in the same ship, in proportions according to the service required of them. In general it will be best to put the heavy articles in first, and everything that is light, easy to be removed, or likely to be first wanted, on the top. Previous to embarkation, the guns, carriages, wagons, and sea must be dismounted, but first numbered as follows, and the number of each article marked in the list, in the column of remarks. Give each piece of ordnance and its carriage the same number. Give the ammunition and other carriages, different numbers from the ordnance carriages. Then give every limber, whether of ordnance carriage, ammunition carriage, or wagon, the number of its respective carriage. If for a simple transport, arrange the small stores, side arms, and sea according to their several natures, but if for an expedition, everything belonging to each particular piece of ordnance must be collected together, and the cases or chests in which they are put, marked with the number of the piece of ordnance to which they belong, their natures and description. If there be any doubt of the different parts of the carriages, being made with that uniformity, so essentially necessary, every part which is separated, must bear the number of its carriage. This precaution at any rate may be a good one, if the same vessel contain different natures of ordnance or carriages. The axle trees need not be taken off the carriages, if the vessel be of a sufficient size to admit them when fixed, as they are not easily replaced without workmen and a tedious operation. When a carriage is dismounted, all the small articles, such as elevating screws, linchpins, drag washers, cap squares, and sea must be carefully collected, and secured in a box, marked with the description of stores, and number of the carriage to which they belong. All carriages or wagons embarked with their axle trees fixed, must be arranged in the ship, side by side, and alternately front and rear, that their axle trees may not interfere with each other, and take too much room. Every transport or other vessel employed in carrying troops or stores for an expedition, should be numbered on the quarters and on the bows, with figures as large as 2 or 3 feet, and on the sails, that they may be known at a distance. The number of the ship, her name and tonnage, and the master's name must be entered in the list of the stores which she carries. In disembarking ordnance and stores, they must be landed exactly in order, the reverse of what they were shipped. The carriages and wagons must be mounted as soon as possible, and every nature must be arranged as far from the shore as possible to prevent confusion. If the disembarkation take place in the presence of an enemy, the vessels of course must be loaded accordingly, and the field ordnance, with their carriages, ammunition, and sea must be so arranged as to be first landed, and with the greatest ease possible. In this case, the entrenching tools must also be kept in the greatest readiness. Aide Memoire. 2 of troops. All transports taken into His Majesty's service, are under the direction of the Transport Board, and of their agents at the different ports at home and abroad. No troops or other persons can be put on board them, or victualled, but by an order from this board, or one of its agents. Troops embarked on board transports or ships of war, except as marines, are only allowed 2/3 of a seaman's allowance of provisions. See the word ration. It is therefore necessary to divide the men into messes of 6 each. 6 women to 100 men embarked on foreign service, are allowed provisions, and 10 women to 100 men on home service. The berths on board transports, are usually made 6 feet square and each admits 4 men at a time, but agreeable to the regulations for the Army for 1799, 1/3 of the men are always to be on deck, therefore 6 men, or 1 mess, are told off to each berth, 1/3 of whom are always on watch. The commanding officer of the troops on board a transport, has a right to peruse the charter party of the ship, which points out every different article, as firing, candles, boats, utensils, and sea which the ship is engaged to find for the use of the troops on board. It likewise expresses the part of the ship allotted to the officers, to the master, the mate, and the agent, should there be one on board. Exercise of artillery with 9 men to a field gun. When 15 men are attached for the service of a gun in the field, they are numbered from 1 to 15, but when the gun is not to be advanced by men, the first 6 numbers are left out, and the remaining 9 men are numbered from 7 to 15. The exercise of field guns of a heavy nature varies but little from the light ones. Though different duties done by the men attached to the one, should, as nearly as possible, be kept up at the other, as thereby is prevented that confusion which must arise when men removed from a light gun to a heavy one, change their numbers, though their duties at each be the same. The following will be the position of 9 men, for field ordnance of all natures, in the 1. Line of march. Numbers 7, 9, 12, and 15, on the left of the gun, 8, 10, 13, 14, and 11, on the right, numbers 7 and 8 opposite the muzzle of the gun, 9 and 10 opposite the breech, 12 and 13 opposite the trail, 14 opposite the axle tree of the limber, 11 opposite the shafts, 15 leads the limber horse, the driver leads the front. 2. Position and duties of 9 men when prepared for action. Light gun 7 sponges, 8 loads, 9 serves the vent, 10 fires, 11 commands, 12 carries the match and water bucket, 13 serves 8 with ammunition from 14, who carries a cart ouch and a pair of drag ropes, 15 holds the limber horse, and carries a cart ouch. Position 7 between the right wheel and the muzzle, 8 between the left wheel and the muzzle, 9 clear of the rear of the right wheel, 10 clear of the left wheel, both in a line with the vent, 11 on the left of the handspike, 12 on his right, clear of 9, 13 covers the left wheel, 5 yards in the rear, 14 covers the right wheel, 10 yards in the rear. The limber is 25 yards directly in the rear of the gun. Heavy guns: this is the same as with the light guns, except that 7 and 8 stand outside the wheels, and 8 assists 7 to ram home, if necessary. Howitzers' positions are the same as the heavy guns, but the duties different. 7 sponges, uncaps the fuse, and puts in the shell. 8 takes the sheepskin out of the piece, lays it on the ground, with the woolen side up, loads with cartridge, wipes the bottom of the shell. When 7 holds it up, puts in the sheepskin again, and pulls it out with his left hand on the word ready. He stops the muzzle with it immediately that the piece is fired. 9 serves the vent, 10 fires, 11 commands, 12 carries the match and bucket, 13 serves 8 with cartridges from a cartouch, 14 serves 7 with shells from the limber, which he lays on the sheepskin, 15 attends the limber. As from unavoidable accidents the number of men attached to a gun may be reduced, it will be necessary, if the vacancies happen amongst those doing the most essential duties, to immediately replace them by those doing the most subordinate duties. The following method of distributing the duties amongst a smaller number of men will be equally applicable to all natures of field ordnance. N. Of men. Nature. Numbers retained. The vacancies, how supplied. 9 guns 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 complete. How are 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 8 guns 7 8 9 10 11 13 14 15 N. 12 being dropped, N. 11 does his duties. How are 7 8 9 10 11 13 14 15 7 guns 7 8 9 10 11 13 15 N. 14 S pouch is laid on the ground, 13 carries it when moving. How are 7 8 9 10 11 14 15 N. 8 serves himself with cartridges 6 guns 7 8 9 11 13 15 N. 9 serves the vent with his left hand, faces about and fires. Tube box on left side. How are 7 8 9 11 13 15 5 guns 7 8 11 13 15 N. 11 does all the duties of 9, as in the last change, his own duties, and those of 12. How are 7 8 11 14 15 4 guns 7 8 11 15 N. 8 fetches his own ammunition, 7 serves his own shells. How are 7 8 11 15 3 guns 7 11 15 N. 7 serves and loads all the ammunition. N. 7 and 15 must change duties occasionally. How are 7 11 15 3. To limber up light guns and howitzers. The whole of the men face towards the gun, 11 unships his traversing handspike, the limber is brought up by 15, rather to the right of the gun, and then turned to the left about. 12 and 13 raise the trail and place it on the limber, in which they are assisted by 7 and 8 bearing down on the muzzle, and 9 and 10 at the wheels. 11 chains the limber. Heavy field guns, or howitzers. The only difference from the above is, that 9 and 10 assist 12 and 13 to raise the trail, and 14 and 15 stand to the gun wheels. 4 to unlimber light guns and howitzers. The whole face towards the gun, 11 unchanged ends the limber, 12 and 13 lift the trail off the pintail, and set it on the ground, in which they are assisted, as in limbering up, by 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11 ships the traversing handspike, and the whole assume the position for action. The limber is led by 15, and the driver, 25 yards to the rear, and there turned to the left about. The leading horse is unhooked by the driver, and tied to the rear of the limber. Heavy field guns, and howitzers the same as the light ones, except that 9 and 10 assist 12 and 13 to raise the trail, and 14 and 15 stand to the gun wheels. The heavy guns have generally mounted riders, in which case the leading horses are not unhooked. It must be understood, that simply to limber up, or to unlimber, means that the gun is to be placed upon its limber, or lifted off, without changing its direction, but guns may be limbered up to the front, to the right, or to the left, according as it is intended to advance in any one of those directions, and unlimbered to the rear to prepare for action to the front, to the left for action to the right, and to the right for action to the left. To limber up, or to unlimber, in any of these situations, is exactly the same as those already given, except that in the first, previous to limbering up, the trail is thrown round by number 11, assisted by 12, if necessary, into the direction specified by the word of command, and the limber is brought up to that side to meet it, and in the second, the trail, after being taken off the limber, is carried round to the rear, right, or left, according as the word of command expresses, before it is put to the ground, and the limber goes round to the rear of the gun. It must be here remarked, that the front of a gun, or line of guns, or column of guns, is that to which the men at the gun front, without any respect to the situation of the gun or carriage. The trail of the carriage, when moved round to the rear or the contrary, whether in limbering up or unlimbering, must always be carried round to the right, and the limber, or a horse, when brought up to advance or retire a gun, must always be brought up on the right side, and go off on the left, and whenever the limber is turned about, it must be to the left about. By attending to these precautions the greatest confusion is avoided. Other methods of advancing guns. 5. The gun being in the position for action, prepares to advance slow, 7 and 8 step outwards, 3 yards, 9 and 10 place themselves in line with the axle tree, leaving room for 12 and 13, who each bring a drag rope from 14, to pass between them and the wheels. 12 and 15 as they pass give the chain ends of the drag ropes to 9 and 10, who hook them to the washers. 12 and 13 man the front pins, 7 and 8 the center, and 9 and 10 the rear. This is only practiced with light guns. Prepare for action. 7, 8, 9, and 10 quit their pins, 12 and 13 go to the rear, 9 and 10, as soon as 12 and 13 have passed them, unhook the drag ropes, 12 and 13 carry them to 14, 13 gets his ammunition. 6. Prepare to advance with a horse. Light pieces. 7 gives his sponge to 9, 7 and 8 unhook the chain traces from the breast of the carriage, and lay them over the spokes of the wheels. The driver brings up a horse to the front, by the right. 7 and 8 unhook the horse's traces from the back band, and hook them to the short gun traces, and then take post outside the wheels. 7 takes his sponge. Heavy pieces. This is done with 2 horses, one before the other. 7 and 8 hook the horse, the driver rides to the rear horse, and 9 and 10 hook the rear horse to the short gun traces. Prepare for action. The different numbers exactly undo what they have just done. 7. Prepare to advance with a limber. The only difference between this, and advancing with a horse, is that the limber is brought up to the front, and 15 brings up a drag rope, the center of which he lays over the pintail, and 7 and 8 hook the ends to the short drag chains of the carriage. Methods of retreating guns. 8. Prepare to retreat slow. 7 and 8 place themselves in a line, with the axle tree of the carriage on each side. 9 and 10 in a line with the trail. 12 and 13 get each a drag rope from 14, and give the chain ends to 7 and 8, who hook them to the drag washers. 7 and 8 man the rear pins, 9 and 10 the center pins, 12 and 13 the front, 10 carries the linstock, 15 turns the limber. This is only done with light pieces. Prepare for action. 7 and 8 unhook, 9 and 10 quit their pins, 12 and 13 carry back the drag ropes to 14, 14 gets his ammunition, 15 turns the limber to the front, the whole resume their places in action. 9. Prepare to retreat with a horse. Light pieces. 7, 8, 9, and 10 place themselves as in retreating slow. 13 gets a drag rope from 14, and gives it to 9 and 10, who lay the center of it across the top of the traversing handspike, and then under the trail hooks, 12 and 13, hook the traces of the horse brought up by the driver to the ends of the drag rope, 15 turns the limber. Heavy guns. This is done in the same manner, but with 2 horses, 9 and 10 hook on the rear horse, and 12 and 13 the leader. Prepare for action. The same numbers undo what they have just done. 10. Prepare to retreat with a limber. The limber is brought up to the trail of the carriage, 12 and 13 bring up each a drag rope, and hook the chain ends to the limber, while 9 and 10 hook the other ends to the trail hooks. 11. Prepare to fire retreating with a horse. This is done exactly as in the article retreating with a horse, except that 2 drag ropes are brought by 12 and 13, who hook the chain ends to the horse's traces, while 9 and 10 hook the other ends to the trail hooks. 12. Prepare to fire retreating with a limber. The limber in this case is fixed exactly as in retreating with a limber, but at the distance of 2 drag ropes length. This therefore employs 2 pair of drag ropes. In firing and retreating, if the gun retreat loaded, 10 is not to light his port fire, nor 11 to point till ordered. Upon the word halt, and 7 must ram home the cartridge, and the whole face about. In preparing for action from any of these positions, the same numbers undo exactly what they have just done, and immediately fall into their places for action, and the duties are the same with the heavy field pieces as with the light ones. Exercise of a field gun with 15 men. When a light gun has 6 drag rope men attached to it, the duties of the standing numbers, that is, the numbers from 7 to 15 continue the same in all the exercises just mentioned, but they assist also in the movements of the gun by drag ropes. In the line of march 1st, 2, and 3, are on the left of the gun in the rear of 7, and 4, 5, and 6 on the right, in the rear of 8. In the position for action, 1, 2, and 3, hold the right drag rope, and 4, 5, and 6 the left, and dress in a line with the axle tree. On the word load, 3 and 4 unhook the drag ropes from the drag washers, 3 holds the hook in his left hand, and 4 in his right, and they hook on again at the word cease firing. On the word prepare to advance quick, 2, 3, 4, and 5, slip under the drag ropes, 2 and 5 man the loop ends on the inside, 3 and 4 the first pins on the inside, 7 and 8 move to the second pins on the inside, 1 and 6 remain at their pins, 9 and 10 move to the second pins on the outside, and 12 and 13 to the rear pins on the outside, 14 assists 11 at the traversing handspike, 13 lifts up the trail for 11 to put in the truck, and 12 gives his match to 10. Then the word, prepare for action. 2, 3, 4, and 5, slip back again under the drag ropes, and the whole resume their places for action. Word with 2 pair of drag ropes, prepare to retreat quick. 3 and 4 unhook from the drag washers, and march to the rear, 2 and 5 follow, and 1 and 6 hook the loop ends of the drag ropes to the trail hooks. 12 sticks his linstock in the ground, and with 13 brings the spare drag ropes from 14, and gives the chain ends to 7 and 8 to hook to the drag washers, 7, 9, and 12, man the right drag rope, and 8, 10, and 13, the left. To resume the position for action, on the word prepare for action. 7 and 8 unhook the spare drag ropes, and 12 and 13 carry them back to 14, 1 and 6 unhook from the trail, and 3 and 4 hook the other ends to the drag washers. Word prepare for action retreating. The drag rope men change as in retreating. Upon the word load, 1 and 6 unhook from the trail and hook on again at the word cease firing. It must be here remarked, that in the exercise with 15 men, only the additional duties have been detailed, the duties of the standing numbers in action, advancing or retreating, being still the same as without drag rope men. In limbering and unlimbering, the drag rope men have no duties, but are ready to assist with the drag ropes. The truck is always put on in all movements with the drag ropes, and thrown off at the word load. Exercise with heavy ordnance in a battery. 32, or 42-pounder. 10 men. 9 men. 1 sponges, 2 loads. 1 sponges, 2 loads. 3 and 5 run the gun up. 3 and 5 run up. 4 and 6 run up and elevate. 4 runs up and elevates. 7 serves the vent, traverses, primes and runs up. 6 brings cartridges, runs up, and elevates. 8 runs up, traverses, and fires. 7 serves the vent, runs up, traverses, and primes. 9 brings cartridges. 8 runs up, traverses, and fires. 10 points and commands. 9 points and commands. 8 men. 7 men. 1 sponges, 2 loads and runs up. 1 sponges and runs up. 3 runs up. 2 loads and runs up. 4 and 5 run up and elevate. 3 runs up and elevates. 6 brings cartridges, runs up, and traverses. 4 brings cartridges, runs up and elevates. 7 serves the vent, runs up, traverses, and primes. 5 serves the vent, runs up, traverses, and primes. 8 points, fires, and commands. 6 runs up, traverses, and fires. 6 men. 1 sponges and runs up, 2 loads, runs up, and elevates. 3 runs up and elevates. 4 brings cartridges, runs up and traverses. 5 serves the vent, runs up, traverses and primes. 6 runs up, points, fires, and commands. 24-pounder, and C8 men. 7 men. 1 sponges, 2 loads. 1 sponges, 2 loads. 3 and 4 run up and elevate. 3 runs up and elevates. 5 serves the vent, runs up, traverses, and primes. 4 brings cartridges, runs up, and elevates. 6 runs up, traverses, and fires. 5 serves vent, traverses, and primes. 7 brings cartridges. 6 runs up, traverses, and fires. 8 points and commands. 7 points and commands. 6 men. 5 men. 1 sponges, runs up, elevates. 1 sponges, runs up, elevates. 2 loads, runs up, and elevates. 2 brings cartridges, loads, runs up, and elevates. 3 serves the vent, runs up, traverses, and primes. 3 serves vent, runs up, traverses, and primes. 4 runs up, traverses, fires. 4 runs up, traverses, fires. 5 brings cartridges. 5 points and commands. 6 points and commands. 4 men. 3 men. 1 sponges, runs up, points. 1 sponges, runs up, points, and fires. 2 brings cartridges, loads, runs up and elevates. 2 brings cartridges, loads, runs up, elevates, traverses. 3 serves vent, runs up, traverses, elevates, and primes. 3 serves vent, runs up, elevates, traverses, and primes. 4 runs up, traverses, fires. 4 2/5, or 5 1/2 inch mortar. 2 men. 3 men. 1 sponges, runs up, brings shells, puts them in, traverses, and primes. 1 sponges, runs up, traverses, brings shells, and puts them in. 2 serves the vent, runs up, brings cartridges, puts them in, points, and fires. 2 brings cartridges, puts in, serves the vent, runs up, primes, and fires. 3 points, elevates, and commands. 8-inch mortar, or howitzer. 5 men. 4 men. 1 sponges, runs up, dredges. 1 sponges, runs up, dredges. 2 runs up, brings cartridges and puts them in. 2 runs up, brings cartridges, and puts them in. 3 runs up, brings shells, puts them in, traverses, primes. 3 serves the vent, brings shells and puts them in, runs up, traverses, and fires. 4 runs up, traverses, fires. 4 runs up, points, commands. 5 serves vent, points, and commands. 10, or 13-inch mortar. 10 men. 6 men. 1 sponges, runs up, puts in shells, and dredges. 1 sponges, runs up, puts in shells, dredges, and traverses. 2 runs up, brings cartridges, puts them in, and puts in the shells. 2 runs up, brings cartridges, and puts them in, puts in shells, and traverses. 3 brings cartridges. 3 and 4 run up, bring, shells, and traverse. 4 and 5 bring shells. 5 runs up, serves vent, and primes. 6, 7, 8, and 9, run up, and traverse. 6 runs up, points, fires, and commands. 8 serves vent and primes. 9 fires, 10 points, and commands. Exercise of the Jinn. The complement of men for a Jinn is usually 1 non-commissioned officer and 10 men, they are numbered from 1 to 10, the non-commissioned officer being 11. To carry a Jinn. 1 and 2 carry the prypole, 3 and 5 the right cheek, 4 and 6 the left, 7 the windlass and fids, 8 and 9 the blocks and tackles, 10 the handspikes, and c. To set up a Jinn. 1 and 2 put a common handspike through the ring, near the foot of the prypole, at which they lift. 3 and 4 steady the cheeks, by placing each a handspike against the lower crossbar. 5, 7, and 9 lift the right cheek, 6, 8, and 10 the left cheek, 11 gives directions. The tackles must be hooked on before the Jinn is raised. To work a Jinn. 1 and 3 man the right hand spikes of the Jinn, 2 and 4 the left, 5, 6, 7, and 8 hold on the fall and pull in the slack, 9 and 10 steady the gun, 9 at the muzzle, 10 at the breech. The tackle hook must be fixed directly over the dolphins, if any, or a little behind the trunnions. In heaving, when the ends of 1 and 4 hand spikes come as low as their knees, 2 and 3 put theirs into the upper holes of the windlass, and 3 gives the word fetch, upon which 1 and 4 clear their hand spikes from the windlass, and 1 gives the word heave, 2 and 3 then bear down their hand spikes, and remain fast till 1 and 4 having taken their fresh purchase, 1 gives the word fetch, when 2 and 3 clear their hand spikes, and 3 gives the word heave, and so on alternately, till the gun is at its proper height, when the hand spikes in the upper holes are made to rest against the upper crossbar, and 5 makes fast the fall to the lower crossbar, and if required to lower the gun, eases the fall off from the windlass. 5, 6, 7, and 8 move the carriage, as required, under the gun. Exercise of the sling cart. The men for the service of the sling cart are numbered from 1 to 7, the non-commissioned officer being number 7, number 1 and 2 sling the gun. The gun must be laid with one trunnion touching the ground, and the sling passes diagonally round the gun, being before one trunnion, and behind the other, and that end of the sling which goes round the lower side of the gun must be the end to be acted on by the windlass, as by that means the trunnions become horizontal when the gun is raised. Number 1, 3, and 5 man the right lever, 2, 4, and 6 the left lever, and upon the word from the non-commissioned officer they heave together. The non-commissioned officer then directs left-hand lever hold on, right lever fetch, the right lever takes a fresh purchase, then, right lever hold on, left lever fetch, the left lever takes a fresh purchase, they then heave together again. When the gun is high enough, 7 puts in the pawl, 1 and 2 take out the levers, and put in the prypole, 3 and 4 raise the breech of the gun with 2 common hand spikes, and 5 and 6 lash it to the prypole, 1 and 2 then lay their levers alongside the prypole, and 3 and 4 their hand spikes on the top of them, which 5 and 6 lash all fast together. Fascines have different names, according to their size and use. 1 saucissons are usually made 18 feet long, and from 10 to 12 inches in diameter, and are used for the revetiment of embrasures, or for the corners of the parapet. 2 battery fascines are made from 8 to 12 feet long, and from 10 to 12 inches thick, used for the revetiment of the parapet, and C3. Trench fascines from 4 to 6 feet long, and from 4 to 9 inches thick, used at sieges. 4 water fascines 6 feet long, from 1 to 2 feet thick, used to cover marshy and wet situations, they must be loaded with stone to make them sink. 5 covering fascines are used to form the tops of magazines or saps. They ought therefore to be composed of the strongest branches, with the addition of a few poles, that they may bear a considerable weight. 6 sap faggots 3 feet long, 8 inches thick. Attentions in making fascines: the bands must be from 10 to 12 inches asunder, of birch, hazel, or other pliant wood, well twisted. The fascines must be drawn close with a choke rope, previous to being tied. In laying the wood to form the fascines, the shortest and smallest pieces should be laid inside. 3 men are usually employed at each trestle, with 2 to collect the stuff. In general a saucisson of 18 feet may be finished at each trestle in half an hour. Birch and fir are the bellwoods for this work. Fascines are sometimes bent so as to coincide with the angles of the battery. The Prussians double some of the fascine stuff, so as to make a loop at the end of the fascine, which being laid over one another at the corners, and a stake driven through the loops, are very strong. Fire ship. Proportion of combustible stores for a fire ship of 150 tons. N. Fire barrels, filled with composition 8 iron chambers, to blow open the ports 12 composition for priming, barrels 3 1/2 quick, match, 1 curtains, dipped 48 reeds, long, single dipped 150 short, double dipped 75 single dipped 75 bavins, single dipped 250. The fire barrels are about 2 feet 4 inches high, and 1 foot 6 inches diameter. Each barrel must have 4 holes of about 6 inches square cut in its sides, and these holes must have a square piece of canvas nailed over them quite close. They are then filled with the same composition as for carcasses, and 4 plugs of about 1 inch diameter and 3 inches long, and well greased, are thrust into the top, and then left to dry. When dry, these plugs are taken out, and the holes driven with fuse composition, and quick match at the top, which goes from one hole to the other. After this the top is smeared over with mealed powder mixed up with spirits of wine. When dry again, a sheet or 2 of brown paper is laid over the top, and then one of the canvas covers, which is made secure by the upper hoop of the barrel. Composition for dipping reeds, bavins, and curtains. Pounds rosin 120 coarse sulfur 90 Swedish pitch 60 tallow 6 mealed powder 12. This proportion will dip about 100 reeds and 25 bavins. Each curtain contains 1 square yard of barras. Each cover for fire barrels 1 do. Of sacking. Immediately that the curtains, covers, and C are dipped, they are to be strewed over with fine brimstone, before the composition grows cold. The iron chambers, for blowing open the ports, hold from 9 to 11 ounces of powder. They are fixed in such a manner as to prevent their recoil, and to ensure the ports being blown open. The vents are generally corked up, and covered with a piece of barras, till required to be primed. To fit out a fire ship, the whole breadth of the fire room is to be divided into 9 parts, and troughs laid the whole length of the room. Cross troughs, of communication are laid between them, about 20 in each row perpendicular to the long troughs. These troughs are usually 4 inches wide, and 4 deep. There are 2 fire trunks and 2 fire scuttles on each side, under which the 8 fire barrels are to be placed. The reeds and bavins are to be tied down in the troughs. The curtains are to be nailed up to the beams, equally through the fire room. The ship is not to be primed when fitted out, but only when intended to be fired. To prime. Composition for priming. Saltpetre pulverized 22 pounds 8 ounces rosin 211 sulfur 18 mealed powder 45 linseed oil 1 pint. All the reeds and bavins are to be taken up, and a little of the above composition sprinkled in the bottom of the troughs, the reeds, and C to be then gently tied down again. Quick match of 6 or 8 threads doubled must be laid along on the tops of all the reeds and C, and the priming composition strewed over it, and over all the fire room. The covers of all the fire barrels must be cut open, and made to hang down on the sides of the barrels. Liters of strong quick match must be laid from the reeds to the barrels and to the chambers, and must be tied down to the vents to ensure it's not falling off. Strong liters of quick match, 4 or 5 times doubled, must be laid from the reeds to the sally ports, and the sally ports must be connected by quick match, that the whole may take fire at once. The following method is now adopted of producing an external fire, in addition to the internal fire, before gained by the fire room. Fire boxes filled with the carcass composition, are distributed in the following manner, in a ship of 3 masts, 1 suspended from each of the catheads and davits, 4 on each side the bow, 8 slung across the bowsprit, 8 4 across each of the outriggers abaft, 8 2 from the grapplins of each of the 12 lower yard arms, 1 from the dead eyes on each side of the 6 3 round tops, 1 from the middle of the inside of the main, 4, 6 and mizzen shrouds 44. The boxes are suspended by chains and hooks, and those slung across the bowsprit and outriggers, are fixed by staples. The 2 inner ones are laid with liters of quick match, which fire instantly, or with port fires, which burn a given time. They communicate with the outer ones by reeds, which are tied down on the bowsprit and outriggers. The boxes hanging from the dead eyes and shrouds, are fired by curtains suspended from the shrouds, the lower one of which hangs immediately over one of the large fire barrels. The 2 boxes on each yardarm are hung one over the other, the upper one having a liter of quick match carried along the yard from the shrouds, and in burning will no doubt fire the lower one. Besides the boxes, there are fire barrels arranged as follows: 2 half barrels on the forecastle, 2 abaft the main deck, and 4 on the main deck, 2 in each round top, placed against the masts, and 4 large fire barrels under fire trunks, to convey fire to the curtains on the shrouds. All these fire barrels and boxes are to be fired by separate liters of quick match or port fire, in order that any part of the ship may be fired to cover its approach by the smoke, and the remaining part instantaneously upon quitting the ship. It has been found by experiment, that 2 men with lighted port fires can set fire to the whole of the liters on the deck, bowsprit, catheads, outriggers, and c in less than a minute, therefore the risk of trusting to one main leader to the whole, may be avoided. The leaders are laid in painted canvas hose made for the purpose. Flints are usually packed in half barrels. Weight. QRSLBS. 1/2 barrel contains musket, 2,214 carbine, 3,210 pistol, 4,215. The most transparent and free from veins are esteemed the best flints. CWTS. QRS 28 kegs of musket flints take 18.0 in tonnage, 10 kegs of pistol 3.2 fortification. Practical maxims in building field works. First, the spot on which works are to be constructed should determine their figure, nor should any attention be paid to preserve a regular form which does not occupy the ground to advantage. 2d. Every line must be so disposed, that the slope of hills all around, even to the very bottom, be open to the small arms of the garrison, and every part should be discoverable to the distance of at least 500 paces. 3d. Works thrown up for the defense of a defile, should always be within musket shot of it, which must not be more than 200 yards. Fourth, the best defense in works that are flanked, or where one side is defended by the fire of another, is that formed by right angles. Fifth, a salient angle should never be less than 60, and a re-entering angle than 90 degrees, nor greater than 120 degrees. Sixth, the entrance to the work should always be made in the part least exposed to attack, and if possible in a re-entering angle. Seventh, endeavor to present, if possible, a larger front to the enemy than he can occupy in making the attack. Eighth, avoid all ground commanded by an eminence, either in front, flank, or rear. Ninth, never leave the rear of a work so exposed that the enemy may turn it. 10th, always make the angles of a work in the directions least exposed to attacks, and consequently always present a front to the most exposed. 11th, the garrison should never be drawn up more than 2 deep, and an ordinary pace of 2 feet is usually allowed for each file, and from 6 to 8 paces from each piece of ordnance. 12th, if a work is so large as to be defended by a battalion or two, a reserve should be allowed of about 1/6 of the number. 13th, the space within a work should always be sufficient for the men to move and lie down. Every soldier will require at least 18 square feet, and every field gun at least 216 square feet. 14th, provided the line is not made too extensive, the more inward space there is the better. 15th, a parapet to resist cannon shot should never be less than 12 feet thick, and for musket shot not less than 6 feet. 16th, the height of the parapet must be regulated by the situation of the work, and of the adjoining ground, with this consideration, that its height above the banquette does not exceed 4½ feet. 17th, the depth and breadth of the ditch must be regulated by the quantity of earth required, for the parapet and banquette. 18th, a tete de pont, or work to cover the embarkation of troops, or the passage of a river, should, if possible, be made where the line of the river or coast forms a kind of re-entering angle, that the flanks of the corps, as well as those of the works, may be covered. To carry on the work, the number of workmen must be proportioned to the time allotted for carrying on the work, the quantity of labor, and the number of hands capable of being employed at the same time. When the ditches are broad, the workmen may be posted in 2 rows, but if narrow, only in 1. In the first case, the earth will be thrown by those who are on the outward edge of the ditch to the second row, and by them upon the parapet, for which reason the second row, to keep pace with the first, ought to be twice as numerous. The workmen should never be placed nearer than 2 paces, or 4 feet, from each other, and 2 men with shovels should be preceded by 1 with a pickaxe. If more than usual expedition be required, 1 man with a wheelbarrow, or basket, may be added to 6 or 8 with shovels. Another row of workmen should also be placed upon the parapet, to spread the earth and beat it down, as it is thrown up. In fixing the fascines, 3 men will be sufficient for every 24 feet of the work, who should be provided with 2 mallets, a saw and a handbill, or hatchet. In order to form some idea of the time in which a field work may be completed, compute the number of cubic feet of earth to be excavated, thus, multiply half the sum of the breadth of the ditch at top and at bottom, by the depth, for the number of square feet in the profile, and this multiplied by the distance between the workmen in feet, will give the number of cubic feet each man has to dig, or being multiplied by the length of the ditch, gives the cubic contents of the ditch. Now, one man is supposed to be able to move 216 cubic feet of earth in a day, during the summer, but this is not always the case. If a field work be completed in 24 hours, it will be as much as the most diligent workmen are capable of. This time is generally allowed for the formation of a weak profile, 48 hours for that of a stronger, with the revetiment of fascines, and 72 for the strongest. The different slopes for the works must depend upon the nature of the soil, and the materials of which the work is composed. The interior slope of the parapet, though it be fascined, should be 1/6 of its height, exterior about 2/3 its height. The slope of the banquette equal to its height. The slope of the scarpe or counterscarp of the ditch, should be from half its height to its full height, according to the soil. The superior slope of the parapet must entirely depend upon the situation of the work, and that of the surrounding country. The interior slope of the parapet is generally lined with fascines, to keep up the earth, but it is not absolutely necessary to fascine the exterior slope, if the soil be pretty stiff. The embrasures are generally made 20 inches wide on the inside, and 9 feet on the outside. They must always be lined with something to retain the earth. Turf is generally preferred, as fascines are so apt to take fire. The manner of making the materials for field works, may be seen under the heads fascines, gabions, hurdles, and the manner of estimating the quantity of materials for works of this kind, may be seen under the word battery. Fortification permanent. A parapet, to resist cannon, should never be less than 18 feet thick in earth, and 8 or 9 in masonry. A wall need only be 2 feet thick in masonry, to resist musketry. The parapet should always be 4½ feet above the banquette, and 7½ or 8 feet above the rampart, or terraplane. The rampart should always be sufficiently wide to allow for the platform, and for 2 carriages passing each other, about 9 fathoms at top. A parapet of earth, though it takes more room, is always preferable to one of masonry, when it can be raised, though the only objection to the masonry is the number of splinters it produces. Entire revetiments of masonry are not advantageous for the same reason. The masonry of revetiments should not be so high as to be seen or battered from a distance. Earth parapets are battered in vain, as the earth forms a natural slope. The best escarpe is made of masonry, either in wet or dry ditches, be the earthen one ever so well phrased or polysodded. The earthen one may be stormed without making a breach. The escarpe should be 30 or 35 feet high. The counterscarp should also be of masonry, and not less than 12 feet high. The inconveniences of an earth or low counterscarp, are the impossibility of defending to the last the covered way, as the enemy may descend into the ditch, and again mount the covered way, and so get in the rear of the traverses. The enemy may find his way along the natural slope of an earth counterscarp, and is not delayed by a tedious operation of getting into the ditch. Besides, the natural slope of the end of an earth traverse prevents its effectually covering the covered way. Ditches are generally 15 or 18 toises wide. Dry ditches are always preferable to wet ones, on account of the shelter they afford the troops, and the ready communication with the outworks, without the constant trouble and danger of bridges. The covered way should be 5 toises wide, less would crowd the troops, and more would allow room for the enemy to erect batteries in it. The whole of the glacis should be seen, not only from the crest of the parapet, but from the embrasures in the parapet. The T-nail must not be so high as to prevent the flank guns in one bastion seeing the breach that may be made in the collateral one. Ravelins are best without flanks, their faces directed to 10 toises from the shoulders of the bastions. The crest of the parapet of the body of the place should be 8 feet above the crest of the glacis, to command it across a ditch of 15 or 20 toises. The crest of the parapet of the ravelin is 3 feet lower than that of the body of the place, in order that it may be more effectually commanded from the place, and therefore to enable the parapet of the ravelin to command its own glacis. The ditch is only made 10 toises, and this glacis is a foot lower than that of the body of the place. There must be an equilibrium of defense established through every front of a fortified place, for it will be needless to strengthen any particular front, if the others from their weakness be left exposed. The following remarks may enable an observer to appreciate the value of particular works, in the proper application and arrangement of which that equilibrium consists. Entrenchments within the works add much to their defense. In large bastions with obtuse flanked angles, the best entrenchment is formed of the front of a fortification, or of 2 demi-bastions and a curtain, connecting the angles formed by the flank and curtain. If this entrenchment be advanced to the shoulders of the bastion, so as to include its flanks, as is often the case, it will be subject to be taken in the rear, by the fire from the counter batteries opposed to the flanks. But in bastions with acute flanked angles, which do not afford sufficient space for this kind of entrenchment, Cormontaigne proposes one in the form of a cavalier, whose faces and flanks are parallel to those of the bastion. The first kind of entrenchment does not operate in the defense of the place, till after the passage of the ditch, till which time it remains entire, and then capable of a very great defense. The second kind becomes a support to the bastion from the first commencement of the siege, but it is therefore subject to have its defenses destroyed at a distance. Nor is its defense equal to that of the other form. Counterguards should possess the 3 following properties. First, they must cover effectually the principal work before which they are placed, at least that part of it, which can be battered in breach. 2d. They must be lower than the work which they cover, but not so low as to permit its revetiment to be seen. 3d. They must be so narrow as not to afford room for the besiegers to erect batteries in them, against the work which they cover, and therefore not leave the besiegers a choice of positions. The counterguards in Cohorn's system are only of earth, through which it is necessary to make an opening, before the capital work can be battered. Horn or crown works, unless to occupy some important point, to strengthen some weak side, or to afford more room for a confined garrison, are rather a weak than a strong arm to a place. This is particularly the case when they are constructed with smaller, and consequently weaker fronts, than that part of the body of the place which they cover, as they facilitate, when taken, the approaches to the body of the place. This is remedied by constructing their fronts of the same strength as the front or fronts which they cover. They also facilitate the taking of the place, by exposing the revetiment of the work on which their branches are directed, to be battered in breach, along the ditches of those branches. This is a great evil, even to an outwork, but is of serious consequence if they rest upon the body of the place. This defect has been remedied by placing these works altogether outside of the covered way, and allowing their ditch no communication with those in the rear. In this case their gorge must be made very secure to prevent its being turned. An advanced covered way is esteemed amongst the best means of adding to the defense of places. Besides the advantages common to the usual covered way, it has many peculiar to itself. It however seems necessary to ensure to it the many advantages of which it is susceptible, beside being properly polysodded, that it should be secured in the rear by a wet ditch, as the only means of giving it an inaccessible counterscarp, and at the same time keeping it under the fire of the musketry of the place. This kind of covered way is generally supported by redoubts upon the capitals of the bastions and ravelins, which from their position cannot mask the fire of the place, and being mounted with artillery, oblige the besiegers to commence their attack at a great distance, and very much to extend their operations, and as their establishment upon this covered way must effectually mask the fire of their first batteries, it must greatly increase their labor. The retreat from these redoubts must be secured by an underground passage. Countermines are undoubtedly one of the first means of strengthening places. For this article we refer to the word mines. Detached redoubts, when circumstances of situation favor them, are employed with great success. They are usually detached and totally unconnected with any of the works of the place, by any covered way or other above-ground work, and have for objects, either the opposing an additional obstacle to the besiegers at the point they occupy, or the rendering the adjoining fronts inaccessible, by an enfilade or reverse fire upon the approaches. They also afford at their gorge, a most excellent rendezvous and retreat for sorties, upon the level of the country, and without the difficulty of filing troops through the barrier of a covered way. But in order to ensure to the detached work or works, all these advantages, it is necessary that they should be either totally inaccessible to the besiegers, by reason of the natural difficulties of their situation, as in an inundation, morass, and sea, or be made secure by art, from being taken by storm, and only attackable by regular approaches. They should be under cover of the fire of the place, but if their distance be too great for that, an intermediate work must be established to give them support. Their best form is that of a bastion with retired flanks, and a strong system of countermines the most effectual way of prolonging their resistance. General remarks: the larger the flanked angles of works, the more direct will be their fire, and that of their covered way, upon the approaches, the greater extent will they oblige the besiegers to occupy in their parallels and batteries, and the more will they oblige the besiegers to expose themselves to the fire of the fronts collateral to the one attacked. Faces of works directed to inaccessible situations, such as rivers, lakes, and sea from whence they cannot be enfiladed by ricochet batteries, add greatly to the strength of a front. If the flanked angle of a ravelin be so advanced as to see in reverse any battery erected upon the crest of the glacis, or in the covered way of the bastions, it will increase the strength of that front, because it will oblige the besiegers to gain possession of the ravelin, before they can make any lodgment, from which they can batter the bastions. This is the case in Cormontaine's system, and a place thus fortified, obliges the besiegers to attack and gain two ravelins, to get at the bastion between them. Beside, if this system be applied to a right line, or to a polygon of many sides, the prolongations of the faces of the bastions, will be intercepted by the flanked angle of the ravelins, and consequently make the establishment of enfilading batteries against them very difficult. A work which admits of a breach being made in it, particularly the body of the place, at a distance, very much facilitates its being taken. The ditch of the ravelin affords an opening through which the besiegers may make a breach in the face of the bastion, from the glacis, opposite the flanked angle of the ravelin, and is therefore subject to this defect. A counterguard before the bastion, lessens this evil, by transferring the breach from the body of the place to the ravelin, but it requires a counterguard also before the ravelin, effectually to cure it. A crown or horn work also produces this evil. Its remedy was given, in speaking of those works. The direction of the flanks or faces of a work is not so material as relating to the fire of artillery, as to that of musketry, for artillery is never fired without being pointed, but musketry is fired mechanically, and perpendicular to the parapet, without much attention to the object to be struck. A work in the neighborhood of a height must be defilated 7 from that height, that is, instead of being built upon a horizontal plane, it must be erected upon an imaginary inclined plane, passing from somewhere in the interior of that work, over the most commanding points of the height, and every part of the works must bear the same relation to this inclined plane, that they would do, to a horizontal plane in a level country. A work is not therefore always to be condemned, because it is in the neighborhood of a height, for if it be properly defilated from that height, it will receive a great advantage over the approaches of the besiegers, carried on down an inclined plane towards it. But a work to be properly constructed in the neighborhood of heights, must not uniformly preserve the same distance from those heights, unless their summits be all upon the same level, but must approach them at their lowest parts, and recede from them as they rise. Thus will the necessary plane of defilement preserve nearly the same degree of obliquity throughout. The dimensions in the following table of Vauban are thus applied: the fort is mostly for squares, the little for citadels, commonly pentagons, the mean for all fortifications from the hexagon and upwards. The great is seldom used but in irregular fortifications, and particularly on rivers. Principal dimensions of fortifications, according to Vauban: side of polygon, length of perpendicular faces of bastions, capital of Ravelins forts. 80 10 22 25 90 12 25 28 112 1/2 28 30 110 14 30 35 120 15 33 38 130 16 35 40 Little fortification. 140 20 40 45 150 21 42 50 160 23 45 50 170 25 47 52 Mean 180 30 50 55 190 31 53 55 Great. 225 55 60 260 22 60 50 Dimensions of walls and their counterforts, from 10 to 50 feet high, having a slope of 1/5 their height. Wall. Counterforts. Height. Thickness at top. Thickness at bottom. Distance between them. Breadth. Length. Feet. Feet. Inch. Feet. Inch. Feet. Feet. Inch. Feet. Inch. 10 40608284 15 4373 10 345 24 686 12 406 25 4999 14 487 35 011 016 548 35 53 12 318 609 45 6 13 6 26 8 10 45 59 14 9 22 7 14 11 56 0 16 0 24 8 012 The heights in the above table are taken only from the bottom of the ditch, and do not include the foundations. When the rampart is partly walled and partly turfed, then 1/5 of the height of the turfed part must be added to the breadth of the wall at the top given in the table. The bases of all inward slopes of earth should be equal to their height, if not more. The bases of all outward slopes of earth 2/3 of their height. The superior slopes of all parapets 1/6 of their breadth. The slope of all walls, or revetiment 1/5 of their height. Though the above principles given for the erection of field works may assist an officer's recollection who may be employed on that duty, the memorandums given respecting permanent fortification pretend to no such object, but may serve to remind an officer, if he should visit a fortification, of its essential requisites, and may assist his observations in passing round the works. Fuses composition. Saltpetre 3 pounds 4 ounces sulfur 1 mealed powder 212 nature. Fuse diameter. Composition. Drove by one man in one day. Below the cup. At the bottom. At the cup. Diameter. Length. Time it burns. Inches. 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 Inch. Inches. N. 13 2.11.575 2.49.58.4 35 25 10 1.8 1.35 2.13.4 387.2 33 25 8 1.3 1.25 1.7 8.375 6.37 29 35 1 half 1.1.825 1.3.275 4.4 1854 2 fifths 1.0 0.75 1.18.25 3.5 15 700 grenades 0.8.6.9.22.25 1000 diameter inside the cup is 3 diameters of the bore. Depth of the cup 1/2 do. Thickness of wood at bottom of the bore, 2 diameters. To find the length of fuses for any range. The 13 and 10-inch fuses of the same length burn so nearly equal, that one common length answers both, as do the 8-inch, 5 1/2 and 4 2/5. Therefore, to find the length of fuse for any range, multiply the time of flight by 0.22 for the 13 and 10-inch, and by 0.24 for the 8, 5 1/2, and 4 2/5, which is the decimal part of an inch a fuse burns in a second. Fuses are thought to keep better by being painted, and for field service, are often marked off by black lines into seconds and 1/2 seconds. Gabions small gabions of 3 feet high, and 2 feet diameter, are made with least trouble, and are easiest carried. The pickets for them must be 1/2 or 2 inches thick, and 4 feet long. Large gabions are 6 feet high, and 3 feet in diameter, and require 2 men to carry them. The smallest gabions or baskets are formed of pickets, 1 inch in thickness, and 1 foot long. They are 12 inches in diameter at top, and 10 at bottom. The small gabions have 7 or 8 pickets, the large ones 9 or 10. To make them the pickets are first to be fixed in the ground in a circle, the size of the bottom of the intended gabion, then a few twigs are to be wove through the upper ends, to keep them from flying out. Afterwards the work must be begun at the bottom and continued upwards, and the whole being well driven down with a mallet, the edges must be secured by twigs, wattled up and down. The twigs of willow, birch, hazel, alder, poplar, and beech are proper for this purpose. The top of the gabion must be made very even, because that becomes the bottom when finished. 4 men are usually employed on each gabion, with a billhook, a mallet, a spade, and 2 axes. 2 collect the wood, while the other 2 form the gabion. A 3-foot gabion ought to be made in half an hour. Gin triangle length of arms of the gin 16 feet 4 1/2 inches. Roller, 6 feet long. Tackle fall, 78 feet of 3-inch white rope. Sling, 6-inch white rope. For the different exercises of the gin, see the word exercise. Gravity table of the specific gravity of several solid and fluid bodies. Platinum 23,400, niter 1900, fine gold 19,640, ivory 1,825, standard gold 18,888, brimstone 1,810, quicksilver 11,325, solid gunpowder 1,745, fine silver 11,091, sand 1,520, standard silver 10,535, coal 1,250, copper 9,000, boxwood 1,030, copper halfpence 8,915, sea water 1,030, gunmetal 8,784, common water 1,000, cast brass 8,000, oak 925, steel 7,850, gunpowder, close stacken 937 iron 7645 in loose heap 836 cast iron 7425 ash 800 tin 7320 maple 755 crystal glass 3150 elm 600 marble 2700 fir 550 common green glass 2600 charcoal flint 2570 cork 240 common stone 2520 air 1.232 clay 2160 brick 2000 common earth 1984. The several sorts of wood are supposed dry. This table also contains the weight of a cubic foot of each body in avoirdupois ounces, from whence results the following rules. 1. To find the magnitude of any body from its weight. As the tabular specific gravity of the body is to its weight in avoirdupois ounces, so is 1 cubic foot, or 1728 cubic inches, to its content in feet or inches respectively. 2. To find the weight of a body from its magnitude. As 1 cubic foot, or 1728 cubic inches, is to the content of the body, so is the tabular specific gravity to the weight of the body. Grape shot. See the word shot. Grenades. Hand grenades may be thrown to the distance of 13 fathoms. For their dimensions, see the word shell. Gunnery. By the assistance of good tables of practice, and the tables of amplitudes, sines, tangents, and secants, all the cases in gunnery in a non-resisting medium may be easily solved, and perhaps the solution may be sufficiently correct for practice, if the initial velocity of the projectile be not so great as to make the air's resistance considerable. For the tables of ranges with ordnance, see the different natures, as gun, mortar, and sea. And for the tables of amplitudes, sines, tangents, and secants, see pages 151 and 152. Upon horizontal planes. 1. The greatest range is at 45 degrees nearly. 2. The ranges with different elevations with the same charge, are as the double sines of the angles of elevation. 3. Any angle and its complement give the same range nearly. 4. The times of flight, are as the sines of the angles of elevation. 5. The altitude of the curve, at any elevation, is found by this proportion, as radius, tangent of angle of elevation, range, altitude. 4. 6. The time of flight at 45 degrees is equal the square root of the range in feet, divided by 4, or more nearly equals square root quotient superscript 2 of the range in feet, divided by 16.1, or the space passed through in the first second by gravity. Having the first graze with a given elevation and charge, to determine the charge for any other first graze and elevation, multiply the known charge and elevation into the proposed first graze, also the proposed elevation into the known first graze, and divide the first product by the last, for the charge required. Upon inclined planes, at 45 degrees elevation. Case first. Given the charge and inclination of the plane, to find the range. Multiply the horizontal range with this given charge, found in the tables of ranges, by the number found opposite the angle of inclination of the plane, in the first column of multipliers, in the table of amplitudes, under the head ascents, if it be inclined above the horizon, and descents, if below the horizon, for the range required. Case 2d. Given the range and inclination of the plane, to find the charge. Multiply the number found in the above-mentioned table opposite the angle of inclination of the plane, in the second column of multipliers, under the head ascents, or descents, according as it is above or below the horizon, by the given range, for the range on a horizontal plane at 45 degrees, the charge for which may be found from the tables of ranges. Upon inclined planes, at any elevation. There are always two elevations with which any range, less than the greatest, may be made, and these elevations are always the complements of each other. The greatest range upon a horizontal plane is at 45 degrees, or when the direction bisects the angle formed by the horizontal and vertical plane. Also the greatest range upon any plane is made with that direction which bisects the angle between the plane and the zenith, and all other directions which make equal angles with this direction, on each side of it, will also make equal ranges on the said plane, for the direction that bisects the angle between any plane and the zenith is the same with respect to that plane as the direction at 45 degrees is with respect to the plane of the horizon. Rules 1 St. The elevation which gives the greatest range on a given ascent, is equal to half the sum of 90 degrees added to the ascent. 2d. The elevation which give equal ranges on a given ascent, are the complements of each other added to the ascent. 3d. The elevation which gives the greatest range on a descent, is equal to half the complement of the descent. If the range and inclination be given, the least charge that will reach the object, may be found as follows: multiply the tangent of the proper elevation into the proposed range, for the horizontal range whose charge is required. Williams's gunnery. Table of amplitudes. Degrees. Ascents. Descents. Multipliers. Multipliers. First CL2D. CL first CL2D. CL 1.983 1.02 1.02.983 2.966 1.03 1.04.966 3.949 1.06 1.05.950 4.932 1.07 1.07.932 5.916 1.09 1.09.916 6.900 1.11 1.11 1.900 7.884 1.13 1.13.884 8.868 1.15 1.15.868 9.852 1.18 1.17.853 10.836 1.20 1.19.836 11.821 1.22 1.22.821 12.805 1.24 1.24.805 13.789 1.27 1.27.789 14.774 1.29 1.29.774 15.758 1.32 1.3 1.763 16.742 1.35 1.34.745 17.726 1.38 1.37.730 18.711 1.40 1.39.720 19.693 1.45 1.42.70 420.677 1.48 1.45.690 21.660 1.52 1.46.675 22.643 1.56 1.52 662 23.625 1.60 1.55.645 24.607 1.64 1.58.633 25.589 1.70 1.62.617 26.570 1.76 1.66.603 27.550 1.82 1.69 9.592 28.530 1.86 1.73.578 29.510 1.96 1.78.562 30.488 2.05 1.82.549 30 1.4662 2.14 1.87.534 32.442 2.26 1.92.526 33.4 2.4182.411.97.508 34.3932.55 2.02.495 35.366 2.73 2.08.488 36.338 2.96 2.13.470 37.309 3.24 2.20.455 38.278 3.60 2.26.443 39.245 4.09 2.33.430 40.210 4.80 2.40.417 41.17 35.78 2.48.40 442.13 47.46 2.56.390 43.09 210.90 2.64.380 44.045 22.222.73.370 45.000 infinite 2.83.360 Table of natural sines, tangents, and secants. Degrees. Sines. Tangents. Secants. 1.018.018 1.000 2.035.035 1.000 3.05 2.052 1.001 4.070 0.070 1.002 5.087 0.087 1.0046.105 5.105 1.0067 1.122.123 1.008.8.139.141 1.010.9.156.158 1.01210.174.176 1.015 11.19 1.194 1.019 12.208.213 1.022 13.225.231 1.026 14.242.249 1.031 15.259.268 1.035 16.276.287 1.040 17.29 2.306 1.046 18.309.325 1.051 19.326.344 1.058 20.342.364 1.064 21.358.384 1.07 122.375.404 1.079 23.39 1.424 1.086 24.407.445 1.095 25.423.466 1.103 26.438.488 1.112 27.45 4.510 1.122 28.469.532 1.133 29.485.554 1.143 30.500 0.577 1.155 30 1.515.601 1.167 32.530 0.625 1.179 33.545.649 1.192 34.559.675 1.206 35.574.700 1.22 136.588.727 1.236 37.602 2.754 1.25 238.616.781 1.269 39.629.810 1.287 40.643.839 1.305 40 1.656.869 1.325 42.669.900 1.346 43.682.933 1.367 44.695.966 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.367 44.695.966 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.682.933 1.390 45.707 1.066 43.6 1.0001.41446.719 1.0 1.036 1.440 1.4731 1.072 1.466 48.743 1.111 1.49 1.55 1.150 1.524 1.766 1.192 1.556 1.777 1.235 1.589 52.78 1.280 1.624 1.27 1.362 54.809 1.376 1.701 55.819 1.428 1.743 56.829 1.483 1.788 57.839 1.540 1.836 58.848 1.600 1.887 59.857 1.664 1.942 60.866 1.732 2.000 60 1.875 1.804 2.063 62.883 1.881 2.130 63.891 1.963 2.203 64.899 2.050 2.281 65.906 2.145 2.366 66.914 2.246 2.459 67.921 2.356 2.559 68.927 2.475 2.669 69.934 2.605 2.790 70.940 2.747 2.924 71.946 2.9043 3.072 72.951 3.078 3.236 73.956 3.271 3.420 74.961 3.487 3.628 75.966 3.732 3.864 76.970 4.011 4.134 77.974 4.331 4.445 78.978 4.705 4.810 79.982 5.145 5.241 80.985 5.671 5.759 81.988 6.314 6.392 82.990 7.115 7.185 83.993 8.144 8.206 84.995 9.514 9.567 85.996 11.430 11.474 86.998 14.301 14.336 87.999 19.081 19.107 88.999 28.636 28.654 89.999 57.290 57.299 91.000 Infinite guns calibers of English and foreign guns, expressed in English inches. English, French, Spanish, Dutch, Russian, Portug, Prince inch, Prince inch, Prince inch, Prince inch, Prince inch, Prince inch. 42 7.018 36 6.86 48 7.49 32 6.41 36 6.9 36 6.84 32 6.4 36.47 36 6.8 24 5.823 24 6.03 24 6.03 24 5.92 24 6 24 5.93 18 5.292 16 5.26 18 5.52 18 5.45 18 5.45 18 5.4 12 4.623 12 4.78 12 4.8 12 4.76 12 4.76 12 4.79 4.2008 4.189 4.28 4.138 4.179 4.36 3.6686 3.786 3.786 3.754 3.2044 3.3153 3.91 2.019 Length and width of English brass guns. Nature. Length and weight. Calibars. FTINCTQRS pounds 42 pounders 16.24496 66 32 18.72 110 0 55 224 heavy 19.5749 53 09 medium 16.4838 41 32 light 10.3025 16 313 new 13.0006 16 313 18 light 13.00 0059 18 012 heavy 24.6599 031 28 General Desaguliers 19.46876 22 121 medium, old 16.8726 21 3 medium, new 16.8726 18 light 12.97850 new 13.0005 12 6 heavy 26.1128 19 16 General Desag. Med 22.8767 12 24 Med new 18.5006 27 reduced 17.0005 22 General Belford 16.3425 21 light, common 14.706465 18 3 heavy 28.8367 11 3 19 General Desaguliers 24.717606 light, common 14.418362 27 light infantry 12.358301 16 General Pattison's 12.358301 19 1 Prince Amused 29.7502 12 do 35.6603 11 do 41.5703 12 Note. The guns marked are the only ones now used on general service. Length and weight of French brass guns, in their own weights and measures. Nature. Length and weight calibers. FTINLY pounds 24 PRS Siege 911 5 5628 16 97 4111 12 Garrison 3184 8 2175 12 Field 18.066 1808 8 18 58 1196 418 46 591 266 Length and weight of English iron guns. Nature. Length and weight proportion between shot and gun 8 calibers. FTINCT. QR. 42 PRS 17.098 1067 16.24496 65 170 32 18.721 1058 17.725 96 55 193 24 20.604 1052 19.574 96 49 231 18.542 47 218 21.5429 42 20.4089 4249 12 24.6599 634 23.3619 32 22.0638 631 219.4687 629 1294 9 21.476 24 2305 19.97 23 6 26. 18.28 22 19.66 16 2 411 4 22.46 22 1 343 20.65 6 11 1 3 18.64 6 7 1 270 French iron guns, in English weights, and see nature. Length in weight calibers. FTINCT. QR. Pounds 36 pounders. 16.189874 324 18.1891 half 51 16 21.0197 42 18.4584 43 2 16.9278 1 half 35 12 21.5487 31 2 20.582 23 17.146 10 28 8 24.6487 24 1 17.22 16 4 17.1949 ranges of brass guns, with one shot. 1793 Nature. Charge to the first graze of the shot PB 1 degree 2 degrees 3 degrees 4 degrees 5 degrees pound ounce yards 24 heavy 80473 781 1032 1405 1585 1710 medium 80488 757 1103 1425 1557 1745 light 30 162 364 606 722 139012 heavy medium 40705 973 1189 light 30601 816 10636 Desaguliers 20646 966 13256 feet 20683 948 13275 6 Medi 20775 1003 1444 5 6 Redded 20642 976 11505 feet 18587 825 954 6 feet 18628 804 991 3 Desaguliers 10679 883 918 Amuzet of 5 feet 08 604 800 of 7 feet 08656 830 1000 ranges from brass guns, with two shot. 1793 Nature. Charge elevation. Medium first graze. Pounds ounce 1 degree 30 minutes first shot. 2D shot. 12 pounder, medium for 13600 and 706 Desaguliers 2 13600 and 21 739 6, of 5 feet 181 3586 732 3, Desaguliers 1 13500 and 23 638 ranges from brass field guns, with small charges. 1798 Nature. Charge first graze with different elevations. Extreme range. 1 degree 2 degree 3 degree 4 degree 5 degree 6 degree 7 degree 8 degree 12 Prince 10 ounces 199,290 390,385 597 716 695 788 from 800 to 1000. 1 pound 280,416 729,777 966 10901054 1295 from 1200 to 1500. 6 Prince 5 ounces 111,222 376,432 618 625 650 788 from 800 to 1000. 8 ounces 277,401 754,826 925 981 103 1100 from 1000 to 1300. NB. The above was a 12 Prince medium, and a 6 Prince Desaguliers. The distances are given in yards. Effects of case shot from a battalion gun light 6 Prince length 5 feet weight 5 CWT 3 QRS 21 pounds against a target 8 feet high, and 90 feet long. Distance of target. Nature of charge. Elevation. N. Put into the height of 6 feet, or the height of infantry. N. Put into the height of 8 feet, or the height of cavalry. Yards. Deg 512 balls, 8 ounces each, 1333 in a tier, 1 1/2 34 1 1/4 pound powder. 234 400 same charge. 1661 1/2 452 45 300 same charge. 1/2 67 133 1 1/2 46 434 balls, 3 ounce each, PB 10 12 7 in a tier, 1/2 9 10 1 1/4 pound powder. 168 300 same charge. PB 11 13 and 1/2 12 15 179 NB. There were 3 rounds fired at each change, but they were all so nearly alike that it has been thought necessary to put down only one of them 1802. Ranges with sea service iron guns. 1796 Nature of guns 32, 24, and 18 pounders. Elevation. Proportion of powder. Nature of shot. Range. Deg yards. 2 1/3 with single shot to the first graze. 1202 1/4 do. 1002 1/4 2 shot, ranged close together, to 504 1/3 single shot 1604 1/4 do. 1507 1/3 do. 2157 1/4 do. 2022 1/4 1 round shot, and 1 round of grape, 600 will range with effect together, to 4 1/4 1 round of grape shot, alone, to 1002 1/4 1 double-headed, or bar shot, 800 will range to the first graze ranges with 5 1/2 inch shells, from a 24-pounder iron gun, length of gun 9 1/2 feet weight 49 ct 26 pounds elevation. 2 pounds. 2 pounds 8 ounces 3 pounds. Flight. Range to flight. Range to flight. Range to first graze. Extreme. First graze. Extreme. First graze. Extreme. Deg secretary yards. Yards. Secretary yards. Yards. Secretary yards. Yards. 11213, 11392345562, 14561277, 14242134384, 12671 1/2 14643234565, 14132 1/2 647, 15532 1/4 740, 160042 1/4 750, 14793 896, 16393 1/2 880, 16795 836, 16704 15105 1182 1733 64896, 14955 1140 1657 614 1384 1787 761 half 1180 1492 6 1205 1481 6 1410 1749 8634 1305 1526 6 1 half 1259 1544 7 1520 1744 9 7 1 half 1329 1527 7 1341 1561 7 3 4 1722 1938 9 1 half 6 3 4 1229 1453 8 1 half 1748 1881 ranges with 4 2/5 shells from a 12-pounder, medium. Elevation 8 ounces, 12 ounces, 1 pound 8 ounces flight. First graze. Extreme. Flight. First graze. Extreme. Flight. First graze. Extreme. Deg Secretary Yards. Yards. Secretary Yards. Yards. Secretary Yards. Yards. 1 1 1 half 156 2 2 293 2 1 half 357 3 2 1 half 363 from 3 1 half 355 from 758 from 4 3 1 half 462 800 4679 1100 1400544 587 to 3 1 half 641 to 1075 to 64621 1200591 1300 1150 1607 4 1 half 898 6 1020 1308 5 781 ranges with French brass field guns, with round shot. Nature. Charge. Elevation. Range in toises. Lines of tanged. Scale. Deg Min 12 Prince 4 pounds LM 58 300 213 350 10 139 414 149 450 16 156 488 Prince 2 1 half pounds LM 58 306 124 350 12 151 416 28 450 22 24 484 Prince 1 1 half pounds LM 58 254 120 308 140 350 12 2 416 220 450 18 240 480 The above are in French weights and measures. Gunpowder proportions of the different ingredients for making gunpowder, by different powers in Europe, e.g. France, Swedish Poland, Italy, Russia. Saltpetre 75 75 75 80 76 1 half 70 sulfur 10 9 1 half 9 8 12 1 half 11 1 half charcoal 15 15 1 half 16 12 12 1 half 18 1 half pounds 100 100 100 100 100 100 proofs of powder. The first examination of powder in the King's mills is by rubbing it in the hands to find whether it contains any irregular hard lumps. The second is by blasting 2 drams of each sort on a copper plate, and in this comparing it with an approved powder. In this proof it should not emit any sparks, nor leave any beads or foulness on the copper. It is then compared with an approved powder, in projecting an iron ball of 64 pounds from an 8-inch mortar, with a charge of 2 ounces. The best cylinder powder generally gives about 180 feet range, and pit 150, but the weakest powder, or powder that has been redressed, and C only from 107 to 117 feet. The merchant's powder, before it is received into the king's service, is tried against powder of the same kind made at the king's mills, and it is received if it gives a range of superscript 1/2 less than the king's powder with which it is compared. In this comparison both sorts are tried on the same day, and at the same time, and under exactly the same circumstances. The proof of fine-grained, or musqué powder, is with a charge of 4 drams from a musqué barrel, to perforate with a steel ball a certain number of 1/2 inch wet elm boards, placed 3/4 inch asunder, and the first 39 feet 10 inches from the barrel. The king's powder generally passes through 15 or 16, and rest oved powder from 9 to 12. The last trial of powder is by exposing about 1 pound of each sort, accurately weighed, to the atmosphere for 17 or 18 days, during which time, if the materials are pure, it will not increase anything material in weight, by attracting moisture from the atmosphere. In this exposure 100 pounds of good gunpowder should not absorb more than 12 ounces or somewhat less than 1 per cent. Powder marks. The different sorts of powder are distinguished by the following marks on the heads of the barrels. N. 1/2 cylinder marked in red. LGN. 2 cylinder SGN. 3 cylinder FGSA. The dust from N. 3, an FG cylinder. RA for rifle arms. /7 cylinder mixed marked white LG superscript 3/7 rest oved LG or FG in blue, is powder made of peat coal. N. 1/2 LG marked in yellow, is rest oved. N. 3 FG. The red LG, FG, or SG, denotes powder entirely made of the cylinder charcoal, and is that which is now always used on service. The white LG, being a mixed powder, is not so uniform as the other, and is therefore generally used in filling shells, or for such other purposes as do not require much accuracy. All powder for service is mixed in proportions according to its strength, so as to bring it as much as possible to a mean and uniform force. French gunpowder. The French proof ball is of brass, and weighs 60 pounds French, the diameter of the mortar 7 inches 9 points, or 3/4 of a line, and has 1 line of windage. The chamber holds exactly 3 ounces, and their best powder must give a range of 90 toises, and their rest oved powder a range of 80 toises, to be received into the service. But the powder they now make, when new, will give a range of 100 and 120 toises, and Mr. Lombard calculates all his tables from experiments made with powder giving 125 toises with the épreuve. The above dimensions and weights are all of French standard. Gun metal is composed of 8 or 10 pounds of tin to 100 pounds of copper. The largest proportion of tin is used for mortars. Aircloth weight 30 pounds, length 15 feet, breadth 11 feet. Hand barrow weight 13 pounds, length 5 feet 4 inches. Hand spikes common, weight 11 pounds, length 6 feet. Harness for men, 1 set, 26 pounds length, 12 feet. Wheel harness for a pair of horses, such as is used in the service of artillery, about 1 cwt. Horses. An allowance of 3 feet is generally made for the breadth of each horse standing at picket, and about 9 feet for the length of a horse. A light dragoon horse, mounted and accoutred complete, carries about 2 cwt 1 qr and 14 pounds without forage. Horses in the service of artillery should not be made to draw above 3 cwt each, besides the weight of the carriage. Horses for this service should never be lower than 14 3/4 hands. The contractor is obliged to furnish them of this height. For government a horse is generally supposed equal to 5 men. Military horses walk about 400 yards in 4½ minutes. Trot the same distance in 2 minutes 3 seconds, and gallop it in about 1 minute. With great bird hens, less weight must be allowed for each horse to draw, than with medium bird hens, as it cannot be supposed that, Of a team of 8 horses, the leaders can draw so much as the horses nearer the carriage, and this disadvantage must increase as the team lengthens. A team of 4 horses may draw 6 cwt each, total 24 cwt including the carriages. 6 5 38 4 1/2 36 12 4 48. See also the word load. It is usual in heavy carriages to reckon all their weight exceeding 12 cwt as part of the load. Horses allowed for drawing field artillery carriages. All the horse artillery carriages are drawn by 4 horses each, except 12 PRS, which have 6 each. Park carriages 12 Prince medium, and 6 Prince heavy, 6 horses each, 6 Prince light, and 5 1/2 howitzer, upon the new construction, are allowed each 4 horses, but upon the old only 3 each. Ammunition wagon, common pattern, 3 horses. Flanders pattern, 4 forge cart, 2 ammunition cart, 2 howitzers. Dimensions and weight of brass howitzers. Nature. Length, weight. Length of bore. Chamber. Length, diameter. Powder contained in at top bottom inch. Diameter ft inch cwt qrs lbs inches lbs os 10 3 11 1/2 25 3 14 29.9 12.65.7 64.1270 81 12 3 12 24.7 8.61 4.63.40 385 1/2 heavy 10 0 0 3 0 5 1/2 light 2 2 3 4 4 0 2 18.4 76.02 fifths 110 30 13 15.21 4.522.73 2.240 French howitzers, in their own weights and measures. FTIN pounds ounce 8 inches diameter. 1110 weight. 112 charge. 6 inches to 3 length. 671 12 full. Table containing the natures of howitzers used by different powers in Europe. Nations. Natures. Shells. WT, pounds, Prussian 25 Prince 962 1027 714 Danish 1836 1020 Saxon 1632 816 Hanover 3061 1633 English 4 2/5 inch 8 or 4 Prince 5 1/2 inch 16 or 8 Prince 8 inch 46 or 23 Prince French 6 inch 23 or 12 Prince 8 inch 43 or 22 Prince ranges with a light 5 1/2 inch howitzer. 1798 elevation. 4 ounces. 8 ounces. 12 ounces. 1 pound. Flight. Range to first graze. Extreme range. 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 Deg Secretary yards. Secretary yards. Secretary yards. Secretary yards. PB 196 1 1/2 141 159 166 1 1/2 143 2 334 1 1/2 325 2 185 from 1 1/2 184 from 2 351 from 2 490 from 3 1 1/2 100 400 2 258 700 2 1/2 506 10003668, 11004 1 1/2 110 to 2 1/2 307 to 3 500 to 4 728 to 5 2 115 600 to 1/2 376, 10003509, 13505 1/2 918, 14006 to 168 yards. 3 408 yards. 3 1/2 581 yards. 5 823 yards. 7 to 194 3 1/2 529 5 872 6 975 8 to 1/2 226 4 1/2 636 1/2 975 7 1044 9 to 1/2 282 5 645 7 911 8 1049 10 to 1/2 279 5 642 7 1021 8 1104 11 to 1/2 265 1/2 697 7 1/2 1177 8 1173 12 3 315 5 1/2 715 ranges with a heavy 5 1/2 inch howitzer. 1793 elevation. 2 pounds. 3 pounds. Flight. Range to first graze. Extreme range. Flight. Range to first graze. Extreme range. Deck Secretary yards. Yards. Secretary yards. Yards. 1 to 453 3 479 2 4 595 5 722 3 4 666 5 921 4 5 847 5 1005 5 957 from 7 1325 from 6 7 1173 1408 1530 1407 9 1449 to 9 1577 to 88 1355 1900 9 1721 2009 8 1585 9 1801 10 10 1853 9 1791 11 9 1793 12 1013 12 10 1686 Leveling table showing the difference between the true and apparent level. Distance. Difference of level. Distance. Difference of level. Yards inches. MLSFTIN 100 0.02614001 1/2 200 0.103 1/2 02 300 0.2313 fourths 04 1/2 400 0.4111 08 500 0.643228 600 0.925360 700 1.2604 10 7 800 1.6455 16 7 900 2.08 16 23 11 1000 2.570 7 32 6 1100 3.110 8 42 6 1200 3.70 19 53 9 1300 4.344 10 66 4 1400 5.038 11 83 1500 5.784 12 95 2 1600 6.580 13 112 2 1700 7.425 14 131 15 150 16 175 This table will answer several useful purposes. First, to find the height of the apparent level above the true, at any distance. If the given distance be contained in the table, the correction of level is found in the same line with it, but if the exact distance be not found in the table, then multiply the square of the distance in yards, by 2.57, and divide by 1,000,000, or cut off 6 places on the right, 4 decimals, the rest are inches, or multiply the square of the distance in miles, by 66 feet 4 inches, and divide by 100. Second, to find the extent of the visible horizon, or how far can be seen from any given height, on a horizontal plane, as at sea, and see the height of the observer's eye above the horizon being known. The extent of his visible horizon is found in the column opposite, under the word distances. Third, to find the distance of any object when it first comes in sight, its height being known. For the distance of any object will be the extent of the visible horizon of the observer, added to the visible horizon of the point he observes. It is necessary in this case for the observer to know only the height of that part of the object which is kept from his view. By the curvilinear figure of the globe knowing the distance of an object, its height may be found in the same manner. If the height or distance exceed the limits in the table, then, first, if the distance be given, divide it by 2, 3, or 4, till the quotient comes within the distances in the table, then take out the height answering to the quotient, and multiply it by the square of the divisor for the height required. But when the height is given, divide it by one of these square numbers, 4, 9, 16, 25, and see till the quotient come within the limits of the table, and multiply the quotient by the square root of the divisor. Load artillery carriages, or wagons, are frequently loaded with 14 cwt for 3 horses, and 20 cwt for 4 horses. This, however it may answer on an English road, is a great deal too much for general service. No doubt a carriage of one construction will travel easier than of another, with the same weight, and where the mechanical advantage thus gained is greatest, the heaviest weight may be put, with the same number of horses, but in the carriages usually made for the service of artillery, 4 cwt per horse, beside the weight of the carriage, is the utmost they ought to be allowed to draw. The French ammunition wagons, which are drawn by 4 horses, are always charged with 1,200 pounds only. The regulations for home service in 1798 state the load for a bread wagon at 2,400 pounds and for a cart of entrenching tools at 400 pounds. Men used to bear loads, such as porters, will carry from 150 to 250 pounds. A horse will carry about 300 pounds and a mule about 250 pounds. See also the word horses. Magazines. The present practice is not to make large powder magazines for batteries, but to disperse the barrels of powder, or cartridges here and there in small magazines, about 6 or 7 fathoms, in the rear of the battery, as it appears better to loose a small quantity from time to time, than to run the risk of the whole being destroyed, by a single shell falling into the magazine. These small magazines or entrenchments, will hold about 1 or 2 tons of powder, and are about 8 or 9 feet square. They ought to be well covered from the fire of the place, and always in the rear of one of the merlons. When they cannot be sunk in the ground, they should be secured by sandbags or gabions. They should be made with attention, as should the communication from them to the battery. 2 magazines of this kind will be required for a battery of 6 pieces. Permanent powder magazines. According to Vauban's plan, powder magazines are commonly made 10 fathoms long, and 25 feet wide, in the clear. The foundation of the longest sides, is 9 or 10 feet thick, and 6 feet or more deep, according to the nature of the ground. The side walls raised upon these are 8 or 9 feet thick, and if there is not to be an upper story, 8 feet will be sufficient height above the foundation. By this means the flooring may be raised above the ground, free from damp, and there will remain 6 feet from the floor to the spring of the arch. The arch is formed of layers of bricks, arched one over the other, and ought to be 3 feet thick at the top. The exterior surface of the arch terminates with an angle at top, like a roof, which angle must be of such magnitude as to make a thickness of 8 feet over the keystone of the arch. The foundation at the gable ends is 5 feet thick, and the same depth as the sides. These ends are built up 4 feet thick, from the foundation to the top of the roof. The long sides are supported by counterforts, 6 feet thick and 4 feet long, and placed 12 feet asunder. The ventilators are placed, one in the center of each space between the counterforts, and are made with a die across them of 1½ feet. These ventilators are also closed with plates of iron. The magazine is lighted by a window in each end, high up, which are opened and shut by means of a ladder. These windows are secured, each by two shutters, made of plank 2 or 3 inches thick, and the outer one covered with sheet iron, and both fastened with strong bolts. The entrance to the is closed by two doors, one of which opens inwards, and the other outwards. The outward one is covered with sheet iron. The entrance of the magazine should, if possible, be placed towards the south. A wall of 1½ feet thick, and 10 feet high, is built round the magazine, at 12 feet distance. A magazine of the above dimensions will contain about 94,800 pounds of powder, in piles of 3 barrels each, for a greater number piled above each other destroys the barrels, damages the powder, and occasions accidents. Match. The slow match used by the English is made by contract, 1 yard of it will burn about 8 hours. The French slow match is usually made by soaking light twisted white rope for 3 days in a strong lye. It burns about 3 feet in 6 hours. Slow match was made at Gibraltar, during the last siege, in the following manner: 8 ounces of saltpetre were put into a gallon of water, and just made to boil over a slow fire. Strong blue paper was then wetted with the liquor, and hung to dry. When dry, each sheet was rolled up tight, and the outward edge pasted down, to prevent its opening. Half a sheet, thus prepared, will burn 3 hours. Quick match. Compositions. Worst match. Worst: 10 ounces mealed powder, 10 pounds spirits of wine, 3 pints. Water, 3 isinglass, 1/2 pint. Cotton match. Cotton, 1 pound, 12 ounces saltpetre, 1/8 mealed powder, 10 spirits of wine, 2 quarts. Water, 3 pints. The worst or cotton must be laid evenly in an earthen or other pan, and the different ingredients poured over it, and about half the powder, being left a short time to soak. It is afterwards wound smoothly on a reel, and laid to dry. Remaining half of the powder is then sifted over it, and it is ready for use when dry. Note: the French have lately made their slow match by soaking the rope in a solution of sugar of lead and rain water, in the proportion of 3/4 of an ounce of sugar of lead to 1 pint of water, and this, they esteem as preferable to the old sort. Marching the quick step, 108 paces per minute, each of 30 inches, making 270 feet per minute. Wheeling step, 120 per minute, of 30 inches each, making 300 feet per minute. Side step, 12 inches, 75 per minute. Ordinary step, 75 per minute, 30 inches each. Dundas. The usual rate of marching for cavalry is 17 miles in 6 hours, but this may be extended to 21, or even 28 miles in that time. D'Antoni. Rates to be paid for carriages on the march: 1 shilling per mile for every carriage with 5 horses, or with 6 oxen, or with 4 oxen and 2 horses, 9 pence per mile for any cart with 4 horses, and so in proportion for less carriages, or a further sum, not exceeding 4d per mile for every carriage with 5 horses, or with 6 oxen, or with 4 oxen and 2 horses, or 3d per mile for every cart with 4 horses, and so in proportion for less carriages, as the same shall be fixed and ordered by the justices of the peace. The wagons, and see not to carry more than 30 cwt. Regular ferries are only to be paid for on the march at half the ordinary rate. Mutiny Act. Marching money innkeepers are obliged to furnish troops on the march with diet and small beer, for the day of their marching in, and 2 days afterwards, unless one of the 2 days be a market day. For which the publican by the King's warrant, 17th of March, 1800, is to receive 16d, and which is paid in the following manner: paid by government, cavalry 9d, infantry 11d. By the soldiers 6d. 4d. Soldiers beer money 1d. 1d. Total 16 measures. Long measure. 12 inches make 1 foot. 3 feet 1 yard. 5 1/2 yards 1 pole, or perch. 40 poles 1 furlong. 8 furlongs 1 mile. 4 inches 1 hand. 6 feet 1 fathom, or toisy. 3 miles 1 league. 60 nautical, or 1 degree. Geographical miles, or 69 1/2 statute miles. Square measure. 144 square inches make 1 square foot. 9 square feet 1 square yard. 31/4 square yards 1 square pole. 40 square poles 1 square rood. 4 square roods 1 square acre. Solid, or cubic measure. 1,728 cubic inches make 1 cubic foot. 27 cubic feet 1 cubic yard. 251 cubic inches 1 gallon, wine measure. 281 1 gallon, beer measure. 168 3/5 1 gallon, dry measure. Dry measure. 8 pints make 1 gallon. 2 gallons 1 peck. 4 pecks 1 bushel. 4 bushels 1 coom. 2 cooms 1 quarter. 5 quarters 1 weigh. 2 weighs 1 last. Avoirdupois weight. 16 drams make 1 ounce. 16 ounces 1 pound. 25 pounds 1/4 of 100. 4 quarters 100. 20 hundred 1 ton. 14 pounds 1 stone. French weights and measures. The toisy is commonly used in France for military purposes, and is divided into 6 feet, each foot 12 inches, each inch 12 lines, each line 12 points. The pace is usually reckoned at 2 1/2 feet. Poids de mer, Ou de Paris. 24 grains make 1 denar. 3 denars 1 gros. 8 gros 1 ounce. 8 ounces 1 mark. 2 marks 1 pound. The French have lately formed an entire new system of weights and measures. The following short account of them, and their proportion to the old weights and measures of France, and those of English standard, is extracted from Nicholson's Nat Philosophy. Proportions of first part of the measures of the name which each species to indicates its principal proportion to measure or unity. The principal measure or unity. 10,000 myria 1,000 kilo 100 hecto 10 deca 0.1 deci 0.01 centi 0.001 milli, a, equals proportion of the principal measures between themselves and the length of the meridian. B, equals value of the principal measures in the ancient French measures. C, equals value in English measures. Principal measures, or unities. Length. Capacity. Weight. Agrarian. For firewood. Meter. Liter. Gram. R. Steer. A. 10 millionth weight of a part of the a centimeter 101 dist from part of cube of square cubic the pole to the cube. Distilled meters. Meter. The equator. Water. B. 3 feet 1 pint and 18 grains 2 square 1 demi-voix, 11 lines 1 to 20, or a and 841,000 perches or 1/4 of a and 1/2 litron and parts. Dos cord dos nearly. 1 to 4 nearly. Et torrid. Et 4. C. 6.083 inches which is 22,966 11.968 39.383 more than grains. Square the wine yards. And less than the beer quart. Reduction of the old French weights and measures to English, and the contrary. First. To reduce English avoirdupois to Paris weight, the avoirdupois pound of 16 ounces, Paris grains, or 7,000 Troy grains, equals 8,538. The ounce equals 533.62502 d. To reduce Paris running feet or inches into 1.065977 English, multiply by English running feet or inches into Paris, divide by 3d. To reduce Paris cubic feet or inches into 1.211278 English, multiply by English cubic feet or inches into Paris, divide by 4th. To reduce the Paris pint to the English, 2.0171082 multiply by the English pint to the Paris, divide by Lavoisier. Ch. German measures. The Rhineland route is the measure commonly used in Germany and Holland, and in most of the northern states, for all military purposes. It is divided into 12 feet. The Rhineland route is sometimes divided into tenths, or decimal feet, and the pace is made equal to 2 decimal feet, or superscript 2 of a rood. Proportion between the English weights and measures, and those of the principal places in Europe. Places. Foot in parts. Pound in parts. London 1100, Paris 1068, 108, Amsterdam 94293, Rhineland 1033, 96, Antwerp 946, 98, Leuven 958, 98, Middelburg 991, 98, Strasbourg 920, 93, Bremen 964, 96, Cologne 954, 97, Frankfurt 948, 93, Leipzig 117, Hamburg 95, Venice 1153, 151, Prague 1026, 106, Copenhagen 965, 94, Nuremberg 1006, 94, Bavaria 954, Vienna 1053, 83, Madrid 1001, 99, Toledo 899, 100, Bologna 1204, 127, Naples 861, Florence 123, Genoa 142, Mantua 1569, 143, Turin 1062, Danzig 944, 119 measures for gunpowder. Diameters and heights of cylindric powder measures, holding from 1 to 15 ounces. Ounces 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 0, 1.256, 1.583, 1.811, 1.994, 2.148, 2.706, 2.793, 2.876, 2.953, 3.027, 3.098 Diameters and weights of cylindric powder measures, holding from 1 to 15 pounds. Pounds 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 0, 3.165, 3.988, 4.565, 5.024, 5.4121, 6.890, 7.039, 7.245, 7.4427, 7.628, 7.805. The above are in inches and decimals. Mechanics. The whole momentum or quantity of force of a moving body is the result of the quantity of matter, multiplied by the velocity with which it is moved, and when the product arising from the multiplication of the particular quantities of matter in any two bodies, by their respective velocities are equal, their momentum will be so too. Upon this easy principle depends the whole of mechanics, and it holds universally true, that when two bodies are suspended on any machine, so as to act contrary to each other, if the machine be put in motion, and the perpendicular ascent of one body multiplied into its weight, be equal to the perpendicular descent of the other, multiplied into its weight, those bodies, how unequal soever in their weights, will balance each other in all situations, for, as the whole ascent of the one is performed in the same time as the whole descent of the other, their respective velocities must be as the spaces they move through, and the excess of weight in one is compensated by the excess of velocity in the other. Upon this principle it is easy to compute the power of any engine, either simple or compound, for it is only finding how much swifter the power moves than the weight does, i.e. how much further in the same time, and just so much is the power increased by the help of the engine. The simple machines usually called mechanic powers, are 6 in number, viz. The lever, the wheel and axle, the pulley, the inclined plane, the wedge and the screw. There are 4 kinds of levers: first, where the prop is placed between the weight and the power. 2d, where the prop is at one end of the lever, the power at the other, and the weight between them. 3d, where the prop is at one end, the weight at the other, and the power applied between them. 4th, the bended lever, which differs from the first in form, but not in property. In the first and 2d kind, the advantage gained by the lever is as the distance of the power from the prop to the distance of the weight from the prop. In the 3d kind, that there may be a balance between the power and the weight, the intensity of the power must exceed the intensity of the weight, just as much as the distance of the weight from the prop exceeds the distance of the power from the prop. As this kind of lever is disadvantageous to the moving power, it is seldom used. Wheel and axle: here the velocity of the power is to the velocity of the weight, as the circumference of the wheel is to the circumference of the axle. Pulley: a single pulley, that only turns on its axis, and does not move out of its place, serves only to change the direction of the power, but gives no mechanical advantage. The advantage gained in this machine is always as twice the number of movable pulleys, without taking any notice of the fixed pulleys necessary to compose the system of pulleys. Inclined plane: the advantage gained by the inclined plane is as great as its length exceeds its perpendicular height. The force wherewith the rolling body descends upon an inclined plane is to the force of its absolute gravity, as the height of the plane is to its length. Wedge: this may be considered as 2 equally inclined planes, joined together at their bases. When the wood does not cleave at any distance before the wedge, there will be an equilibrium between the power impelling the wedge, and the resistance of the wood acting against its 2 sides, when the power is to the resistance, as half the thickness of the wedge at the back is to the length of either of its sides, because the resistance then acts perpendicular to the sides of the wedge, but when the resistance on both sides acts parallel to the back, the power that balances the resistance on both sides will be, as the length of the whole back of the wedge is to double its perpendicular height. When the wood cleaves at any distance before the wedge, as it generally does, the power impelling the wedge will be to the resistance of the wood, as half the length of the back is to the length of either of the sides of the cleft, estimated from the top, or acting part of the wedge. Screw: here the advantage gained is as much as the circumference of a circle described by the handle of the winch exceeds the interval or distance between the spirals of the screw. There are few compound engines, but what, on account of the friction of parts against one another, will require a third part more power to work them when loaded, than what is required to constitute a balance between the power and the weight. Ferguson's NAT philosophy mile comparison of the different miles, in geometric paces, each of which is equal to 5 feet French Royal, 5.6719 feet Rhineland, or 6.1012 English feet. The mile of Sweden equals 5,761 geometric paces. Switzerland 4,512, Denmark 4,071, common, of Germany 4,000, Holland 3,158, League of France 2,400, Spain 2,286, Scotland 1,500, Mile of Italy 1,000, England 868, Where Saint of Russia 575, Mine. The excavation formed by the blowing up of a mine is found by experiment to be nearly a paraboloid. It was formerly supposed that the diameter of the entonnoir, or excavation, was always equal to only double the line of least resistance, but experiments have proved that the diameter of the excavation may be increased to 6 times the line of least resistance, and that the diameter of the globe of compression may be increased to 8 times that line. This is called the maximum of a mine, or the greatest effect that can be produced by a globe of compression. In any mine intended to produce an effect within this extent, the effects will be nearly as the charges. The globes are to each other as the cubes of their radii. Their radii are the hypotenuses of right-angled triangles, of which the line of least resistance, and the semi-diameter of the excavation, are the other two sides. Therefore, to find the charge to produce any required diameter of the excavation, the following will be the rule, the radius being found as above, as the cube of the radius of the globe of compression in the following table, having the same line of least resistance as the required globe, is to the cube of the radius of the required globe, so is the charge corresponding in the following table, to the charge required. Table for the charges of mines, according to Willett. Line of least resistance. Charge for the mine. Line of least resistance. Charge for the mine. Feet. Pounds ounce feet. Pounds ounce 102 21 868 320 12 22 998 4328 23 1140 10 46 24 1296 5 11 11 25 1558 96 24 26 1647 12 7 32 227 1815 4 8 48 28 20 58 968 5 29 2286 7 10 93 12 32534 11 124 12 31 2792 4 12 162 32 3072 13 205 15 33 3369 114 257 434 3680 22 15 316 425 4019 816 384 36 4374 17 469 37 4748 11 18 546 12 38 5144 419 643 39 5561 22750 46000. This table is calculated upon a supposition that the excavation of the mine is a paraboloid, having a base double the line of least resistance, and that 10 pounds 10 ounces of powder is sufficient for raising 1 cubic fathom of earth, by making the line of least resistance of the required globe only equal to the radius of the globe of compression. The charges thus found by means of this table, being only for one nature of soil, viz. light earth and sand, that for which the table is calculated, must be augmented according to the following table of Vauban's, by 1, 4, 5, 7, or 9/11ths of the charge found. Table of the quantity of powder required to raise a cubic fathom, according to the soil. 1 light earth, mixed with sand 11 pounds. 2 common earth 12 3 strong sand 15 4 clay, or fat earth 16 5 old and good masonry 18 6 rock 20. The following rule is however laid down by Billidor, and generally adopted, if it be intended that the mine shall produce its maximum or greatest effect, multiply the line of least resistance, expressed in feet, by 300, the product will be the charge in pounds. In making mines of any kind, the following remarks may be of service. The best form for the chamber would be spherical, but from the difficulty of its construction, it is always made a cube, of 1 inch larger dimensions than the box to contain the powder. The chamber must not be made in the prolongation of the branch of the mine, but at one side, and lower than the level of the branch, if the soil be dry, but higher if it be wet. 1 cubic foot will contain 75 pounds of powder, upon which principle the size of the case to contain the powder must be regulated. The objet is generally 1 inch square interior dimensions, and the end of it must reach the center of the chamber, where the saucisson must be fastened, to prevent its being easily pulled out. The branch of the mine to be sprung must be closed in the strongest manner by doors well secured by props, and must be stopped with earth or rubbish to a distance, taken in a straight line, equal to 1/2 times the line of least resistance. In proportioning the length of saucisson, in order that any number of mines may be fired at the same instant, a return of a right angle is generally reckoned equal to 4 inches in a right line. The first step in making a mine, whether for attack or defense, is to sink a shaft to the depth of the bottom of the gallery, having 2 of its sides in the direction of the sides of the gallery. These shafts should be where the galleries are to cross each other, or in the center of the length of gallery to be made. These shafts should never be further apart than 40 or 50 fathoms, for it is found that the air is not fit for respiration in the larger galleries at a greater distance from the shaft than 25 fathoms, at 20 fathoms in those of medium dimensions, and at 15 in the smallest. The rectangular frames used in sinking a shaft are commonly placed 4 feet asunder, and in the galleries they are only 3 feet. A gallery intended to be lined with masonry, must be 7 feet high, and 6 feet wide, in order that it may be, when finished, 6 feet high, and 3 feet wide. Temporary galleries are only made for 1/2 feet high, and 2 1/2 or 3 feet wide. The branches, at the ends of which the chambers are to be placed, are only made 2 1/2 or 3 feet high, and 2 feet, or 2 feet 3 inches wide. The first of these is dug on the knees, the second sitting or lying. The miners are divided into brigades of 4 each, and the rate of work for each brigade is 3 feet of the temporary gallery in 4 hours. The first brigade is relieved by a second, after having worked 4 hours, or laid 1 frame, which second brigade is again relieved by the first, at the expiration of the same time. In the most easy ground to work, a miner may be heard to the distance of 14 or 15 fathoms underground, and the noise made by fixing the frames of the galleries may often be heard as far as 20 or 25 fathoms. A drum braced, standing on the ground, with a few peas or other round substances on the head, will be very sensibly affected by an approaching miner. It is of the most essential consequence to place the entrances to the countermines beyond the reach of any surprise from the enemy. To prevent an enemy gaining possession of the galleries of the countermines, they should be well secured by strong doors, at every 15 fathoms. These should be musket-proof. A glacis, properly countermined, and every advantage taken of it to retard the besiegers, may, with proper management, prolong a siege at least 2 months, and if the rest of the works are also countermined, and properly defended, they may add another month to the siege. Every system of countermines must depend upon the system of fortification to which they are to be adapted. The general principle for their regulation is, that the galleries should occupy situations, from which branches can be most readily run out under the most probable points of the besiegers' batteries and approaches. The general system of countermines commonly used in a place prepared beforehand, is as follows. The principal or Magi's trowel gallery runs all round the work, under the banquette of the covered way, and across the places of arms, having the entrances at the re-entering places of arms. Nearly parallel to this at 20, 25, or 30 fathoms distance is another gallery, called the envelope. These 2 galleries are connected by galleries of communication, under the gutters of the re-entering parts of the glacis, and under the ridges of the salient parts. From the envelope are run out about 15 or 16 fathoms, galleries, in directions parallel to the capitals of the works, and at 23 fathoms distance from each other. These are called listeners. Sometimes, shafts are sunk from the ends of these listeners, and by connecting these shafts, a second envelope formed. Behind the escarps of the different works, galleries are likewise made, about the level of the bottom of the ditch, from whence branches may be run out into or under the foundations of the walls, and if the ditch be dry, galleries of communication may be made from these to the Magi's trowel gallery, and from which communications branches may be run out for chambers to annoy the besiegers in their passage of the ditch. The entrances to the escarpe galleries are by means of posterns, which descend from behind the interior slope of the rampart. If a place be not countermined beforehand, a great deal may be done, even after the investment of the place, to prolong the siege by countermins. In this case, the first thing to be done immediately that the place is invested, to sink a shaft in each of the places of arms of the covered way, one in each branch of the covered way, opposite that part of the bastion where the breach will most probably be made, and one in the flanked angle of each bastion. Those on the covered way will be on the banquette, and sunk to about 18 inches below the bottom of the ditch. Those in the bastions to about 12 feet below the bottom of the ditch. Thus prepared, the moment the side on which the attack is to be made can be ascertained, galleries must be carried on from these shafts on the side attacked along the capitals, in the form of trestles, or double T, and advanced as far into the country as the time will admit. Communication galleries may likewise be driven between these different works on the covered way, and from them to the work in the bastion, which will prevent the enemy gaining possession of their entrances. All these works may be carried on after the investment of the place, and be in sufficient forwardness by the time the enemy gains the third parallel. The following rules are given by Vauban for faugasses, or small mines, having the diameter of the excavation equal to double the line of least resistance. The side of the chamber must be exactly a sixth part of the depth of the shaft. The side of the box to hold the powder exactly a ninth part of the depth of the shaft. These remarks respecting mines are principally extracted from the general essay on fortification before mentioned, written in French, and published at Berlin, 1799. Mortars. Weight and dimensions of English mortars. Nature. Weight. Length. Powder contained in chamber 10 range at 45 degrees. CTQR pounds FTIN pounds ounce yards 13 brass CS 82 853 32 4100 iron 82 120 brass land 25 10 371 half 312 2100 iron 36 212 9 8 10 brass CS 33 48 12 8 3800 iron 41 10 brass land 10 125 294 10 1900 iron 16 6488 brass land 44821342 1600 iron 811 2451 half brass land 121 4149 1204 2/5 brass land 311 111 half 4 1 half 1000 French mortars, in their own weights and measures. Pounds 12 inches 2063 7 2410 for long ranges 2007 4 2810 short 1564 2208 595 1434 1160 stone mortars 11 1102 8 12-inch gomers 2750 12 2710 2006 8 2800 8 600 to 1400 ranges with a 10-inch C mortar, at 21 degrees, on a horizontal plane. Weight of mortar. Weight of shell. Charge. Elevation. Flight. Range. CTQRS pounds ounce deg secretary yards. 34 2 14 86 5 8 21 14 3 4 2335 87 16 2510 ranges with sea service, iron mortars, at 45 degrees, upon a horizontal plane. 1798 13-inch. 10-inch. charge, flight, range, charge, flight, range. Pounds ounce secretary yards. Pounds ounce secretary yards. 2 13 691 13 684 18 1402 18 1346 21 1903 21 1908 24 1 half 2575 4 24 2510 26 1 half 2975 5 26 2812 29 3506 27 3214 29 1 half 3867 29 3516 33908 33818 31 half 4009 31 4 3920 31 4209 8 31 half 4000 ranges with French mortars, at 45 degrees, in French weights and measures. 12-inch, 10-inch, long ranges, 10-inch, short ranges, 8-inch, charge, range, charge, range, charge, range, charge, range. Pounds ounce yards. Pounds ounce yards. Pounds ounce yards. Pounds ounce yards. 1 388 1 451 658 5 316 1 8 632 2 1081 8 964 10 794 2 862 3 1536 2 1280 15 1112 2 8 954 4 20 72 8 1428 1 4 1283 1292 5 2206 3 1432 3 8 1396 2 1 half 2304 3 10 1 4 1920. Medium ranges with land service iron mortars, at 45 degrees. 1798 13-inch. 10-inch. Charge. Flight. Range. Charge. Flight. Range. Pounds ounce secretary yards. Pounds ounce secretary yards. 14 6 1 half 245 8 6 1 half 235 1 7 1 half 318 10 8 358 1 4 8 1 half 412 12 9 464 1 8 9 1 half 523 14 10 534 1 12 10 1 half 613 1 10 1 half 638 2 11 697 1 2 11 1 half 749 2 4 12 1 half 841 4 13 873 2 8 13 906 1 6 13 1 half 956 2 12 14 1054 1 8 14 1028 3 15 1132 1 10 15 1123 3 4 16 1244 1 12 15 1226 3 8 16 1 half 1317 1 14 16 1325 3 12 17 1424 2 16 1 half 1357 4 17 1492 2 17 1484 4 17 1 half 1582 4 17 1 half 1500 1532 4 8 18 1 half 1656 2 6 17 1 half 1571 4 12 19 1744 2 8 18 1 half 1705 19 1 half 1824 2 10 19 1785 4 19 1 half 1900 2 12 19 1 half 1825 5 8 20 19 52 14 20 1885 12 20 1 half 2062 3 20 19 16 6 21 20 95 4 25 2485 7 24 2510 4 8 26 2536 8 25 2706 8 inch 5 1/2 inch brass charge flight range charge flight range pounds-ounce secretary yards pounds-ounce secretary yards 5 6 225 185 1 half 155 6 7 1 half 328 112 6 198 7 8 1 half 428 2 6 1 half 255 8 9 1 half 474 2 4 7 1 half 316 9 10 562 8 8 380 10 11 664 2 12 8 1 half 426 11 12 762 3 9 1 half 470 12 12 1 half 801 3 4 10 540 13 13 1 half 859 3 8 10 1 half 590 14 14 963 12 11 630 15 14 1 half 1011 4 11 1 half 725 10 14 1 half 1115 4 4 12 746 1 1 15 1156 4 8 12 1 half 800 1 2 16 1262 4 12 13 1 half 910 1 3 16 1 half 1325 13 1 half 935 1 4 17 1385 4 14 1016 1 5 17 1 half 1446 5 8 1 6 18 1535 12 1 7 18 1 half 1606 15 1175 1 8 19 1661 9 19 1 half 1720 medium ranges with brass mortars at 45 degrees 1780 13 inch 12 10 inch 8 inch charge range charge range charge range pounds-ounce yards pounds-ounce yards ounce dr yards 212 862 110 823 10 8 582 14 939 111 852 11 635 3 998 112 783 11 8 711 32 1003 113 758 12 708 34 1091 14 823 12 8 701 36 1139 115 888 13 777 38 1165 2 892 13 8 825 310 1209 2 1 940 14 873 12 1272 2 941 14 8 850 53 3 14 1322 2 3 1041 15 866 4 1309 2 4 1128 15 8 899 4 2 1331 2 5 1103 16 921 4 4 1391 2 6 1221 16 8 987 4 6 1363 2 7 1258 17 987 4 8 1324 2 8 1215 17 8 1062 ranges with a 5 1/2 inch brass mortar, at 15 degrees. Charge. Flight. First graze. Rolled to ounce Dr. Secretary yards. Yards. 283 209 303 33 1/2 256 333 84 375 443 44 1/2 457 501 485 530 605 5 1/2 561 627 586 1/2 667 715 677 709 780 medium ranges with land service iron mortars, at 10 degrees elevation powder in cartridges. 10 inch. 8 inch. Flight. Charge. First graze. Extreme range. Flight. Charge. First graze. Extreme range. Seconds pounds ounce yards. Yards. Seconds pounds ounce yards. Yards. 312 198 415 38 202 403 31 278 458 310 266 461 414 366 564 314 12 351 614 4 1/2 18 451 685 414 413 634 112 432 686 434 1 468 754 434 2 559 938 512 562 811 524 602 798 614 664 954 34 28 597 976 6 1/2 16700 1028 212 664 11216 1/2 18768 1064 3764 1169 medium ranges with the above mortars, at 15 degrees. 10 inch. 8 inch. Charge. Flight. Range. Charge. Flight. Range. Pounds ounce secretary yards. Pounds ounce secretary yards. 145 464 11 4 1/2 427 165 1/2 543 12 4 1/2 485 186 590 13 5 513 112 6 3/4 685 14 5 1/2 559 114 7 765 16 1/2 692 7 805 127 822 247 1/2 884 147 827 287 3/4 961 67 3/4 1004 212 8 1071 88 1/2 1012 38 1/2 1154 110 8 1/2 1196 111 9 1337 NAV number and nature of ordnance for each of the ships in His Majesty's Navy. Rates. No of guns N. Of guns of each nature. Carronades. 42 32 24 18 12 9 6 32 24 18 12, ST 128 28 30 18 262 D. 98 28 30 42 63 D. 80 26 26 24 474 28 28 18 26 70 28 28 14 64 26 26 12 26 4 60 24 26 10 50 22 22 6 6 6 5 44 20 22 6 8 36 26 2 8 8 32 26 6 6 6 28 24 4 6 24 22 2 2 6 20 28 sloops. 18 18 8 dimensions of ships, number of men, and draft of water. Number of guns length on the gun deck. Extreme breadth. Complement of depth of water required for each. Sailors. Marines. FTIN FTINN. Officers. Feet. 110 190 53 875 24 100 186 52 98 180 50 751 Captain. 23 90 177 649 3 Subalts. 80 182 49 6 650 1874 182 48 774 169 46 11 64 160 44 61 Cap 2 Sub. 50 146 46 422 Lieutenant TS. 44 149 38 8 301 Subalt. 1638 144 39 36 142 38 32 126 35 428 120 33 6 215 24 114 732 320 108 30 18 110 29 6 125 Sergeant. 13 16 106 28 NB. The usual complement of Marines is one for every gun in the ship. Ordnance. The value of all brass ordnance is at 84 pounds, 17 per ton, for the metal, that is, the weight of the gun, and 12 pounds per hundredweight for waste, to which is added for casting, on the total weight of metal used, 64 pounds per ton for light pieces, 54 pounds for medium, and 44 pounds for heavy. Iron ordnance costs 20 pounds per ton. See also the words guns, mortars, howitzers, and c. For the proof of all kinds of ordnance, see the word proof. Pace. The common pace is of no determined length, though made use of as a measure by most military writers. In Germany, and amongst most of the northern powers, the pace is considered equal to superscript 2/of a Rhineland rood. In France the pace is commonly reckoned at 2½ feet. In England it is usually reckoned at 2½ feet. The geometrical pace is equal to 5 French royal feet, 60,000 of which make a degree of the equator. This makes the geometrical pace equal 6.102 English feet, and 5.6719 Rhineland feet. For the military pace, see marching. Parallels or places of arms at a siege. See the words trenches and sap. Pay table of the full pay of the officers, non-commissioned officers, and privates in the army. Rank. Lifeguards. Cavalry. Foot guards. Infantry of the line. Artillery. Horse. Foot. Pound. SD pound. SD pound. SD pound. SD pound. SD pound. SD Colonel 116 112 10 119 126 236 Colonel and Second 198 139 First Lieutenant Colonel 111 131 8605 11 158 1992 D. Lieutenant Colonel 0 15 11 16 10 First Major 16 19 3 14 0 14 11 9 14 10 2D Major Captain 16 14 7 16 6 0 9 5 15 4 9 11 Captain Lieutenant 0 11 9 7 10 0 5 8 0 10 7 First Lieutenant 0 9 6 2D Lieutenant 8-5 Cornets 8-6-8 Ensigns 5-10 4-8 Paymaster 15-15 Quartermaster 6-5 6-5 8-5 8-6-6 Adjutant 11-5-5-5-5 Surgeon 12-12-12 9-5 11-10 9-11 Assistant Surgeon 5-7-6-5-6-5 Veterinary 8 Sergeant Major 3-4-3-2 Quartermaster 2-10 Sergeant 2-2-1 10-3-4 1-6-3-4 2-4-2-2 Corporal 2-6-1-4 1-7 3-4 1-4 3-4 1-2 1-4 2-2 1-4 2-2 1-4 Bombardier 2-2 1-4 1-10 1-4 First Gunner 1-7 2D Gunner 1-5 1-4 1-3 1-4 Private 1-11 1-4 1-3 1-1 Farrier and Smith 3-4 3-4 Collar Maker 2-4 3-4 Wheeler Trumpeter 2-6 1-7 1-2 1-4 1-1 1-4 2-1 3-4 1-3 1-4 Drummer Park of artillery should always be placed, if possible, within a short distance of water carriage, and have the most ready communication with every part of the line of the army. Its form must depend on its situation. 10 feet are usually allowed in front for one carriage and its interval, and near 50 feet from the hind wheels of the front row to the fore wheels of the second. This interval should allow sufficient room for putting the horses to the carriages, and for a free passage along the line. In parks not on immediate service, it is customary to arrange the guns with their muzzles to the front, but where the guns are likely to be wanted at a short notice, appearances must not be studied, and the gun carriages must be parked with their shafts to the front, ready to receive horses to them. A quarter guard is placed in front of the park, and the non-commissioned officers and gunners' tents on the flanks, at about 20 paces distance and 40 paces to the rear the subaltern officers, at 10 more to the rear the captains, and 10 more the commanding officer. The mess tent is 15 in the rear of the officers. At a convenient distance in the rear of the whole, are the horses, picketed in one or more lines, with the drivers on their flanks. The horses are sometimes picketed in lines perpendicular to the front, and on the flanks of the carriages, between the men and the carriages. See the word camp, and artillery in the field. Pendulums for military purposes are best made with a musquet ball, and a piece of silk, or other small line. Their length must be measured from the center of the ball to the end of the loop on which they are to swing. In a cylinder, or other uniform prism or rod, the center of oscillation, from whence they must be measured, is at the distance of 1/3 from the bottom, or 2/3 below the center of motion. Pendulum's length in latitude of London, to swing 2 seconds 39 1/8 inches. 1/2 seconds 9.81 4 seconds 2.45 Length of pendulums to vibrate 2 seconds at every 5th degree of latitude. Degrees of latitude. Length of pendulum. Inches. 0 39.0275 39.029 10 39.032 15 39.036 20 39.044 25 39.057 30 39.070 35 39.084 40 39.097 45 39.111 50 39.126 55 39.142 260 39.158 65 39.168 70 39.177 75 39.185 80 39.191 85 39.195 90 39.197 Rule to find the length of a pendulum to make any number of vibrations, and vice versa. Call the pendulum, making 60 vibrations the standard length, then say, as the square of the given number of vibrations is to the square of 60, so is the length of the standard to the length sought. If the length of the pendulum be given, and the number of vibrations it makes in a minute be required, say, as the given length is to the standard length, so is the square of 60, its vibrations in a minute, to the square of the number required. The square root of which will be the number of vibrations made in a minute. Petards are of 4 different sizes. First, contain 12 pounds 13 ounce. Second, 10 pounds 11 ounce. Third, 1 pound 10 fourth, 1 pound blind fuse composition mealed powder. 7 pounds for petards. Wood ashes 3 ounces. Stores for 1 petard. Hooks to hang the petard. 2 gimblets. 2 brass fuse. 1 wrench to screw the fuse. 1 blue paper port fires. 6 slow match yards. 4 props or forks. 2 copper funnels. 1 tallow ounces. 8 cartridges. 1 platforms. The common platforms for gun batteries require the following materials for each: 5 sleepers or joists, 6 inches square 14 feet long, 1 hunter, 8 or 10 inches square 8 feet long, 14 planks, 1 foot wide, 11 feet long, 2 1/2 inches thick, 20 pickets. The usual slope of platforms for guns is 1 inch to every yard. The platforms for mortar batteries are made with 3 sleepers 8 inches square and covered with about 11 timbers of the same thickness. They are laid perfectly horizontal, about 15 feet asunder, and 12 feet from the epaulement. This is the distance commonly practiced for firing only at 45 degrees elevation, but if the platforms be placed at the undermentioned distances from the epaulement, the mortars may be fired at the angles corresponding. At 13 feet distance for firing at 30 degrees. 21 feet at 20 30 feet at 15 40 feet at 10 over an epaulement of 8 feet high. See also the word battery. Point blank. For the point blank ranges of different pieces of ordnance, see the different natures. The French point blank or butte en blanc, is what the English artillery call the line of metal elevation, in most guns between 1 and 2 degrees. Pontoons length at top 21 feet 6 inches. Bottom, 17 width, 4 feet 9 inches. Depth, 2 feet 3 inches. Equipage of 1 pontoon. FTIN 4 box 22 8 long 10 wide 4 thick. 1 gang board. 220102 1/2 6 chesses, 11 6 2 4 1 1/2 2 oars. 1 cable 1 anchor. 1 shear line. 1 graplin. 1 boat hook. 1 setter. 1 maul. 4 iron bolts, with keys. 4 pickets. 2 mounting bars. 1 small pump. 4 binding sticks. 1 windlass. 4 spring lines. 1 pontoon carriage, complete. 4 Fox. Dimensions of Colonel Congreve's wooden pontoons. Feet. Inches. Length at top 26, at bottom 23, depth 2 8, width 2 3. The common pontoons will support a weight of 4 or 5,000 pounds. They are generally placed, in forming a bridge, about their own width asunder. See the word bridge. Port fires. Composition. Saltpetre, 60 parts, sulfur, 40 parts, mealed powder, 20 parts. Length of each, 16 1/2 inches. One will burn from 12 to 15 minutes. Weight of 1 dozen, 3 pounds 12 ounces. Port fires were made at Gibraltar in the following manner: 2 ounces of niter was dissolved in a gallon of water, and sheets of soft brown paper dipped in the solution. These when dry were rolled up to about the size of common port fires. Provisions. See the word ration. Proof of ordnance. All natures of ordnance undergo several kinds of proof before they are received into His Majesty's service, viz. First, they are gauged as to their several dimensions, internal and external, as to the justness of the position of the bore, the chamber, the vent, the trunnions, and C2D, they are fired with a regulated charge of powder and shot, and afterwards searched to discover irregularities or holes produced by the firing. 3d. By means of engines an endeavor is made to force water through them, and, 4th, they are examined internally, by means of light reflected from a mirror. Iron guns. The guns are first examined as to their proper dimensions, in which, in no case more than superscript 3 of an inch variation is allowed, and in the diameter of the bore only superscript 1/3 from 42 to 18 pounders, and superscript 1/4 from 12 to 4 pounders, but in the position of the bore 1/2 an inch out of the axis of a piece from a 42 to an 18 prince and 1/3 of an inch from a 12 to a 4 prince is allowed. They are then fired twice with the charge in the following table, with 1 shot and 2 high junk wads, and examined with a searcher after each round. In this examination they must not have any hole or cavity in the bore of superscript 2 of an inch in depth, behind the first reinforce ring, or 1/4 of an inch in depth before this ring. Nature. Proof charge. PRS pounds ounce 42 25 32 21 8 24 18 18 15 12 12 9 9 6 6 4 4 3 3 2 2 1 1/2 1 8 1 1. Iron guns are scaled with superscript 1/2 the weight of the shot. Brass guns from 1 pounders to 12 pounders. The diameter of the bore must not vary more than superscript 1/ of an inch, and in no dimensions more than superscript 2/. The following are the established charges for their proof. The heavy and medium guns with a charge equal to the weight of the shot, except the medium 12-pounder, which is proved with only 9 pounds. The light guns with half the weight of the shot. The brass ordnance have not however been proved of late with such heavy charges, but with the following: 3 PRS light, 3 times, with 1 pound each round. 6 PRS light, 3 times, with 2 pounds each. 12 PRS light, 2 times, with 4 pounds each. 12 PRS med 2 times, with 5 pounds each. Any hole 0.15 of an inch deep upwards or sideways in the bore, or 0.1 in the bottom, between the breech and first reinforce, or 0.2 of an inch upwards or sideways, or 0.15 in the bottom of the bore, before the first reinforce ring, will be sufficient to condemn them. Brass mortars and howitzers. The exterior dimensions are in no respect to deviate more than superscript 1/ of an inch in an 8-inch howitzer, and superscript 1/2 in the Royals and Cohorn mortars and howitzers. Their bores and chambers not to deviate from their true diameters or positions more than superscript 1/4 of an inch. The brass mortars and howitzers are fired twice with their chambers full of powder, and an iron shell. The mortars on their own beds, at about 75 degrees elevation, and the howitzers on their carriages, at about 12 degrees. Iron mortars are proved on their iron beds, with a charge equal to the full chamber, and an iron shot equal in diameter to the shell. Royals, or Cohorn mortars, having a hole 0.1 of an inch in depth in the chamber, or 0.15 in the chase, are rejected. Royal howitzers the same. 8-inch howitzers having a hole 0.15 of an inch in depth in the chamber, or 0.2 in the chase, will be rejected. Carronades. The diameter and position of their bore and chamber must not deviate superscript 1/2 of an inch. They are proved with 2 rounds, with their chambers full of powder, and 1 shot and 1 wad. A hole of superscript 2/ of an inch in depth in the bore, or superscript 1/ in the chamber condemns the piece. Proof charges. 68 PRS 42 32 24 18 12 13 pounds 9 8 6 4 3. All ordnance, after having undergone this proof, and the subsequent searching, are subject to the water proof. This is done by means of a forcing pump, having a pipe or hose fixed to the mouth of the piece. After 2 or 3 efforts to force the water through any honeycombs or flaws which may be in the bore, they are left to dry, and generally the next day examined by the reflected light from a mirror. If the bore contains any small holes or flaws which have not been discovered by the former proofs, they are very readily found by this. The water will continue to weep, or run from the holes, when the solid parts of the bore are perfectly dry. Ordnance suspected of being bad are often subject to a more severe proof, that of firing 30 rounds quick, with the service charge and 2 shot, and in doubtful cases, where the purity of the metal is suspected, recourse has been had to chemical trials and analysis. A quantity of clean filings taken from a part of an iron gun free from rust, are dissolved in the dilute sulfuric acid, and the quantity of gas disengaged during the solution accurately ascertained. The plumbago which remains after solution is also separated by filtration, and carefully weighed. Now it is well known that the purer the iron, the greater the quantity of inflammable gas obtained, and the less the proportion of plumbago which remains after the solution. From these two parts therefore a tolerable judgment may be formed of the quality of the metal. When the plumbago exceeds 4½ per cent, the iron will always be found deficient in strength, and there has been no instance of a gun bursting where the plumbago did not exceed 3 per center, that is, where 100 grains of the metal did not leave more than 3 grains of plumbago. The color of the plumbago is also to be attended to. When it is brown or reddish, it is an indication of hard metal, and when in quantities and mixed with coals, there can be no doubt but that the iron is too soft for cannon. For the proof of gunpowder, see that word. Proof of iron shells. After the shells are gauged and examined as to their dimensions and weight, they must be well scraped out, and the iron pin at the bottom of the inside must be driven down or broken off. They are then to be hammered all over, to knock off the scales, and discover flaws, and no hole, in the large shells is allowed, of more than 3/4 of an inch deep. An empty fuse is then driven into the fuse hole, and the shell is suspended in a tub of water, in such manner that the shell be covered by the water, but that it does not run into the fuse. In this situation the nose of a pair of bellows is put in at the fuse hole, and several strong puffs given with the bellows, and if no bubbles rise in the water, the shell is concluded to be serviceable. Ordnance condemned as unserviceable for any of the foregoing reasons, are marked as follows: XD, or XS, or XW. The first signifies that they are found to be faulty in their dimensions, by Desaguliers' instrument, the second, by the searcher, and the third, by the waterproof. Ration for an officer or soldier. Complete ration of the small species. Flour, or bread 1½ pounds, beef 1 or pork 1/2 peas 1/4 pint. Butter, or cheese 1 ounce, rice 1 ounce. When the small species are not issued, 1½ pounds of flour or bread, with 1½ pounds of beef, or 10 ounces of pork, forms a complete ration, or 3 pounds of beef, or 2 pounds of cheese, or ½ pound of rice, forms a complete ration. At sea the ration is different. The following table contains the allowance for 6 soldiers, or 4 seamen on board of ship, for each day in the week. Women are provisioned at 1/2, and children at 1/4 of a soldier's allowance, but receive no rum. A equals beer, gallons, or ½ pints of spirits, or pints of wine. B equals pint of oatmeal. C equals pounds of butter. D equals pounds of butter. Days of the week. Bread. A beef, pieces of 8 pounds pork, pieces of 4 pounds pint of peas. B, C, D, vinegar. Pounds Sunday, 4/4 Monday, 4/4 1/2 Tuesday, 4/4 or 6 pounds of flour, or ½ pound of suet and 1 pound of raisins Wednesday, 4/4 1/2 1/4 Thursday, 4/4 a week. Friday, 4/4 1/2 Saturday, 4/4 or as above. The above are served out by full weights and measures. When flour, suet, and raisins are put on board, they are to be served out in equal proportions with beef, viz. half in beef, the other half in flour, suet, and raisins, on each beef day. 4 pounds of flour, or 3 pounds of flour with half a pound of raisins, or 1/4 pounds of currants, and 1/4 pounds of suet, are equal to 4 pounds of beef, or 2 pounds of pork with peas, but are not to be issued in lieu of the latter, except unavoidable, and then the quantities must be certified. Half a pound of rice is equal to a pint of oatmeal, half a pound of sugar is equal to half a pound of butter, and 1 pound of rice is equal to 1 pound of cheese, 1 pint of oil is equal to 1 pound of butter, or 2 pounds of cheese, that is, a pint of oil for the proportion of butter and cheese. A pint of wine, or 1/2 pint of brandy, rum, or arrack, is equal to a gallon of beer, 1 pound of fresh beef is equal to 1 pound of salt beef, and 1/2 pounds of fresh beef is equal to 1 pound of pork. No wine or spirits are to be issued to the troops while in port, nor at sea, till after all the beer is expended. The masters of transports are to produce a certificate from the commanding officer of the troops on board, of the quantity expended. If any doubt be entertained of the provisions being full weight, a cask must be weighed in the presence of the commanding officer, the master, and the mate, and the master may upon the certificate of the commanding officer, and the oath of the mate, issue as much beef and pork as will make up the deficiency. The weight of each must be as follows: 14 pieces of beef, cut for 8-pound pieces taken out of the cask as they rise, and the salt shaken off, are to weigh 112 pounds avoirdupois. 28 pieces of pork cut for 4 pounds pieces, are also to weigh, under like circumstances, 112 pounds. The deductions to be taken for provisions from the pay of officers, non-commissioned officers, or men, are the same for all ranks, and in all corps, under the like circumstances of service, when serving out of Great Britain, on stations where provisions are supplied by the public, also, when embarked in transports or other vessels, except when serving as marines, also when prisoners of war, and maintained at the expense of Great Britain, also when in general hospitals, whether at home or abroad. A deduction of 6d. per day. A deduction of 3d. halfpenny from the pay of every non-commissioned officer and private in Jamaica, in New South Wales, or Gibraltar. Non-commissioned officers and soldiers serving as Marines shall not be liable to any deduction from their full pay on account of provisions. Ration for a horse on home service in 1796, 14 pounds of hay, 10 pounds of oats, 4 pounds of straw, for which a stoppage is made of 6d. Army Regulations, 1799. Rank between land and sea officers. Navy. Army. 1 Admiral, or Commander of Field Marshal. His Majesty's Fleet 2. Admirals with their flags at the generals. Maintop masthead 3. Vice Admirals Lieutenant Generals. 4 Rear Admirals Major Generals. 5 Commodores, with broad pendants Brigadiers. 6 Captains commanding post ships, Colonels. After 3 years 7. All Captains commanding post ships Lieutenant Colonels. 8 Captains not taking post Majors. 9 Lieutenants Captains. The rank and precedence of sea officers in the classes above mentioned, are to take place according to the seniority of their respective commissions in the sea service. Post captains commanding ships or vessels that do not give post, rank only as majors during the time they command those vessels. Nothing in this shall give any precedence to land officers to command any of His Majesty's squadrons, nor to any sea officer to command on shore, nor shall either have right to demand the military honors due to their respective ranks, unless upon actual service. Recoil of field guns on traveling carriages, upon elm planks. Nature. Charge 1 shot, at 1 degree 30 minutes elevation 2 shot, at 1 degree 30 minutes elevation case shot, at 3 degrees 45 minutes elevation pounds-ounce feed. 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 12 Prince Meti. 4 12 25 8 1/2 6 Prince Heavy 2 7 11 7 1/2 6 Prince Light 1 8 12 21 10 3 Prince Heavy 1 7 5 3 1/2 Recoil of sea service, iron guns, on ship carriages, upon a horizontal platform. Charges of powder and shot. Elevation 32 Prince 24 Prince 18 Prince Deck FTIN 1/3 of powder and 1 shot 2 11 11 10 6 and 1/3 of powder and 2 shot 4 19 6 18 6 18 1/4 of powder and 2 shot 7 11 6 12 12 Recoil of land service, iron mortars, on iron beds. FTIN 13-inch, with a charge of 6 pounds 4 2 1/2 10-inch, 3 pounds 2 10 8-inch, 1 pound 9 ounces 310 Reconnoitering. The following necessary observations to be made in examining a country in a military point of view, are principally translated from the aide memoir, but improved by some judicious remarks from Mr. Landman's introduction to reconnoitering. Before an officer sets out to reconnoiter a country, he should trace out from the best map he can procure, its principal features, which will serve him as a guide in his progress through the principal parts which are to be the subject of his observations, and enable him to connect the whole into one grand plan. His observations should be expressed by written remarks, and by sketches. For this purpose he must be provided with a sketch book, on the right-hand page of which, he may express the appearance of the country by sketches, and on the left, the remarks made on particular parts, with the names of the towns, their distances asunder, and C with proper references to the sketches. The scale most proper for this purpose is 2 inches to a mile. If therefore, the sketch book be made 6 inches wide, and the leaves divided by lines into 3 equal parts, each division will be 1 mile, which will be a sufficient scale for the purpose. First, roads. The principal points to be attended to in examining roads for military purposes, are, their direction, the villages, countries, and rivers, which they pass through, the roads which cross them, their names and the seasons in which they are in best condition, and if ever impassable, their breadth, whether variable or constant, their bottoms, of what principally formed, their ascents and descents, whether practicable for all kinds of carriages. The enclosures may be hedges, ditches, walls, or fences. If the roads require repair for the transport of artillery, and other heavy carriages, observe if the necessary materials are at hand. If they pass over rivers, remark whether by bridges or fords, if through marshes, whether by causeways or otherwise. If 2 or more roads pursuing the same route, and by which different columns may march, at any part join or cross each other, it will be necessary to observe, whether the march of the columns will be thereby impeded. If they only cross each other, it will be sometimes possible in hollow ways, to throw a temporary bridge across the deepest, by which one column may pass over and the other under the bridge, without interrupting each other's march. 2 fords. A ford for cavalry ought not to be deeper than 4 feet, for infantry not more than 3 feet. Observe the banks of the ford at each side, their form, steepness, and height, their situation as to the turnings of the river. Their bottom, whether passable for carriages. Observe marks by which the ford may be readily found, points from which it may be protected. Notice the rapidity of the water, whether its height be variable, its direction, its breadth, and the means by which the ford may be destroyed or rendered impassable. 3 Inundations. Learn the manner of working the sluices, the time in which the inundation may be effected, its extent and depth. Observe how the dam may be protected, its height and solidity, whether it can be easily raised, or easily destroyed, whether it is commanded by distant positions, and whether the inundation can be other ways drained. Notice the adjacent country. 4. Springs and wells attend to the quality and quantity of the water, whether it will serve for the cavalry, as well as infantry, and the manner of its being drawn. Observe the situation of the spring, and of its source, whether it can be protected, and the enemy prevented from cutting it off. 5. Lakes, marshes, and swamps learn their cause, if arising from a moist soil, the overflowings of rivers or from springs. Observe their situation, and the appearance of the surrounding country, the best means of crossing them. If they are divided by causeways, notice their breadth and condition; if not, remark if causeways can be easily established, and whether the swamp can be drained, and whether it is passable at any season of the year. Observe the points from which the causeways can be defended against the passage of an enemy's column. Learn whether or not the swamps are subject to fogs, and at what seasons they are most hurtful. 6. Of woods and forests remark their extent, their situation, their thickness, whether the trees are lofty or low, whether there is much underwood. Observe if the different clumps form openings or passes, and their extent, whether their sides are formed of thick wood or brush, whether their breadth is uniform, or widens at particular parts. Remark whether the ground of the forest be level or hilly, swampy, or dry. Observe the nature and condition of the roads. For remarks to be made on these, see the article Roads. Observe also the means the forest affords of entrenching, of making fascines, abatis, and c. Attend to the face of the country round the forest, whether cultivated fields or meadows, whether it affords positions, is intersected by rivulets, swamps or ravines. Remark the castles, villages, towns, and sea in the neighborhood, and their distance from the skirts of the wood. Go round the wood and examine its principal debouches, observe the ravines, rivulets, roads, and sea issuing from it, and learn their direction. 7. Heaths. Notice for what nature of troops they are best calculated. The nature of hedges and brushwood, some form a good breastwork. Observe the directions of the rivulets, roads, and ravines. When the ground of a heath is of the common color, the roads are usually good, but when it is blackish and mixed with white sand, the roads are generally impassable in winter seasons. 8. Canals. For this article see also the observations on rivers. Observe their intention, the nature of the soil in which they are dug, their breadth and depth, their locks, the craft found upon them, the best means of protecting or destroying them. Learn the countries they pass through. 9. Rivers. Learn in what country they arise, and where empty themselves, the nature of the countries they run through, and whether they belong to us or the enemy. Learn the extent to which they are navigable, and if they ever freeze over, whether strong enough to bear troops and carriages. Notice the quality of the water, its course, currents, depths, and breadths. The banks and the beds of the rivers. Observe the nature and number of the craft that navigate them, and the mills upon their banks, whether of wind or water. Visit the bridges and fords, and make the proper remarks on their nature and situation. Learn whether the rivers ever overflow their banks, and at what season, and whether or not this causes inundations. Observe the most favorable points for crossing, and the roads leading to these points. The turnings and windings of the rivers, the form of their peninsulas, and the most favorable situations for throwing over bridges. If there are any wharves on the banks, observe what craft can lay alongside of them. If there are islands in the rivers, note their size, their banks, whether inhabited, cultivated, woody, or barren, and whether they command the channel. Observe the mountains and high grounds near the rivers, remark their distance from the banks, and the advantages, or disadvantages which they offer. Learn what branches or confluence of other rivers there are either above or below, the best situations for crossing. Examine the positions which the adjoining country affords an army to protect the passage of the river, and whether in a perpendicular or parallel direction, and the routes by which 3 or 4 columns may arrive at the place. 10 passes. Observe their breadth, their length, their situation, the nature of the adjacent country, the best positions to occupy to cover a retreat, or to dispute the pass. How the troops would be best arranged, and the number that would be required for this purpose. 11 ravines, volleys. Observe the nature of the soil, whether rocky, or of loose flints. If the sides are rugged and steep, whether they can be easily scarped off. The points that command them, whether storms or floods are to be apprehended, and at what seasons most expected. 12 cultivated lands. Notice their state of cultivation, their productions, their time of harvest. Learn what quantity of wheat, rye, barley, oats, or other grain they produce, over and above the necessary subsistence of the inhabitants. How much hay they yield per acre. 13 orchards. Observe whether they are thick planted and afford a good cover, their enclosures, whether hedge, ditches, walls, and c. 14. Bridges. Remark their situation, their length and breadth, the materials of which they are built, their strength, whether sufficient to bear artillery, the roads leading to them, their situation, as to the turnings of the river, their purpose, if to connect towns or villages, the nature, direction, and breadth of the streets leading to them. Observe the country around, whether flat or commanding, study the best means of fortifying the bridgehead, and observe the best and most expeditious mode by which the bridge may be destroyed, if necessary. 15 mountains, hills. Amongst high mountains, such as the Alps, roads are very rare, it is seldom more than the valleys that are inhabited and accessible for troops. Observe their slopes, if steep or rugged. Examine the positions, means of gaining the summits, and note the state of cultivation and general appearance of the valleys, the pasturage, forage, cottages, villages, castles, roads, paths, and passes. Distinguish the principal chains of hills and their direction. Their relative heights, whether they are sufficiently extensive to form a line of defense, their communications, their strong points, positions proper for batteries, and c. whether practicable for cavalry and artillery. 16 coasts. Their nature, whether bordered by downs, surrounded by rocks, which render their approach dangerous, or by shoals, which make their access impracticable. Note the points and headlands proper for forts and batteries to defend the anchorage, ports, harbors, or other accessible parts. If there are any adjacent isles, perhaps they will serve for the erection of advanced batteries, to form a barrier to the efforts of an enemy. Observe the nature of the shores, bays, roads for shipping, and see with the winds required to go in and out the harbors, and whether they are of easy access, their advantages and disadvantages, their size and depth of water. If a river empties itself on the coast, observe the particular channel for shipping, and whether it can be defended by any of the batteries. If the coast is already fortified, observe all the batteries, forts, or entrenchments, established for its defense, and the protection of the anchorage, and examine the camps and other military posts, which cover the principal points, and the interior of the country. Estimate all the dangers to be run, and all the obstacles to be overcome in a descent, and point out the means of augmenting them. Observe the time of the tide most favorable for approaching the coast. Ascertain the number of artillery and other troops constantly on the coast, and the force that can be collected at a short notice, and how soon they can be drawn to any particular point attacked. Examine the system of defense adopted, and endeavor to improve it. 17 forts, redoubts. Remark their form, whether ancient or modern, whether they are permanent or temporary, elevated or low, revetted or demi-revetted, with stone, brick, or turf. Whether the ditch is wet or dry, phrased or polysoded, natural or artificial. Observe their situation, the face of the adjacent country, whether they effectually command the passes, or protect the country intended. The defense they are capable of making in their present state, and the improvements of which they are susceptible. 18 castles, citadels, their situation, their form, their extent, their object, the protection they give the city, their connection and communication with it. The present state of their defense, and the improvements of which they are susceptible. Their suitor reigns. 19 villages. Observe their situation, ascertain the number of families they contain, the nature of the land, the quality and quantity of their crops, their markets, the suburbs that supply these markets, their beasts of burthen, their flocks, herds, poultry, and sea. The number of their ovens, quality of the water, style of houses, barns, stables, and sheep walks. The situation of the church, the nature of the churchyard, and its enclosures. The wind and water mills. Observe whether the village is surrounded by hedges, ditches, banks, or walls, whether it can be easily entrenched. Its streets, roads leading to it, and the face of the surrounding country. 20 cities not fortified. Their situation, population, commerce, commodities, manufactures, the succor that may be drawn from them, as to men, horses, and sea. Their squares and principal buildings. The defense they are susceptible of, whether they are surrounded by walls, old towers, ditches, and sea. Their gates, and the roads leading to them. The face of the surrounding country. 21 fortified towns. Their situation with respect to their position, and with respect to other towns in the neighborhood, whether in the first or second line, the assistance which they can afford each other. The succor that may be drawn from them, or that may be thrown into them in case of a siege. The direction which such relief, whether of men or provisions, ought to take, according to the side attacked, whether they will serve as depots or hospitals. The state of the fortifications, see the word fortification in the alphabet. Their nature, the strength of each front. The rivers in the neighborhood, the surrounding country within the range of the guns. The form of investment, what lines will be required considering the nature of the country, and the positions, and the means the country affords of executing them. The advantages which the ground would afford between the glacis and the lines, either to the besiegers or besieged, the means of establishing the most certain communications between the different quarters of the army, and the means of cutting them off. 22 positions. Every military position ought to possess decided advantages of situation, and ought to be commanded in no part of its front, flank, or rear. All commanding grounds ought to be without the range of cannon. There are 4 principal objects to be attended to in the choice of a position. First, the advantages of the ground, 2d. The supplies for the army, 3d. The objects to be attained, and, fourth, the communications with the rear. The front of a position should be intersected by rivers, ravines, or broken ground, or any other obstacles which can prevent the enemy advancing in order of battle, and oblige him to pass through defile, but a position becomes useless when the front is so covered by obstacles that the army cannot advance or move out of its camp when necessary, but no obstacles can be too great on the flanks. All obstacles which cover a position, or passes which lead to it, must be within the range of the artillery, or the enemy will pass them unmolested. In a flat country, where the ground does not afford commanding situations, a position is only more or less eligible, as being covered or protected by obstacles. These are very thick woods, in which there are very few roads, large rivulets which cannot be forded or passed without bridges, narrow roads, deep and broken ravines, ground much intersected with hedges, ditches, and C. But it is essential that all these obstacles should be under the fire of the artillery. It is always dangerous to occupy a position, which has its rear so covered by swamps, crossed by rivers or ravines, and C. as to render the retreat of the army difficult. The number of passes by which an army can retire must be examined and secured, and should never be less than 5 or 6. The rivers, brooks, and sea in front of a position, should never be depended upon for a supply of water, as the enemy may cut them off. The ground for a camp should not be too much intersected by hedges, ditches, or ravines, which occasion great intervals in the line, and obstruct the communications through the camp. In an offensive position it is absolutely necessary that the army should not be too much confined by obstacles, but be at liberty to act in every direction, but in a defensive position, the fewer accessible points there are the better, and if the natural difficulties in front and flank are not sufficient to render an enemy's attack dangerous, they must be increased by redoubts, entrenchments, abattis, inundations, and c. The obstacles on the flanks should also be of such extent that they cannot be easily turned, without the enemy makes a very great circuit, and consequently exposes his own flank, and weakens his line of communication. In case the enemy detaches a body to attack a defensive position in the rear, the front must be sufficiently strong to enable the general to oppose the enemy's detachment, by a strong body from his own army. In short, the enemy must not be able by any maneuver to force the army to quit its position. The want of wood or water, or other supplies absolutely necessary for an army, renders every other advantage of a position useless, nor can a position be long tenable that is far removed from its depots, and has not its intermediate posts perfectly secure from the attacks of an enemy. For further remarks upon positions, see the word artillery in the field. Ricochet firing is not confined to any particular charge or elevation, each must vary according to the distance and difference of level of the object to be fired at, and particularly of the spot on which it is intended the shot shall make the first bound. The smaller the angle is under which a shot is made to ricochet, the longer it will preserve its force and have effect, as it will sink so much the less in the ground on which it bounds, and its tenacity will of course present so much less resistance to the shot's progress. In the ricochet of a fortification of any kind, the angle of elevation should seldom be more than 10 degrees, to throw the shot over a parapet a little higher than the level of the battery. If the works should be of an extraordinary height, the piece must be removed to such situation, and have such charge, that it can attain its object at this elevation, or at least under that of 13 degrees or 14 degrees, otherwise the shot will not ricochet, and the carriages will suffer very much. The first gun in a ricochet battery should be so placed as to sweep the whole length of the rampart of the enemy's work, at 3 or 4 feet from the parapet, and the rest should form as small an angle with the parapet as possible. For this purpose the guns should be pointed about 4 fathoms from the face of the work towards the interior. In the ricochet of ordnance in the field, the objects to be fired at being principally infantry and cavalry, the guns should seldom be elevated above 3 degrees, as with greater angles the ball would be apt to bound too high, and defeat the object intended. For ricochet practice see the different pieces of ordnance, as gun, mortar, and howitzer. Duer-to-buy. See also the words platforms and battery. Rockets composition. Old proportion. New proportion. Pounds-ounce saltpetre 4044 sulfur 10012 charcoal 1820 composition for the stars. Mealed powder 0 pounds 8 ounces composition for rain saltpetre 80 to head sky rockets sulfur 20 is the same as the antimony 20 above for the rockets. Isinglass dissolved 0.3 1/2 spirits of wine 1 pint. Vinegar 1 quart. General table of sky rockets. 2 pound. 1 pound. 1/2 pound, 1/4 pound, inch, 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 inch. Case exterior diameter 2.13 1.69 1.34 1.06 interior diameter 1.529 1.214 0.961 0.761 length before driving 15.97 12.67 10.05 8.25 length of gauge for the choke 1.5 1.25 1.0 0.75 cylinders for heading. Diameter 2.84 2.25 1.79 1.39 length 4.26 3.38 2.68 2.12 cones for heading. Diameter 2.84 2.25 1.79 1.39 height 4.26 3.38 2.68 2.18 mallet for driving weight 4 pounds 38 ounces 21110 N. Of strokes 31 21 18 13 copper ladles for filling sky rockets. Length, 1/2 the exterior diameter of the case. Diameter, equals the interior diameter of case. Circumference, 3/4 the interior caliber of the case. Sky rockets are driven with composition up to 4/1/2 exterior diameters of the case from the choke, and 1/5 of a diameter above the composition with good clay. They are bored and reamed up to 3/1/2 diameters. Dimensions of sticks for rockets. General rules. For rockets from 1/2 an ounce to 1 pound, the stick must be 60 diameters of the rocket in length, for rockets from 1 pound and upwards 50 or 52 diameters. Their thickness at top about 1/2 a diameter, and their breadth very little more. Their square at bottom equal to 1/2 the thickness at top. Nature of rockets. 6 prints 4 prints 2 prints 1 prints 1/2 prints 1/4 prints 1/8 prints FTIN FI distance of poise from the point of the cone for 1/1/2 39292 1110 1/2 1813 rockets of between 3 and 4 inches diameter have been observed to ascend as high as 1000 or 1200 yards, but the height of common rockets is between 450 and 600 yards, and their flight usually short of 7 seconds. Jones, Robbins, lab rope is always distinguished by its circumference, thus a 2-inch rope means a rope of 2 inches in circumference. Rule for finding the weight of ropes. Multiply the square of the circumference in inches, by the length in fathoms, and divide the product by 480 for the weight in cwt. See also drag ropes. And bags are made about 27 inches long, and 15 diameter, 250 of these are required for each fathom of battery, or about 1680 for 2 guns or mortars. See tonnage. Sap. The sap generally commences about the second parallel, and sometimes sooner, and if the fire of the besieged is much slackened, may proceed both day and night. The sappers are usually divided into brigades of 8, and subdivided into divisions of 4 each, being the greatest number that can work at the sap at the same time. The leading sapper excavates 18 inches deep, and as much wide. The second, third, and fourth deepen the trench, each in succession 6 inches, and widen it as much, so that the 4 make a trench of 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep, after which the common workmen follow, and increase it in breadth and depth equal to the other trenches. The sap may proceed at the rate of 80 fathoms in 24 hours. As this work is very hard, the half brigades relieve each other every hour, and each sapper in his turn takes the lead. The whole brigade is relieved at the end of 6 hours. It is always customary in this dangerous work, to give the wages of those that are killed to the survivors. Sappers are generally armed with a helmet and breastplate. See trenches, parallels. See table at the end of the word gunnery. Shells for mortars and howitzers, their dimensions, weight, and see nature. Weight. Diameter. Powder contained in shells. Powder for burning. Diameter of fuse hole. Thickness of metal. Outside inside CTQR pounds ounce inches. Pounds ounce inches. 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 13 inch 1 3 2 12 3 4 10 4 6 12 1.8 37 1.69 62 2.05 10 3 9 9 3 4 4 5 2 10 1.57 1.45 1.57 5 8 1 11 1 half 7 3 4 2 12 1 14 1.219 1.127 1.25 1 half 15 1 4 5 1 4 1 12 0.894 0.8260 0.8224 2 fifths 84 1 fifth 750 0.832 0.769 0.653 hand 311 3.49 Gren. 113 2.771 1 half French shells, in French weights and measures. Inches. Pounds Linespo. Linespo. Lines 12 inch 150 12 17 5 15 9 15 16 10 110 10 3 15 9 15 16 8 43 8 4 1 1 12 11 10 6 23 6 2 8 12 11 10 6 10 Dimensions of shells for guns and carronades made with an equal thickness of metal. Nature. 42 prints 32 24 18 12 inches guns diameter of the shell exterior 6.684 6.1055 5.5475 5.044.4 interior 4.404 4.005 3.767 3.42.8 thickness of metal 1.14 1.05 0.89 0.82 0.8 diameter of fuse hole exterior 0.894 0.894 0.894 0.832 0.832 interior 0.826 0.826 0.826 0.769 0.769 powder for bursting ounce 14 11 12 9 5 1 half carronades diameter of the shell exterior 6.64 6.05 5.48 4.935 4.295 interior 4.36 3.95 3.48 3.235 2.695 thickness of metal 1.14 1.051 0.85 0.8 shells weight pounds 22 12 contains powder ounce 12 1/2 9 powder for bursting ounce 10 7 The following shells may also be fired from guns. Hand grenades from 6 PRS 4 2/5 shells 12 PRS 5 1/2 shells 24 PRS 8 inch 68 Prince carronades. Shells may likewise be thrown from guns to short distances, in cases of necessity, though the bore be not of a diameter sufficient to admit the shell. For this purpose the gun may be elevated to any degree that will retain the shell upon its muzzle, which may be assisted by a small line going from the lugs of the shell round the neck of the gun. To produce a greater effect, the space between the shell and the charge may be filled with wads or other substance. Lombard. Shells are likewise sometimes quilted into grape. See the word shot. For the method of proving shells. See proof. To find the weight of a shell of iron. Take /64 of the difference of the cubes of the external and internal diameters for the weight of the shell. To find how much powder will fill a shell. Divide the cube of the internal diameter of the shell in inches by 57.3, for the pounds of powder. To find the size of a shell to contain a given weight of powder. Multiply the pounds of powder by 57.3, and the cube root of the product will be the diameter in inches. The Germans do not name their shells from the diameter of the bore which receives them, but from the weight of a stone ball that fits the same bore as the shell. Thus a 7 pounds howitzer admits a stone ball of that weight. The shell for this weighs 15 pounds and answers to the English 5 1/2 inch. The 30 pounds howitzer shell weighs 60 pounds and is rather more than 8 inches in diameter. Note shells were till lately made thicker at the bottom than at the fuse hole, but are now cast of the same thickness throughout, and are found to burst into a greater number of pieces in consequence. Shot rules for finding the number in any pile. Triangular pile. Multiply the base by the base plus 1, this product by the base plus 2, and divide by 6. Square pile. Multiply the bottom row by the bottom row plus 1, and this product by twice the bottom row plus 2, and divide by 6. Rectangular piles. Multiply the breadth of the base by itself plus 1, and this product by 3 times the difference between the length and breadth of the base, added to twice the breadth plus 1 and divide by 6. Incomplete piles. Incomplete piles being only frustrums, wanting a similar small pile on the top, compute first the whole pile as if complete, and also the small pile wanting at top, and then subtract the one number from the other. Rules for finding the dimensions and weight of shot. The weight and dimensions of shot or shells might be found by means of their specific gravities, see the word gravity, but they may be found still easier, by means of the experimented weight of a ball of a given size, from the known proportion of similar figures, namely as the cubes of their diameters first. To find the weight of an iron ball from its diameter, an iron ball of 4 inches diameter weighs 9 pounds, and the weights being as the cubes of their diameters, it will be as 64, the cube of 4, is to 9, so is the cube of the diameter of any other ball to its weight. 2d. To find the weight of a leaden ball of 4 1/4 inches diameter weighs 17 pounds. Therefore, as the cube of 4 1/4 is to 17, as 9 to 2 nearly, so is the cube of the diameter of any leaden ball to its weight. 3d. To find the diameter of an iron ball, multiply the weight by 7 superscript 1/9 and the cube root of the product will be the diameter. 4th. To find the diameter of a leaden ball, multiply the weight by 9, and divide the product by 2, and take the cube root of the quotient for the diameter. Table of diameters of English iron round shot. Nature. 68 42 32 24 18 12 9 6 3 1 inches. 86.68 46.10 55.54 75.040 4.40 4.000 3.49 2.775 1.92 diameters of French iron round shot in English inches. Nature. 36 24 16 12 8 7 inches. 6.64 85.80 85.074 4.610 4.027 3.196 Table of English case shot for different services. Sea service. Carronades. Nature. Weight of each shot. Number in each case. Weight of each case filled. Nature. Weight of each shot. Number in each case. Weight of each case filled. PRS ounce N. Pounds ounce PRS ounce N. Pounds ounce 32 870 33 868 890 46 224 842 22 15 42 866 32 818 642 16 832 840 21 412 442 11 524 832 16 193 44 89 18 631 12 262 45 212 432 824 228 4 tier shot for field service. 3 2 22 15 1 1 1 4 12 2 2 1 4 common land service. Ounce N. Pounds ounce 12 Prince 18 15 18 8 Med 6 1/2 42 17 11 PRS ounce N. Pounds ounce 6 Prince 8 1/2 15 9 24 4 84 21 11 Med 3 1/2 42 8 14 12 2 84 12 1 3 Prince 4 1/2 15 4 10 6 1 1/2 55 5 10 1/2 Med 1 1/2 42 4 6 12 Prince 14 12 14 14 Light 6 1/2 34 14 11 6 Prince 8 1/2 12 7 3 Light 3 1/2 34 7 7 3 Prince 4 1/2 12 3 10 10 light 1 1/2 34 3 11 for mortars. Howitzers. Nature. Weight of each shot. Number in each case. Weight of each case filled. Weight of each shot. Number in each case. Weight of each case filled. Inch. Ounce N. Pounds ounce ounce N. Pounds ounce 10 8 170 91 8 86 90 38 46 90 33 85 1/2 355 12 6 355 12 8 4 2/5 255 8 1 1/4 255 8 2 Table of grape shot, for sea and land service. Nature. Weight of each shot. Total weight of the grape complete. Pounds ounce 42 pounders. 40 46 632 30 34 124 20 25 5 18 18 19 15 1/2 12 10 10 15 9 13 7 6 6 8 5 8 1/2 4 6 3 14 1/2 3 4 2 10 1/2 0 and 3/5 lead 8 3/4 small shells, as 4 2/5 inches, and hand grenades were quilted into grape for 13-inch mortars at Gibraltar. The fuses were turned inwards next the iron tampion, and leaders of quick match for communicating fire to the fuses were introduced through holes made in the wood bottom, and placed as near the fuses as possible in the center of the grape. These answered very well for short ranges. Shand. Hot shot. The powder for firing with hot shot must be in strong flannel cartridges, without any holes, lest some grains should remain in the bore, in putting the cartridge home. Over the powder must be rammed a good dry wad, then a damp one, and then the hot shot, and if the gun lays at a depression, there must be a wad over the shot, which may be rammed home. If the above precautions be attended to, the gun may be pointed after being loaded, without the smallest danger, as it is well known that the shot will grow cold in the gun, without burning more than a few threads of the wads next it. This is not the mode usually taught of loading with hot shot, but is that which was practiced during the siege of Gibraltar. Mr. Adye proposes putting the shot when heated, into a tin canister, as an effectual method of preventing accidents. The grates usually made for heating shot will generally make them red hot in 3/4 of an hour. Signs. See Table of Natural Signs, at the end of the word gunnery. Sound. The medium velocity of sound is nearly at the rate of a mile, or 5,280 feet, in 4 2/3 seconds, or a league in 14 seconds, or 13 miles in 1 minute. But sea miles are to land miles nearly as 7 to 6. Therefore sound moves over a sea mile in 5 3/4 seconds nearly, or a sea league in 16 seconds. Hutton. Sound flies 1,142 feet in 1 second. Flamstead. It is a common observation, that persons in good health have about 75 pulsations at the wrist in a minute, consequently in 75 pulsations sound flies about 13 land miles, or 11 superscript 1/7 sea miles, which is about 1 land mile in 6 pulsations, and 1 sea mile in 7 pulses, or a league in 20 pulses. Hutton. The velocity of sound does not very much vary, whether it goes with the wind or against it. As sound moves vastly swifter than the wind, the acceleration it can thereby receive can be but inconsiderable, and the chief effect we can perceive from the wind is, that the sound will be carried to a greater distance by it. Sound will be louder in proportion to the condensation of the air. Water is one of the greatest conductors of sound, it can be heard nearly twice as far as on land. Hutton. Stoppages. There shall be stopped out of the pay of an artillery soldier, beer money included, the sum of 5 shillings and 1 penny per week, to be applied towards the expense of his mess, including vegetables, and c. A sum not exceeding 1 shilling and 6 pence per week shall be retained for necessaries to be accounted for, as usual, monthly. The remainder amounting to 3s. 10 3/4 d per week, shall be paid to the soldier, subject to the accustomed deductions for washing and or articles for cleaning his clothes and appointments. Stoppages for rations for man and horse. See the word ration. Tangent. See the table of natural tangents at the end of the word gunnery. Tangent scale. 21 of an inch is the tangent of 1 degree to every foot of a gun's length, from the base ring to the swell of the muzzle. Therefore, if the distance in feet between these 2 points be multiplied by 0.21, the product will be the tangent of 1 degree, from which the dispart being subtracted, will give the length of the tangent scale above the base ring for 1 degree of elevation for that particular gun. If the scale is to be applied to the quarter side of the gun, of course the dispart need not be subtracted. Tangent of 1 degree to the following ordnance. Length. Tangent, 1 degree dispart. Feet. In inches. Inches. 12 Prince medium 661 1.365 1.475 12 Prince light 5 1.051 6 Prince heavy 7 1.47 1.326 Prince light 5 1.051 3 Prince heavy 6 1.26 1.08 10 inch howitzer 311 1/2.8483 1.645 1/2 light 223 4.4742 2/5 110.384 tangent of 1 degree to the following French guns. Nature of ordnance. Siege. Field. Tangent of 1 degree dispart. Tangent of 1 degree dispart. Inly P 24 pounder 215 124 16 211 12 110 6 114 13 28 183 112 124 116 inches. How are 056 as the French tangent scales are marked off in inches and lines, the above dimensions are given in the same, for the more ready turning the French elevations into degrees, and thereby comparing their ranges with the English. Tent for laboratory works weight complete with poles, pins, and C3 CWT 24 pounds length of ridge pole, 18 feet, length of poles, 14 1/2 feet. Bell tent, now used for infantry or cavalry, weight, complete with poles, 43 pounds length of pole, 9 feet, contain 12 men each, require 40 pegs. Common infantry tent length of ridge pole 7 feet, length of standard 6 feet. They hold only 5 men each. Weight complete 27 pounds. Marquee weight complete 1 CWT 17 pounds. Ridge pole, 7 feet, standard, 8 feet. Tonnage. The usual method of finding the tonnage of any ship is by the following rule: multiply the length of the keel by the breadth of the beam, and that product by half the breadth of the beam, and divide the last product by 94, and the quotient will be the tonnage. Ship's keel 72 feet, breadth of beam 24 feet. 72 times 24 times 12, equals 220.6 tonnage. 94 The tonnage of goods and stores is taken sometimes by weight and sometimes by measurement, and that method is allowed to the vessel, which yields the most tonnage. In tonnage by weight, 20 CWT make 1 ton. In tonnage by measurement 40 cubic feet equal 1 ton. All carriages, or other stores to be measured for tonnage, are taken to pieces, and packed in the manner which will occupy the least room on board ship. All ordnance, whether brass or iron, is taken in tonnage by its actual weight. Musket cartridges in barrels or boxes, all ammunition in boxes, and other articles of great weight are taken in tonnage, according to their actual weight. See also the word embarkation. The following is the tonnage required for some of the most material ordnance stores. Tonnage of ordnance. Nature. N. TCTQR axes, complete with handles, pole 264 10-0, pick 109-0, felling 176 14-0, barrows, wheel pack 22-20, unpack 7100, hand, single 20-0 18-0, budge, barrels 32-100, bricks 1250, buckets of leather 20-20, pontoon and carriage complete with its appurtenances 1100, carbines, a chest with 25 stand is 11 feet cubic, carriages standing 42 prs 113-0, 32 prs 110-0, howitzer 10-inch 110-0, 24 prs 198, howitzer 18 prs 1708 inch 12 prs 1409 prs 1306 prs 1004 prs 017, carriages traveling, complete with limber boxes, ladles, sponges and rammers 24 prs 510, 12 prs 410, 9 prs 4726 prs 3723 prs 219, medium 24 prs 292, 12 prs 6, Prince light, with ammunition boxes 230 5.5-inch howitzer, 5.5 howitzer of 10 cwt, carriages 3208 inch howitzer 372, sling cart, complete 302, forge cart, with limber 400, ammunition wagon 418, 1 gravel cart 216, 2 Duke of Richmond's close-bodied wagon 50 road wagon, with upright sides 710, gin, triangle 014, grate for heating shot 042, hand spikes 121, hand crow levers, of 5 feet 121, hand screws, large 15 small 17 106, helves, pick or felling 300 014, sledge 300 pinmall 360 junk 20 cwt 150, linstocks, without cocks 1000 with cocks 600 muskets, a chest with 25 is 16 feet, with 20 is 11 feet. Match 6 cwt 114, powder 11 hole barrels 100, 22 half 100, pitch or tar 1 barrel is 7 feet. Pistols, a chest with 50 or 60 equals 10 feet. Park pickets 4091, pikes 12 dozen 110, sheepskins 280 100, shovels of iron 100 100, shovels, shod with iron 138 100, sandbags, bales, bushel 500 012, and 1/2 500 0712, bushel 250 081. The following is the tonnage allowed to the military officers of the ordnance embarked for foreign service, for their camp equipage and baggage, for a field officer 5 tons. For a captain 3, for a subaltern 1/2. June 12, 1799. Transports, see the word embarkation. Trench is a general term for all the approaches at a siege of a fortified place. The approaches at a siege are generally carried on upon the capitals of the works attached, because the capitals produced are of all other situations in the front of a work the lead exposed to the fire of either the cannon or musketry, and are the least in the line of fire between the besieged and besiegers' batteries. But if, from particular circumstances, these, or other advantages do not attend the approaches upon the capitals, they are by no means to be preferred to other positions. The trenches of communication, or zigzags, are 3 feet deep, 10 feet wide at bottom and 13 feet at top, having a berm of 1 foot, beyond which the earth is thrown to form a parapet. The parallels or places of arms of the trenches are 3 feet deep, 12 feet wide at bottom and 17 or 18 feet wide at top, having a banquette of about 3 feet wide, with a slope of nearly as much. See the word sap. The first night of opening the trenches, the greatest exertions are made to take advantage of the enemy's ignorance as to the side of attack, and they are generally carried on as far in advance as the first parallel, and even sometimes to the completion of that work. The workmen set out on this duty, each with a fascine of 6 feet, a pickaxe, and a shovel, and the fascines being laid so as to lap 1 foot over each other, leaves 5 feet of trench for each man to dig. The usual method of directing the trenches or zigzags, is by observing during the day some near object in a line with the salient parts of the work, and which may serve as a direction in the night, or if the night be not very dark, the angles of the works may be seen above the horizon, but as both these methods are subject to uncertainty, the following is proposed, to answer every case, having laid down the plan of attack, the exact positions of the flanked angles of the works of the front attacked, and particularly of those most extended to the right and left, mark on the plan the point of commencement for the first portions of zigzag, the point where it crosses the capital, and the point to which it extends on the other side of the capital. This last point will be the commencement of the second branch, then mark off the point where this branch crosses the capital and its extent on the other side, and this will give the commencement of the third branch, and so on for the others. Thus provided with a plan ready marked off, it will be very easy, even in the darkest night, to lay down the points where the zigzags are to cross the capital, and the points to which they are to be produced beyond them. The first parallel is generally run about 600 yards from the place and of such extent American Samoa to embrace the prolongations of the faces of all the works which fire upon the trenches, and each end has a return of about 30 or 40 yards. The second parallel is constructed upon the same principles, and of the same extent as the first, at the distance of about 300 yards from the salient angles of the covered way. This parallel is usually formed of gabions, each workman carrying a gabion, a fascine, a shovel, and a pickaxe. After this the trenches are usually carried on by sap. See that word. The half parallels are about 140 or 150 yards from the covered way, and extend on each side sufficient to embrace the prolongation of the branches of the covered way. The third parallel must not be nearer than the foot of the glacis, or it will mask the ricochet batteries. It is generally made rather wider than the other parallels. Cavaliers of the trenches must not be nearer than 28 yards from the covered way, or they will be liable to be annoyed by hand grenades. See likewise the words approaches, sap, and battery. True de Lua cone reversed. Diameter of the base 4 feet 6 inches, depth 6 feet, picket 6 feet long, and from 4 to 5 inches square, contain 3/4 of a cubic fathom of earth, and are usually placed 2 and 3 fathoms. Tubes of tin plates are the best for service. Tubes must pass through a gauge of superscript 2/ of an inch diameter. The composition is mealed powder, mixed up stiff with spirits of wine. They are made up in bundles of 100 each. Length of tin tubes. Length. Nature of ordnance. Heavy. Medium. Light. Howitzer. Land mortars. Sea mortars. Inches. Prince inch. 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 12.2 13 8.8 24 24 8.2 18 18 7.75 12 12 13 10 6.8 9 9 6.5 6 24 8 10 5.9 6 12 5 1 half 5.08 4.75 1 1 half 1 1 half 6 4.24 2 fifths 5 1 half 3.64 2 fifths. Note: if tin tubes get damaged by wet, the composition may be cleared out of them, and they may be fresh filled. If spirits of wine cannot be had, good rum or brandy will answer the purpose. Uniforms. Principal color of the military uniforms of the different powers of Europe. Nations. Cavalry. Infantry. Artillery. Remarks. Imperial white gray Russian blue green black cockades. Danes red English blue French blue Nautial. Cockades. Poland blue Prussian white blue drag. Light blue. Sardinian blue, 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 Sweden blue, yellow cockades. Bavaria white, gray, Hanover blue, red, mixed blue, green cockades. Mayence white, Palatine crimson, clear blue, Saxon white, white, green, Dragoons red, white cock. Anspach blue, 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 Bade blue, Brunswick blue, Hesse white, blue, blue, Nassau Sarltz blue, Saxe Coburg blue, Saxe Gotha blue, 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 Saxe Hildburg blue, Saxe Meiningen blue, Saxe Weimar blue, green, green, Wittenberg blue, blue, Holland white, blue, blue, Bern red, blue, blue, black and red cockades. Mecklenburg blue, 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 velocity, initial velocity of military projectiles, as ascertained by the experiments with the ballistic pendulum at Woolwich, in 1788, 1789, and 1790. These experiments were made with shot of equal diameters, powder of equal strength, and under a mean height of the barometer, and shew, 1. That there is very little difference in the velocities of shot fired from guns of the same length, but of unequal weights, the advantage being sometimes in favor of one and sometimes of the other. 2. That velocities arising from firing with different quantities of powder, are nearly in the proportion of the square roots of the quantities or weights of powder. 3. That the velocities decrease as the distances increase, arising from the resistance of the air, which opposes the progress of the shot, in a proportion somewhat higher than the squares of the velocities throughout, and only to a small variation. 4. That very little advantage is gained in point of range, by increasing the charge more than is necessary to attain the object, the velocities given by large charges being very soon reduced to those by moderate charges. Those for instance given by half the shot's weight are reduced to an equality with those by 1/3, after passing through a space of only 200 feet. 5. That very little advantage is also gained by increasing the length of guns, the velocity given by long guns of 22 calibers length of bore, being reduced to an equality with those of the short guns of 15½ calibers with similar charges, after passing through the spaces as follows, with 1/2 the shot's weight 285 feet. 1/3 200 and 1/4 150 and 1/6 115 6. That the resistance of the air against balls of different diameters with equal velocities, is very nearly in the proportion of the squares of their diameters, or as their surfaces. 7. That the velocity is not affected by compressing the charge more or less, or by heating the piece in different degrees. 8. That a very great increase of velocity arises from a decrease of windage, it appearing, that with the established windage, of superscript 1/2 between 1/3 and 1/4 of the force is lost. 9. It also appeared, that by firing the charge in different parts, by varying the weight of the gun to lessen the recoil, or even by stopping the recoil entirely, no sensible change is produced in the velocity of the ball. 10. That though the velocity of the shot is increased only to a certain point peculiar to each gun, a further increase of powder producing a diminished velocity, yet the recoil of the gun is always increased by an increase of charge. 11. Velocity of a light 6 prince length, 4 feet 8 inches, charge, 1/3 the weight of the shot, 1558 feet per second 6 prs heavy, 6 feet 8 inches, charge 1/3 equals 1673 feet. Velocity of a light 3 prince length, 3 feet 4 inches, charge 1/3 1371 feet per second. Do. Heavy 3 prince length, 5 feet 9 1/2 inches, charge 1/3 the shot 1584 feet. Hutton. Velocity of French ordnance. 24 prince charge 8 pounds the éprouvé mortar giving 125 fathoms, the initial velocity is 1425 feet per second, with the éprouvé at 90 equals 1209 feet, with a charge of 12 pounds and the éprouvé at 125, the initial velocity will be 1530. Charge. Éprouvé. Velocity. 16 prince 5 pounds 125, 14158 1510 12 Prince 4 long guns 1528 Prince 2 1 half 1418 3 1464 Prince 1 1335 1 1 half 1508 12 Prince 4 field guns 1442 8 Prince 2 1 half 1422 4 Prince 1 1 half 1446 8-inch How R. 1 391 2 ounces. 516 6-inch How R. 1 532 112 704 Lombard's tables. The vents of English guns are all superscript 2/ of an inch diameter. See remark 9 of the article velocity. W8C measures. Windage. The usual windage of English guns is superscript 1/2 of the caliber. It appears by experiments, that 1/4, or nearly 1/3 of the force of the powder is lost by this windage. See remark 8 of the word velocity. Windage of guns and carronades. Natures. 68 42 32 24 18 12 9 6 4 3 2 1 guns. 0.33 0.30 0.27 0.25 0.22 0.20 0.17 0.15 0.14 0.12 carronade. 0.15 0.15 0.15 0.14 0.12 windage of mortars and howitzers. From the 13 to 5 1/2 inch the windage is 0.15 of an inch, and that of the 4 2/5 is 0.2 of an inch. Windage of French guns. Field guns all one line of windage, about superscript 1/5 in an 8-pounder. Siege guns all 1/2 line, about superscript 1/48 in a 24 Prince mortars 12-inch, 4 lines of windage. 10-inch, 1 line, 5.8-inch, 1 line, howitzers all, 2 lines. Wood artillery carriages are generally made of elm, ash, and oak. The bed and house of a sea mortar are made of oak, and the bolster of elm. The bottoms of land mortar beds are of oak, and the upper parts of elm. Carriages ship the cheeks, transoms, and trucks of elm, the axle trees of oak. Garrison the whole of oak, trucks, iron. Field heavy 24 and 12 Prince the cheeks and transoms of elm, the axle trees of ash. In the wheel the nave and fellies are of elm, the spokes of ash, limber shafts, bars, and axle trees are of ash. Light guns, from 3 to 12 PRS the cheeks and transoms are of elm, the ammunition boxes are of fir. In the wheels, the nave is of elm, the spokes of oak, and the fellies of ash. In the limber the shafts and bars of ash. The end. Footnotes: 1. The 12 PRS which have a small box on their limbers, carry 6 round shot and 2 case shot, with 6 cartridges of 4 pounds and 2 of 3 1 to 2 pounds of powder, more than the above proportion. 2. A small limber box has lately been added to the medium 12 PRS which carries 6 round shot and 6 case shot, with a small proportion of the small stores. See note page 11. 3. Though the wagons will contain 20,000 cartridges, it is customary to load them with only 18 half barrels of 1,000 each, and 2 half barrels of flints. 4. For 16 PRS in the French work, the compiler has said 18 PRS for 8 PRS 9 PRS for 12-inch mortars, 13-inch, to which they nearly answer. 5 are iron mortars, on iron beds, all admit of being fired at low angles. 6. A German author proposes that the mounds of earth which enable the guns to fire en barbette, should be so arranged, that the embrasures may be opened between them, and when the guns descend to the embrasures, the barbettes will serve as traversers. 7. The compiler must here apologize for coining the word defilated, which he is obliged to do, never having seen the subject treated of in English. But the French use the word defile in a contrary sense to enfile, and as we admit the words enfilade and enfiladed from the latter, we cannot refuse the terms defilade and defilated from the former. 8. This column expresses the number of pounds of metal in the guns, to each pound in the shot. 9. See the word shell for the principle on which the Germans class them in pounders. 10. See the word chambers, for experiments on the best form. 11. Stone mortars should not be fired at a greater distance than 250 yards. 12. For the ranges with the 5½ inch brass, see the iron mortars. Transcriber's notes: the cover image was created by the transcriber, and is in the public domain. New original cover art included with this ebook is granted to the public domain. Antiquated spellings were not corrected. The illustrations have been moved so that they do not break up paragraphs and so that they are next to the text they illustrate. Typographical and punctuation errors have been silently corrected. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Bombardier and Pocket Gunner updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. The Bombardier, and Pocket Gunner. Index. Preface. The full Project Gutenberg license PGI PG4 PGV PG6 PG7 PG8 PG9 PG10 PG11 PG12 PG13 PG14 PG15 PG16 PG17 PG18 PG19 PG20 PG21 PG22 PG23 PG24 PG25 PG26 PG27 PG28 PG29 PG30 PG31 PG32 PG33 PG34 PG35 PG36 PG37 PG38 PG39 PG40 PG41 PG42 PG43 PG44 PG45 PG46 PG47 PG48 PG49 PG50 PG51 PG52 PG53 PG54 PG55 PG56 PG57 PG58 PG59 PG60 PG 61 PG 63 PG 64 PG 65 PG 66 PG 67 PG 68 PG 69 PG 70 PG 71 PG 72 PG 73 PG 74 PG 75 PG 76 PG 77 PG 78 PG 79 PG 80 PG 81 PG 82 PG 83 PG 84 PG 85 PG 86 PG 88 PG 89 PG 90 PG 91 PG 92 PG 93 PG 95 PG 96 PG 97 PG 98 PG 99 PG 100 PG 101 PG 102 PG 103 PG 104 PG 105 PG 106 PG 107 PG 108 PG 109 PG 110 PG 111 PG 112 PG 113 PG 114 PG 115 PG 116 PG 117 PG 118 PG 120 PG 121 PG 122 PG 123 PG 124 PG 125 PG 126 PG 127 PG 128 PG 129 PG 130 PG 131 PG 132 PG 133 PG 134 PG 135 PG 136 PG 137 PG 138 PG 140 PG 141 PG 142 PG 143 PG 144 PG 145 PG 146 PG 147 PG 149 PG 150 PG 151 PG 152 PG 153 PG 154 PG 156 PG 157 PG 158 PG 159 PG 160 PG 161 PG 162 PG 163 PG 164 PG 165 PG 167 PG 168 PG 170 PG 171 PG 172 PG 173 PG 174 PG 175 PG 176 PG 178 PG 179 PG 180 PG 181 PG 182 PG 183 PG 184 PG 185 PG 186 PG 188 PG 189 PG 191 PG 192 PG 193 PG 194 PG 195 PG 196 PG 197 PG 198 PG 199 PG 200 PG 201 PG 202 PG 203 PG 204 PG 205 PG 206 PG 207 PG 208 PG 209 PG 210 PG 211 PG 212 PG 213 PG 215 PG 216 PG 217 PG 218 PG 219 PG 220 PG 222 PG 223 PG 224 PG 225 PG 226 PG 227 PG 228 PG 229 PG 230 PG 231 PG 232 PG 233 PG 234 PG 235 235 PG 236 PG 237 PG 238 PG 239 PG 240 PG 241 PG 242 PG 243 PG 246 PG 248 PG 249 PG 250 PG 251 PG 252 PG 253 PG 254 PG 255 PG 256 PG 257 PG 258 PG 259 PG 260 PG 261 PG 262 PG 263 PG 264 PG 265 PG 266 PG 267 PG 268 PG 269 PG 271 PG 272 PG 273 PG 274 PG 275 PG 276 PG 277